Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the R6 APL Major Qualifier. And we're about to have an amazing day here at Fortress Melbourne. I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Cthulhu.
Yes, look, it's been quite a hot moment in the workings, but we're finally here. Yeah, APL major qualifiers are inbound immediately, and honestly, this whole weekend is actually going to be packed with action. We got quite a fair few games already on our schedule. We're kicking it off with arguably one of the bigger storylines as well here, the Daystar versus D+. We'll elaborate further on that a little bit later. And then CAG versus Enterprise Esports, Japan versus OC. Feels like a bit of a throwback time as well, back to some of the earlier days of Siege. But in the current present moment, look, this whole weekend, yeah, is going to be absolutely nuts, honestly.
Oh, there's so much to do, so many games to really go through. I mean, you have 8 teams currently trying to find their way into the major, and of course that means that there's so many games to be had. We've got a few BO1s to start ourselves off to get a few teams through, and then of course we go into a few BO3s as well. But looking at the upper bracket there, of course, you've got D+ versus Daystar, which we'll be covering here shortly. Chiefs versus Talon, which is currently ongoing. Weibo, Enterforce, and CAG versus Enterprise. So a lot of different teams, a lot of different options, and I mean, you can hear them in the background. Don't they sound incredibly hyped for this? Our first land in ages.
Yeah, first land in ages, and it's a good feel as well, really, because yeah, there's a lot of storylines that are being introduced into just even this LAN specifically, and then going into the major qualifiers. This is going to be an absolutely epic time. Look, without further ado, let's actually take a look at our first matchup, the Daystar versus D+. This is a matchup that I'm quite excited for a number of reasons. For Daystar specifically, it is a story of redemption. It is the story of a very rough regular season, and then going into the playoffs. Look, I mean, they managed to dominate majority of the lower bracket, funnily enough. So they dropped down fairly early to Soul's Heart, funnily enough. And after that, beaten Elevate, that were a menace of the Asia region as well. And then all to go down to Weibo. But again, it is Weibo we're talking about. They are the big caliber of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Daystar, they were, even in my opinion here, they were the underdogs coming into this. They weren't really the team that you'd expect so much potential for. And all of a sudden, they have just absolutely made it straight through the bracket. It's been an incredible run from them. But they're going up against a very difficult team. We've got D+. They've been having an incredible run as well. I mean, I don't think they lost a single game in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, no, yeah, it's been a pretty cruisy run for them, all things considered. 2-0s all across the board. It's a roster that has been introduced to the APAC North region only just this year, and they've managed to make waves across the entirety of it. The regular season look, there was a slight hiccup there. They came in third at the end of the day with, I believe, 1 loss outright and then 2 of the overtime wins as well. Which honestly at the end does count up to a pretty solid position, and otherwise, look, it's a roster that is packed with highlight players.
Oh, of course, they've been such a scary form, and honestly, I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, D+, they are looking like the giants here going up against Daystar, but at the same point in time, we've got a bit of a storyline here. Daystar, of course, being the ones that have been able to beat Elevate. They have been the Brazilian slayers, as you mentioned previously. Yeah. And, I mean, what a better storyline to have for our first match to start us off.
Exactly that, yeah. There's a great opportunity here, yeah, for Daystar to really solidify themselves. They've already had a pretty decent run in the playoffs, and going into the map vetoes, honestly, look, we have the usual, the Consulate, the Chalet, the Bank, what feels like almost like a trifecta of the sort of the OC, the SCA, even in some occasions APAC North as well. So those are out of the equations, and for us to go into the clubhouse, the quintessential, I guess you could even say, the Rainbow Six Siege map of all time, considering that it has been in the competitive scene almost since the inception of it.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, it's one of those maps that you have a bit of push and pull on. All teams have played for such a long period of time. They've definitely taken their their places. It's a complete and utter game of both mentality and just mechanically gifted players. And execution. That's the biggest thing with Clubhouse. It is all about the execution. You take into consideration that bottom floor site. It is such an anchor point. It's such a hard place to get straight through unless you get a few picks at the beginning and get access into, of course, the blue side.
That's the one, yeah. And remembering even the Southeast Asia League back in, the 2024, 2023 as well, the big running point was you commit to the bit as well when you're going for the attack. On the defense, it is a fairly polished side of things. There's not really as much of the sort of reinventing the wheel that you would usually introduce in some of the newer maps nowadays. But yeah, with Clubhouse, for the most of it, the play is very much polished. Now, the one thing quickly to note, for Daystar, we are looking to have them started on the defense to kick it off right away. And one thing to notice as well, when they were playing against Weibo, which was a 7-4 conclusion, not in their favor, unfortunately for them, the first few bans was the Monty and the Blitz, then followed up by the Blackbeard and Cade, and then Mute at the end of it all. So in here, we got to see already the Blackbeard, the Monty gone, so par for the course. So far on the side of the defense. On D+, Cade, Mira, also once again feeling very, very straightforward so far. Not really reinventing the wheel just yet. We are starting the day off nice and steady.
Yeah, just your basic sort of bans. I mean, the Kaid for the hatches for the most part, and of course a few different other places and areas that you can kind of play that off, especially CCTV and garage as well, where you can kind of cut off that potential to push through into the garage area. But on the opposite end, the mirror, that's of course up in gym. That's of course downstairs as well. Trying to cut that off, make it a little bit easier for your team to kind of operate in towards that blue side and also in towards the main stairwell.
Yeah. So far, looking as well, sorry, we do have potential spawn peek from Seal, so they start tapping into that sort of almost the rank play combination here, seeing how things will really go. There is some damage as well. Niaz has been tagged just about 50 to 60 HP, so that is already a pretty good start, all things considered, and that's the initial rush as well halted.
Yeah, immediately pushed off there is Niaz. So it's not going to be in a straight play from him. He's going to have to slow down and rely on the rest of his team to really start making their way into the map. Whether or not they can get control of that blue side, it looks like they're trying to see if there's a potential there. But Seal is in the perfect position to cut it off. And at the same time, keep your eye on Bullet. He's making his way, or Bulletti, maybe?
Yeah, Bullet. Yeah.
But they're making their way round into towards that garage and potentially cutting off Seal's opportunity to move out of that area. Jogor
tanking quite a fair bit of damage as well, and that's him out of the equation on the main stairs. Unfortunately for him, that's the end of the run for the first round, but not too far off. There's still quite a fair bit of utility, and obviously the Goyo canisters has been already all set up and all live and good to go. Half a round done and dusted. There is already another engagement, potentially for Niaz to fall through, but right now Seal faltering, and Pecan is the one to actually pick up the slack here. So that is an excellent opportunity here to get rid of the shield operator, especially pre-planned.
Well, immediate trade-off is going to come through, so that makes it a little bit easier for Daystar to lock down this top side. Oh, that is a beautiful Wamai placed perfectly. Is there going to be a second? Nope. So that will be the removal of the Maestro camera in that section. Whether or not they can get a little bit of control on this upstairs hold, it does come down to whether or not he gets picked up here. It's such a close angle, but I don't think he's going to be seen.
Yeah, not at all, but there is the breach now done and dusted onto the bar. There is the initial frag as well. Souffle picking up the frag. 4 versus 3 now, 57 seconds to go, and it's now high time to push.
They've got to make a movement as quick as possible. One's going to be spotted out. It is Seal removed. Blue side's going to be slightly opened up. We've still got Azuki just sitting close with Pika. Whether or not they can find that potential angle. It's a push across. Bullet's found a second, but it's a trade-off straight back. It all comes down to Falls. He's the last member stuck in towards the A-bomb site. No diffuser available for him, and it looks like it's been left back on that main stairwell. Needs to try and find it. But he's not going to be able to find it. Daystar managed to find the first round.
Phenomenal beginning here for Daystar, nice and steady. And something to worth note as well, I did have a chat to Harambe as well prior to the matchup. They have sort of made very much of a statement that they are looking just to play as a team. You know, very just their own game. They don't really care per se as to who exactly they play. They're here to just do their job, play their pace, and then, well, work from there and see how it works. And so far, it pans out pretty well. Look, albeit a few of the positionings may have faltered them at the end, but the trade game has been absolutely phenomenal here.
Yeah, overall, the execution from D+ just not coming into coordination that well. There was a little bit of issues back and forth where they weren't really identifying the best way to push in towards the site. You had a few players pushing through Moto and a few players pushing through Blue. It just seemed consistent problems and consistent issues coming down to the play. But now we go straight upstairs. This is the secondary site. We love to see gym holds, and gym holds do bring out a lot of different variety and a lot of different play styles from teams. D+ have been known to do extremely well on this top bomb site. They haven't really had too many issues gaining the control here, but again, this is Daystar. They are absolutely set up for this game, and I mean, what a beautiful round number 1 to start it off. And it looks like we're going to be getting straight into round number 2 now. Niers making his way through Junkyard.
Interesting to see that it's a bit of a slower pace now from D+, really. They tried to really send it in the first round, and that did not really pay much of a dividend courtesy of Seal's efforts. So now they are trying to just take it sort of a bit more methodically. They introduced the Kali, they introduced the Flores as well to just try to get rid of as much of the utility as possible. Then obviously, yeah, the Maverick plus the Ace to ensure that there's no real way to prevent them from actually entering the building. And so from here on, we basically are looking at the regular sort of pipeline. Get the walls open, set up a few of the crossfires, start putting pressure onto the windows, potentially start also putting pressure onto the CCTV/cache, or better yet, make the breach into the construction wall. And from there, this should be more so getting down to just nailing your shots, getting just your mechanics basically sorted.
Well, the interesting concept here is they're taking a long time to get this CC wall open. It looks like they're prioritizing over towards Jacuzzi and getting that wall at least opened up to try and potentially make a play. This Echo drone is a lot of info. It's a lot of information going out there. Souffle playing the Echo exceptionally well. And Echo, one of those operators that just delays so much time on potential pushes and provides so much information at the same time. I'm not sure this is the best idea for D+. They're taking so long to get clearance onto this Jacuzzi wall. There needs to start being a move on the opposite side.
Indeed, with already some presence being around the gym windows, we are looking to potentially get into a gunfight for Pecan, maybe versus Bullet, or Pecan versus Midi here. Instead, it's actually Souffle that does go down first, and well, from here on, Daystar needs to find the response, but it's faltering very quickly.
Yeah, immediate peeks out, just start completely destroying the rest of Daystar. It's jumps in all around. Jogor will find a counter pick, but it's already been put down immediately. 1v3 situation. Diffuser's going to start going down. It's all up to Jogor. Needs to find this Kali, but cannot get the potential angle. It's such a slow play coming in for Jogor. He's going to need to find this potential pick. It needs to be Levi getting taken down. It is enough, but the damage has been placed. 30 seconds remaining on the board. Needs to try and find an action, try and find an angle, but won't find it.
Won't find it at all. Yeah, no, this was a pretty quick and, well, pretty well-wrapped performance from D+ on round number 2. They decided that, well, look, let's try to take it one step at a time, start getting those picks. That initial snowball effect from getting the control over the showers position has basically, well, dislocated a good chunk of the Daystar roster pretty consistently, because they don't have the eyes anymore on the main breach in Jacuzzi. They have to also keep an eye out now on the windows, and from there on, the attention is just spread too thin, and that was the end result of that. So D+ may have found a slight kryptonite here against Daystar, and just that once you do spot that there's one person that is very dependent, or, well, the team is very much dependent on his positioning, then once that is dislocated, yeah, that should be a pretty quick fall apart.
Now, I'm not sure at the same time in terms of just the way that Daystar are currently playing. I mean, we're seeing them hold down angles. We're seeing them lock down positions, but they just seem to be slightly over-peaking, giving too many options, really, to the opposition. And of course, D+ are starting to now capitalize. I mean, we saw it with Seal inside Blue in the first round, and going into that second round. It was just picks to picks to picks, and that completely ended up dismantling. Now, Scopos has entered.
Yeah, Scopos is a bit of a curious pick. We did get to see the drones come into the play quite frequently, actually, specifically even on maps like Cafe, like Clubhouse as well. A quick ability to rotate and, better yet, even refresh the health pool as well for the operator is actually a pretty neato thing. So turns out that using Scopos for the roaming game is actually pretty good and consistent thing to bring on over. Interesting to see that right off the rip here, we are looking at the contention from Soufflé against Bullet to try to just prevent that initial advancement, but seems like maybe that is going to be very much of a temporary setup. So for the time being, having Chunk upstairs is arguably even more of a questionable thing, and more so for Daystar wanting to prevent even just the take of the upstairs, but the fallback routes needs to be very much clear, because the problem here is that the moment D+ realize that there is quite a substantial amount of people on the top floor, there's going to be a lot of cutout gaming here to be done from the Brazilian representatives here, or they are just going to flat out push towards the side and basically get the early plant, which, I mean, arguably even more of a rare, case here, but look, it's still an option.
The most interesting part about this that I'm currently seeing is when you look at Garage, you see it's already double reinforced. What do we have to get through that double reinforcement to potentially get a plant in towards this B site? We've got can openers. That requires a jump, of course, and that means that the Nitro cell that's currently available, I believe it's going to be Soufflé that has it, can actually go through the second that they try to make it the jump. Yeah. Whether or not they choose to bring in fulls and try and open that up, it doesn't look like that's going to be the option as of yet. Levi just sitting far back, but Jogor will start us off, and it's a big pickup to begin.
Seal as well has the position over at the Electric, and I do have to apologize as well to all the viewers. I may have misread as well the initial side, but we are back into the swing of things. Midi is very low on HP, so the next gunfight could be very much lethal. 4 versus 4. There's still utility on the side of Pecan. I believe there's one more of the gas canisters remaining, and from here on out, in comes the push.
35 seconds, make it 30 on the clock as the push will come through. We're seeing bullets fly, and it is, and Bullet clearing up the sights as it's left to Soufflé once again immediately. That push is going to go down, and Niers gets the plant, or tries to, but Falls will finish it up, and they are absolutely losing it.
Yeah, they are very much living for it, and that's the Brazilian spirit as well, coming in huge here, really, for D+. On the side of Daystar, they are taking their time, really, to get ramped up. Let's not forget their venture against Weibo back on the Clubhouse in the playoffs for the Asia region has been not particularly that great. It did end up being in a 3-all on the first half, and then for them to fall through on the attack. So right now they need to ensure that the next few rounds, those are the most crucial ones. They need to rack up as many rounds as possible here, because attack, look, let's face it, it has been a bit rough. They need to ensure that they are playing their game just down to almost perfection here.
Well, luckily the bottom floor site is now unlocked for Daystar, so they will immediately look at potentially taking that as an option. And of course, it's straight up taken, and nothing else really needs to be said about that. If you have the bottom floor site available, take it immediately. And Daystar, they'll be looking for at least a second round here. A 3-3 half, it isn't bad, it isn't terrible, but when we look at Clubhouse.
See, yeah, this is the I guess the biggest conundrum here as well for Clubhouse, especially in the context of Daystar versus D+. 3-3 would almost feel like a dissatisfactory performance from Daystar. They need that 4-2, like, basically like air right now, because let's face it, D+ is still a very much a dangerous entity at large, no matter how you look at it. They took the APAC North by force in every way. And right now, I'm liking at least what we're seeing from Daystar is that they switching things around a little bit. They're introducing the Valkyrie, they're introducing Scopos once again, which did, bring in some of the initial good pacing overall. But the main thing worth mentioning, double C4s ready to go. Make it one now, as Midi just absolutely bulldozes the poor Smoke, I believe. Or, yeah, sorry, no, Mozzie instead. And From here on, yeah, the dynamic is looking to change pretty rapidly because now we need the Fenrir's gadgets to slow down the blitz push. Now we need the lack of information. But we'll see you later to the Retinas and still manages to fight back, but 3 versus 4 is not the ideal position that you want to find yourself in.
Falls has managed to get on site. He's got control of this B-bomb site, allowing his team to push straight in and get potential plant down, but Bullet's going to be cleared. That's diffuser down. They may have sight, but you need to get the diffuser into it. Pecan is going to be playing upstairs, trying to see if he can find an angle on this player underneath on Falls, but he's able to find Jogor. It's cleaned up. D+ managed to secure their third round, and Daystar, they need an answer.
I do have to say the energy coming out from D+ has been very much infectious. This is a well-crafted matchup, and you know, before even the broadcast concerns about Clubhouse, not the best choice here for Daystar. And despite the fact that you know the talks with the team prior to the broadcast and everything, I'm starting to settle into that reality as well. Clubhouse may not have been the biggest play here for Daystar, though the good news is that it's not terminal. If they lose out this matchup, they still get the lower bracket run, which seemingly, look, it may have been their boosted performance, because we look back at their run in the playoffs during the Asia, and things been looking basically straightforward for them once they drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the playoffs for Stage 2, it does look like on club they ended up losing to Fury. It was a 6-8, a pretty close match coming up to that. And of course, in the lower bracket semis as well, up against A7, they ended up losing 3-7. Sorry, that was Stage 1 playoffs. And unfortunately, they just could not push it through on this map. So, as I mentioned, yes, this map just, I'm not sure about getting Daystar really on the roll and kicking it all the way through to finding the win here. But at the same time, it may just happen. It may just happen, yeah. Well, look, the day is still young and the match is still very much young here. Only 2-round differential is still fairly workable for Daystar, albeit far from being the ideal situation, obviously, here. But we take it at a face value. Their run in Clubhouse as well against Fury at the lower bracket quarterfinals was an overtime win. It was an 8-6, where they had a 4-2 beginning on the defensive half, then absolutely flogged it in the second half, and then after that it's on to the OT, where they managed to actually beat it all out. So this is looking pretty promising looking forward for us. But now we get to see a slightly different repertoire to be introduced for the Daystar roster. The introduction of the Castle plus the Tubarão is looking to slow things down a little bit, at least. Yeah, well, with the removal of the Maverick and the Aruni, hopefully, Azami, I meant. Well, I'm losing it. Absolutely losing it. But Seal is going to jump onto the Fenrir, and that should at least slow down a potential play onto this Jacuzzi side. It looks like D+ are going to be prioritizing this side once again, with most of their members all set to try and control or gain some sort of control onto this section. But, of course, Levi making a push from the opposite side. He's going to try and cut off as many rotations as possible, but Daystar, they've just pulled back. Yeah, they just pulled back as well, but that may not be the best idea given just how quickly D+ are able to take control. Falls does well, in fact, fall, so that is a good opportunity here to kickstart the potential comeback on the form, but Midi creeping up on the main stairs is going to be a problem and a half. Another swing, and that's a death. 3 versus 3. It is looking to be an absolute bloodbath, but Seal fights back. Levi is off. Niers goes in for the swing. It's all down to Midi. Even he cannot do anything. Round 5. Back into the swing for Daystar. We're in within 1 round reach. Yeah, now that's the motivation bender. That's exactly what they need to push straight through and continue operating in this game. An immediate round. Keep pushing, keep playing, keep operating, and that's exactly what we're seeing Daystar do. If they can get to a 3-3-half, it is still quite a set of different setups that they can end up doing, and of course pushing straight through potentially to a win. But again, D+, we haven't seen them on the defensive side. We've only seen them on the attack. So will they switch it up? Will we start to see a little bit more issues coming out from Daystar, or will it just be a complete lockdown? It might be just indeed a complete lockdown, but still not yet there.
round number 6, final round of the defense for Daystar. This is where they need to make that change happen. That 3-3 is now a lifeline for them. They need this even more, even more dire in this case. CCTV and Cash is looking to be the site to play it all out, and well, last time it was very much of a demolition job, courtesy of D+ Kia. But now, looking at the introduction, the Aurora now being introduced, we got the OSA as well being brought in. So we're looking at potentially either a heavy pressure towards the CCTV wall, B, some pressure towards the garage to try to establish the foothold there. C, we might be potentially looking at also either the Logi or the jacuzzi wall take. So there's a few of the avenues for the taking here. The question being is, which one is the most straightforward and basically the cleanest path for advance? And currently the answer seems to be breach, construction, pressure, pecan, go from down below.
Well, we've seen Aurora used inside the construction site on this site, of course, in the OCE region quite a few times. Just gaining that control and being able to put the plant down next to the Aurora makes it so much easier to just get a plant. Make no issues, get a player up red stairs, and you don't have a problem. Seal is actually on the roam here, down bottom floor. May end up deciding to come up on the end side. Levi! That's a shot and a half. The souffle is going to be removed. Keep your eye on Nears. He's taken a lot of damage as well on that. Osa!
Oh, hello.
Pecan! Gonna get a little bit aggressive and finds Midi, but he's cut off. Needs to find some way to rotate out. I don't think he's going to be given the option.
No, yeah, he's got it. He's got to manage to get out as well pretty quickly, pretty steadfast here as well. Niaz is very low on HP as well, which could be a problematic thing. Now to flush out the catwalk players, and it seems like actually neither of the grenades have managed to capture. And right now, a gunfight in the garage. Azuki looking to try to claim the life of Levi, but funnily enough, manages to get out of bail there and pretty steadily. So far, 3 versus 4.
Well, Bullet's going to be able to take down Azuki, so that's the player on the close side of Catwalk removed, and it does mean that rotation needs to start coming straight through. Keep your eye on Seal, though. Where is he making his moves from? Pecan is able to find Nears. That's going to bring us back to a 3-on-3. Levi! This man does not miss, but Seal has found his rotation, has found the option, and Nitro Cell goes out. Will it hit? No, it will not. So a bit of back and forth, but Bullet is going to be taken down by Pecan. Pecan's dropped. It leaves Falls and Seal 1v1. They know where each other are for now, but the rotation needs to come through. With Pecan dropped down, it does mean Sight is completely under Falls' control. Seal will need to start making the rotation back up, potentially up this red stairs, but Pecan, he's actually made his way down red. Will Falls peek on the angle? It's a close one with Seal. Falls just needs to confirm this player on the down end, and Seal's just going to wait it out. He's got 14 seconds remaining. Falls is going to need to start getting a plant here.
No C4 either here. It is just straight up gunfight. He needs to bait in the engagement right now. Does decide to stick, and the swing as well to boot. Falls makes it a 4-2 scoreline here for D+ Kia.
And what a timing from D+. Perfect peeking as soon as he can hear the player getting close. Unfortunately, Seal not able to secure that out. It's a 2-4 half. Got new bands coming in, and it looks like we're getting a bit of a switch up here.
Yeah, a bit of a switcheroo is in fact needed here. Cade and Monty are getting off the board nice and quickly. No real hesitation here on either side of things. We are looking borderline and almost, I would say, mirror Banzi, I would imagine, given that right now, look, this is looking to be a pretty dominating run so far from D+. 3 rounds only remaining for them to claim this BO1. For Daystar, look, it's still going to be an upwards trajectory, and funnily enough, though, so it's a bit of an interesting one. So Thermite ban to come on through is it's an odd one for me. I'll be honest with you, Tiago, because on one hand, you doing a very half-half sort of set of bans, because while Monty is out, you still have Blitz.
Many bombs.
In the current state of affairs, if you don't ban out outright all the shields, you're kind of leaving it, for the most of it, on a fairly sort of, gray area in terms of how do you interpret the playstyle, and the usual shield mains still get to be the shield mains. no matter how you look at it. And then the Thermite out of the equation, yes, you are getting rid of, you know, a much rather wider opening, but again, there's still options like, say, the Maverick trick, say, the Hibana trick. You still got the Ace. So it's, suppose, you know, we more so thinking of just how many rather intricate angles can we eliminate here, and this is sort of the mythology behind D+ ban phase. Otherwise, on the side of Daystar, look, they need to bring in something here, a miracle, really, because 4-2 half on your own defense and going into the offense, very, very dire territory here, I would say.
Yeah, look, we've seen a few issues with the way that they were holding on their defense, but we haven't seen their attack yet. This is where we'll start to kind of identify how Daystar are really looking to approach this, and potentially how dominant D+ can be throughout this game. Pecan manages to find the first. That's Bullet going to be taken down.
Yeah, Midi as well on the angle, ready to go. He is about to potentially get the gunfight against Pecan as well and try to go into the swing, but does decide to actually go exploring a little bit here. Might go for a cheeky swing, and if he does manage to have a successful swing here, that's a double kill awaiting for him if he is careful, but he will actually play this a little bit more carefully. Still has a Castle of Nears ready to rumble. 2 minutes remaining. Daystar needs to take it carefully.
Souffle manages to find Midi. That's going to be the opener up, but Nears trades straight back onto Souffle. The jump out manages to find Azuki. And that's a big play. Jogor, though, manages to find Near. And this just looks like so many players from D+ are so offside.
One more gunfight as well, just inbound. Levi is looking to make the play here, and that's a huge swing here. Big elimination, 2 versus 2 now to go. D+ continuing the domination. Their roam game has been absolutely exquisite. Seal needs to be very cautious about the presence here, because on the central stairs, it is still a wild mute. Falls is still outside the site. If they're able to isolate, this is going to be a huge opportunity to bring it back.
Seal manages to find Levi. It's Falls by himself in a 2v1. Needs to find some potential pick here, but Seal and Pecan are just going to take their time. Pecan's managed to get the drop down into Moto, and although the cutoff is going to be there, cover can just be provided from the main stairs. They know potentially where this player is. They will know there is a drone position behind them, which will just provide the exact amount of info, as Pecan's just going to cut off any potential rotation. Blue's the only real option of play, and it looks like they're just going to go down the main hallway. This may be a problem. Pecan manages to find Falls, and maybe just a bit of an overextension there.
Just the right need for the overextension here, and all of a sudden, this is now looking a little bit more promising. We do get to see a very, very aggressive, very proactive side of Daystar. This is exactly what they need. You remember what I mentioned as well during the initial start for the matchup? Commit to this bit. This is exactly what they managed to do here as well for Daystar. They knowing exactly where to push. The one thing they do have to still be knowledgeable is that no matter who you are versing here, whether it's a castle, whether it's a mirror, anyone can be still roaming around, and this is exactly where they got punished. So if they manage to keep an eye out on the flanks, if they manage to set up the flank watch, this is going to be crucial here, tool for them to use against D+'s defense.
Look, I'm liking the overall play from D+ to move all of those players upstairs, especially considering, as you mentioned, the operators that they picked to make that move. Most of them were already, or had already set up their equipment where they needed to, so it wasn't too much of a massive loss in the overall scheme of things, besides, of course, removing a player. But at the same time, Daystar just managed to get it through and through and through. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the second last kill off screen, but I think if there was some way to lock down that position, it would just be moving the 2 players back onto the anchor site. In saying that, that's enough about last round. Let's get into the next one. So, Seal jumping on to an interesting pick.
Yeah, we do get to see a bit more of the, I guess, call it the smoke play here to come on through on the side of the defense. Daystar wanting to ensure that they are securing as much information as possible and preventing much of that gathering. So we are looking at a very, very hard, very, very rushed push here potentially once they do have all their avenues opened up and ready to go. Souffle being introduced instead of the Kali is actually going to be a pretty good choice, all things considered, given that, you know, still introducing a lot of the utility here for just straight up offensive is going to be big. And Pecan is basically doing the same role as what Kali would be introducing in terms of just getting rid of some of the breachable utility. Interestingly enough, though, we do, well, that's, I was about to say it's a frag, but, well, I suppose it's the server that fragged one of the Daystar players. So 4 on 5 is going to be the play, which is, once again, yeah, something that you would prefer to avoid as the Daystar player, but such is the game.
Well, at the same time, we're hearing
Position
the
secured.
other stream going on as well. But in this case, 4v5 situation, Daystar are going to need to potentially find an angle, find a pick in this position. And it's just such a slow play. Jogor has been able to get enough control in towards the construction side, but just sitting outside with that diffuser. Will need to make his way in here at some point. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining on the board. A bit of damage dealt to Souffle. And I believe that was the Nitro Cell being placed by Levi below as we start to tick it down. But so much to do, so much movement needed. Doesn't look like Daystar are really making a play just yet.
Yeah, minute remaining. They still have a little bit of time to really make any sort of plays happen. C4 still available for Midi, and I believe one for Levi as well. So there's still an opportunity to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. Jogor will need to be the spearhead for the push. It's either him or Souffle that will need to find the early frags, because without any sort of frags going into the side push, it is going to be an absolute pain. No, a rehost is actually being called in, so this is going to be a curious case, I'd say. All things considered, 3 to 4 position that we're looking at, and yeah, this so far has been a how should I word this really? It has been a curious case because we got to see Daystar at their highest, but during the defense we also got to see Daystar at their lowest as well. Whereas on the side of D+, whenever they do falter through, it feels like it's just more so them getting caught off guard by one of the more unusual sort of strats, if anything.
It feels like kind of they haven't really warmed up to the game just yet. And now we're starting to see both teams really starting to show their bounds and back and forths. And I mean, we had D+ absolutely doing well in the second half of their defensive of the defensive side of Daystar. But now, immediately moving to the attack, it looks like we're seeing a bit of back and forth from Daystar. They're really starting to make answers to the questions that D+ are leaving.
Yeah, that's the case. Honestly, I'm very curious to see how really Daystar will perform this. And I say this with the utmost, indication of it, because we already know how D+ handles themselves. We know how the Brazilians play, and the Brazilians, especially in APAC North, has been a very noteworthy thing to mention. They have had a spectacular run. On the side of Daystar, it has been up and down. And canonically, even back last year, even back in 23, we've been looking at a very much of an identity crisis for what was back then Direwolves, now Daystar roster. And it is finally the high time that we finally get those answers for Daystar. Do they fit into this meta? Do they know how to still play and adjust to how the current state of affairs is within the just APAC Siege in general? And here right now we are getting a few of the answers. Look, it's not as dominant of a performance. I would still personally expect this to be an overtime game if Daystar are to win here, because given that D+ are coming into this pretty hyped. And we've seen, the mental does play a phenomenal role here in Siege, just in general. Shout out to the one and only great man that once said it's 95% mental. So here it is a case of Daystar just needing to pace themselves. They've managed to show us a really good offense. They managed to show us ability to commit to the bit. Now they just need to bring that up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, Daystar just being able to provide a few answers back is exactly what they need to be doing. I mean, a 4-2 half coming back to a 3-4, it can keep going. They just need to continue with the confidence in their execution, with confidence in their play and the coordination that they have with the rest of their team. I mean, it's coming down almost every round to ones. So even with the dominant nature that we saw D+ in, the way that they were playing for the last little while, when going up against this opposition team of Daystar, it kind of shows that they're ready for this. They're set, ready, go. And everything that they've been doing so far just tells me that we may have a long match on our hands.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly here it could be a pretty long one, considering that, yeah, the back and forth trades has been a pretty phenomenal thing as well to bear witness here. So I'm right there with you, Tiaki. This is looking to be a pretty promising one. Now, here's the hope and prayers that the Caster Curse doesn't in fact settle in here. Because now that we said this is going to be a long game, it could be an absolute washout, potentially. But on the side of Daystar, I'm liking what we got to see here. Now, going into round number 8, we are waiting. Yeah, okay, right. We might be getting another rehost as well to come on through, but that's all right. That gives us another opportunity to really process how things may be looking here as well for the future of the matchup. Because let's take this at a bit more of a a grand scheme of things value. So we currently have D+ Daystar, Chiefs Talon, Weibo Interforce, CAG Enterprise. So far, let's say for the sake of theorycraft here, we have, say, D+ advances to upper bracket. Between Chiefs and Talon, who do you feel comes out the big winner?
Well, it's an interesting sort of situation when you look at Chiefs. They have had an absolute dominant as well. Well, not really dominant, but you know what I mean. It feels like they were dominant within the playoffs of Stage 2. They knew what they were doing going up to it. They knew exactly how to get that win. And I mean, going up against Enterprise, had a chat with a few of the Enterprise boys as well yesterday. They just said when going up against them, it was like all of our motivation was sapped. It was all gone. So going into this, especially considering they're going up against a team like PSG Talon, who has had it a little bit rough. They've come 4th in Stage 1, 4th in Stage 2, and they're trying to continue their run here, but it just feels like, I don't know. I don't want to be biased because I know OCE's my teams and your teams as well, but look, I've got to say, out of anyone, I have to back Chiefs.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Look, and out of all the teams in OC, Chiefs almost feel like the team to go out there and battle against the giants of the rest of the APAC. Really, they are the team really in OC to show that they have the international experience. Yes, well, we do still also have Enterprise, who is also now a very strong, a phenomenal team to say at the very least. And look, they have a phenomenal opportunity here to also show themselves. Chiefs almost feels like a staple name for the region. If you think Chiefs, you think OCE, and same goes vice versa. So here against Talon, this is a good opportunity here for them to just reawaken their previous glory days and bring it all back. And same goes here for Daystar. We are finally back on track. 3-4 scoreline. Daystar on the attack. And for those who are just joining us on the stream, we just got to see a pretty solid performance on the attack for their first attacking round. Question being is, did that rehost slow down the overall momentum, or is just giving them just the right amount of time to breathe, reassess, and reconfirm the next steps?
Well, of course, rehosts, they completely slow down the play. You've just been playing consistently game after game, round after round, and rehosts reset your mental, reset your confidence, reset everything else going into the game. Most of these teams have had the opportunity to play and they've been warming up before the match. But of course, when you talk about Daystar, when you talk about D+ coming into this, that could be the mental change that they're looking for. Daystar, I mean, could this put them in control here? Could this make them way more confident in their execution and their potential plays, or is D+ going to be able to just kick it straight through? It all comes down to the way that they're going to approach it.
Exactly that. Interestingly enough, we actually get a bit of an update as well, at least on my end, what I'm seeing here. 6-6, Chiefs versus Talon on bank. So this is going to be a pretty curious case here for Chiefs versus Talon, as it is a bit of a a closer venture than we've expected. So I'm interested to see how it will really pan out in the future. And from here on out, looking at the D+ Daystar, already hard and fast is Pecan going in for the clear of the downstairs positions, wanting to ensure that this is all cleared up, this is all completely wiped, and D+ are nice and comfortable upstairs without any roam game being set up.
Yeah, it just looks like we're starting off with normal sort of control, just gaining a few options, gaining a few abilities to push through. Pecan has actually made his way all the way downstairs. That's a little bit interesting, especially when you got Levi on the rotation, trying to see if you can find an angle, potentially find a spawn. Pecan sitting in this position, he's going to find a kill here. That's Levi taken off the board, and that's a big pickup to start it off.
Big pickup indeed. That's one of the C4 users as well, going and out. Next one is going to be Midi, to hold on to his piece of utility here as well. Otherwise, side of Daystar loving this clear out. They already gotten rid of the mirror window in the showers. There is a presence of Nias close by to the breach and looking to really put a bit of a thorn to the side, and right now in a very powerful position, very dynamic one as well. If he gets swung, this could be a problem, but no, actually it gets completely, runs out completely unscathed from that position. Pecan needs to start getting a move on. One more line scan here is going to be very much key here, and from here on, the time is now for the assault.
Look at how much room that's pulled back. No one's in CCTV. They've all moved to the opposite side. They're expecting this push to come straight through into that jacuzzi wall side, and it looks like that may be exactly where it's coming from. Falls is able to find the first, but he will drop for it as the back and forth starts to go through. Movement is being made onto that CCTV side. Keep an eye on these two players sitting out. Falls can potentially be picked up here, but no one really wants to make that rotation.
Nias has been already spotted as well, does go for the run out. On top of it all, Pecan and Jogor are the last men standing. Swing comes through unchecked in the construction side. It's all down to Jogor to try to make the play.
Well, Jogor looks for the player on the close right, will be able to spot the legs. Almost doesn't find the potential angle, and there's a second. That's Midi taken down, leaving two players remaining. This is winnable now. Quick movements from Jogor, the veteran of the scene, knows that a player could be close, finds the kill, leaves one player remaining. It's all down to Falls. He peeks him, but runs away.
No, that's an upsetting turnaround here. D+ just hanging by the hair, really, on their head to the win, but that's still nonetheless a very key win here. 5th point does ensure that the difference in the rounds is still staying nice and far. And for Daystar, this is a very, very upsetting turnaround here, despite the best efforts. And I mean, that initial claim, that initial clear out has been phenomenal. Jogor has been phenomenal on that clutch, despite, look, there's a slight lag there in the reaction, but otherwise, we're looking pretty good.
Yeah, a bit of a tactical timeout coming into play, and it looks like Daystar, they've decided to take a bit of time, reassess their situation, go over and figure out what exactly they can do to change it up. And of course, with this time period, they're going to need to reset that mental, get back into play, get back into the fold, and really start going back to their old executions, their old play styles. And maybe we didn't have a timeout.
10 seconds to go.
There was a bit of the I guess, moment of respite, I suppose, in that regard. In the meantime, quick update: PSG Talent versus Chiefs. It is a 67 scoreline at the moment on Bank in favor of PSG. So this is looking a little bit dangerous here for Chiefs. They need to ensure that they are nailing it. They are on the attacking side as well, which may be a bit of a problem, but we'll see further down the line. In the meantime, already Pecan and Co are going for the push. The introduction of Kali is looking pretty solid. The introduction of Gridlock as well is even more welcome now, considering that ability to isolate some of the positions will be absolutely key here as well. And in the meantime, the pressure to the garage needs to come on through very, very soon.
Beautiful impact play coming in from Nias, able to cut off that ace charge onto that main wall, and at this stage it means it's going to need to be another one, but that can also be cut off with the right impact, and they've still got two available, so whether or not they choose to do that, Nias tries again. Has he successfully done it? I don't think he has, but Nias, regardless, manages to find the kill onto Jogor. And this man, he got 2 MVPs up against CAG. He's playing so well.
Yeah, he's absolutely smashing it right now and feeling the confidence rising. 2 more rounds is very much of a confidence booster. With Seal not yet tagged up, and instead Pikanzu having a bit of a trouble here to clear out some of the positions. Things might get pretty rough very soon if not too careful. Azuki's already inside the garage, does make his way over to the stairs. No, shut down. Bullet has the perfect position here to shoot it all out. At this point, things are looking very much dire here for Daystar, as right now they are forced to reconcile. They are forced to keep things in check, and a swing to come on through. That's ballsy.
Well, ballsy plays need to be made to try and find a potential opening in this round, but Pecan's going to be peaked by Bullet again. This man in a catwalk, don't give it to him, he's insane!
Oh.
As he finds the kill onto Seal, it leaves Souffle all by himself, and he's going to need to start trying to find an opening kill. He'll find it on Levi, but there's 4 players remaining. This is a difficult ask for anyone to do. Shots from up above, and D+. Fine match point.
Match point indeed. They are looking hot right now. D+, the Brazilian representatives now in APAC North, looking to really put the statement here. And if for Daystar, things are looking very, very quiet right now. And things is certainly not looking particularly too pretty either. They need a moment of respite. They need to reset themselves. Like Harambe said, they need to ensure that they are nailing their overall, just their own play, really. They know the theory. They know how to play Siege. They're not a, a bad or horrible team. There's a reason why they've made it to the major qualifiers. They are a worthy team, but right now against D+, they may be facing against David and Goliath, and maybe a different approach may have been needed. But at this case, right now, they need to ensure that they're just playing and nailing their own gameplay.
Well, it looks like, especially in that last round, we started to see a few 1v1s and just providing players into the fold, really, and that just ended up catching them off guard in a few different situations. A reset for strategy, a reset for execution really needs to come into play, and whether or not they can secure that will come down to these next few rounds, or correction, this round preferably. And, I mean, Deimos being taken off, Bandit being taken off.
Yeah, Deimos is more so of, I guess you could interpret it as a bit of a crutch for Daystar. They managed to use him pretty effectively in their first attacking round. From there on, things didn't particularly pan out as much as they wanted to. And from here, yeah, look, a minute remain. Sorry, I'm looking at the highlights and it's completely confused me for a sec there. No, the one more round is very much the storyline here. There's no way of, let's face towards the comeback. It's not yet the comeback. Let's be real here. And with Daystar, they need to ensure that they do their best. Take it one round at a time. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Whereas for D+, they need to ride this of their own hype, their own energy. They have been able to show us in spades here, Tiaki. Let's face it, they have been absolutely phenomenal here. And it's great to see them at their full energy at LAN as well. Look, the world is theirs for the taking here.
Use my favorite word for a comeback, or my favorite phrase, round by round. That's where it matters, and each round is going to be very different in every situation. Daystar need every single option here, every single opportunity to find a potential way back to go OT in regards to this. Seal will start making his way in to the opposite side. They're just sitting outside of Graffiti. And I mean, just D+. They've played exceptionally well to get to this match point. This round is where they will want to end it. And of course, having these players on the roam, again, with operators that aren't that significant if we lose them.
Yeah. Well, once again, the similar setup that we got to see on the first defensive side around for D+ Kia. Presence in the supply room, and right off the rip, Jogor with the shotgun on shotgun violence. Levi is out of the equation right now, and we are looking pretty straightforward for now. Get the breaches done, get the initial pressure sorted, get rid of the C4s as well, and this is, well, a good opportunity for the play. The only problem is that Jogor is now on a slither of HP, so the next gunfight could be very much problematic for him if he wants to survive that one. But a minute 30 to go. Breach is starting to come through. Looking right on schedule, just about, I say.
Yeah, I was going to say, D Plus looked a little bit scary there for a few seconds, as Nia's going to take a lot of damage, but their positioning was all set towards the A bomb site. Now, they've been able to make a move over to the, B bomb site. Now they've been able to make a move and put some players over on the A bomb site, so they're in a little bit of a better position. Keep your eye on Falls, though. He's sitting inside dirt, could make a potential play as the round continues to go on, but again, with a player on low HP and a player taken out, the only real advantage here for D Plus is that Jogos have got almost nothing as well. So, I mean, D Plus, they're not looking too hot right now.
Not at all, but I say this with the grain of salt, as Falls does get rid of Jogo as well. That's your pressure onto the dirt tunnel. From here on, the main few places to push through, main kitchen hatch and the stairs as well, which is going to be a very dire position to really make a playoff. Pikanzu Falls, 3 players remaining. Flashbangs on out, 20 seconds to go. We are seeing the drops. That's 1 down, 2 more to go. Souffle and Seal needs to make sure that they're keeping their end of trade, but they all fall. DP making their claim on the first BO3, and Daystar are going into the lower bracket.
And D Plus, they managed to push it through. 2 wins is what's needed to qualify here today. They managed to get it straight and find their way through Daystar. The underdogs in all of their teams and the way that they have been approaching. And now coming into this, Daystar are knocked down to the lower bracket.
Knocked down, but not out just yet. We are still looking at some of the further opportunities here for them. Let's take a look as well at some of these rounds. Really, it has been a pretty phenomenal turnaround here for D Plus here, as they managed to really settle into their own overall pace, their own overall momentum, and they didn't really let off. There were a few hiccups here and there, and in grand scheme of things, now we get to see and assess this as a port and post-mortem of a matchup. Daystar had a few sparks, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to light the fire that would be consistently burning here to, well, get them the upper hand. And unfortunately for Daystar, yeah, out, but now I believe their next opponent might be Chiefs.
Ooh, Chiefs not able to secure their way through in their game, and as a result, they've dropped down as well. So yes, that could be a very, very interesting match to watch, especially when you look at how Daystar has performed against D+. Yes, they ended up losing this game, but overall, they played exceptionally well.
Indeed.
I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good 네 앞에서 no way 날 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah, you are the only thing I need I can feel whatever 終電渋谷のビルは笑う気さらさらないわ書き消してミュージック画面の文字に落ちる雫が心にじませるキラリキラめく夜のレイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は泣けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわ
最低だ方言見えますねはね嘘すぎる恋愛の話頑張るのが辛かったって一番最悪な彼氏が最悪考えてみたらずっと毎日頑張ってた別に全然好きじゃなかったんだけど一番本当はそういう思いだそれ言われたんだ
突き抜くベースグラスにリップなびく髪どこで踏み外した熱いギター踊るワンピース悪口はもうやめた週末の雨に持て余した体また求めてるコンフォ不意に響いた電話に戸惑うから目を閉じるもう泣かないキラリキラめく夜のムーンライト陰る街に一人歌うああどこにだって安らぐ場所見つけられずまだゆらりゆらめく夜にグッナイセピア色に映る私そう目が覚めたら孤独の中差し込んだ光寂しさで許したから後の愛もう夜朝も涙も私は必要ないのキラリキラめく夜のメイにキラリ君が残したキスきっと裏切りさえ受け入れても今夜は抜けないゆらりゆらめく夜は Maybe 明日ここで笑える私もっと強くなれば変われるなら愛なんていらないわWhen I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, y'all been waiting for me.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Next, we have this one. Peanut.
Nowadays a regular thing, But both of the teams are very capable here. And, you know, I just got to have a bit of a chat around the floor here, got to meet up with the man, the myth, the legend, the Guz himself. And it is sort of a very interesting statement so far, and sort of general sentiment that if EP do not qualify here, it is a disappointment here. So we are looking at this at the value that EP, whilst majority consider them underdogs, the matchup is looking to be fairly even.
I mean, you take into consideration the Chiefs, unfortunately, not being able to put it through on the opposite stream, and they weren't. They're gone. Oh, well, they're down to the lower bracket, I should say, but they're not having the opportunity to find 2 wins and manage to get that end roll. And at the same time, I mean, EP, they're now the last ones for OS. They need
in the upper bracket.
In the upper bracket. They need to get this win and then one more to push them through. And they will be looking as hard as possible to try and secure that. And I mean, CAG, they're also coming off a pretty insane run.
Yeah, well, insane run as it can be really mentioned as well. Looking at APAC North, I mean, they had a bit of a wild run, to be quite fair here. So you're looking at CAG, they started their playoffs against PSG Talon. That was a 2-0. Going against D+, 0-2. Then back against Interforce, 2-0. Back against D+ again, and it was an 0-2 loss for them. So the sentiment is that with CAG, it is you either see them at their best, and they're absolutely beastly in terms of their performance, or you see them at arguably one of their worst ones. But look, it is a roster that has a lot of the experience, a lot of capabilities, really. I mean, Sharif as well, Chibisu, Anaton being the core 3 that are, you know, one of the oldies of the roster, and then Didi and Arcoli making their entry as well to the roster later on. Look, it's a very stable, it's a very solid roster that has lots and lots of potential here.
Yeah, of course, CAG, they've been back and forth over the last couple of stages, and we've seen a few changes come through. Of course, DD coming in to replace one of the players as well. And I mean, it's going to be so interesting to see CAG go up against Enterprise. Enterprise on the opposite end, they have been an absolute demon in the OCE scene within the first stage, and then in the second stage, just falling short of that first position up against Chiefs. But they've already mentioned, and they've already said this a few times, they are prepped, they are ready, they want to push as far as they possibly can here, and you mentioned it before, to not see them in the major would be a disappointment.
Exactly that. And I mean, you're looking at the overall roster, you know, we have Player, we have Tuhan, we have Fisher Guy, the trio that has made quite a fair few rosters very, very much reinforced, specifically Fisher himself, you know, the man that has been in the oceanic scene almost since its very inception of things. And then you have Tuhan, the absolute demon when it comes down to fragging. You have a Player as well going absolutely huge. Bappen as well has been performing phenomenally. Relays as well in his own right has been doing his absolutely solid best really performance here to just try to keep the team running. And I mean, you're looking at even the choices, the Buck, the Mute gamer as well. He's got the guns, he's got the utility, he's that big flex performer.
Well, the most interesting person when I look at this roster and going through it all is just Player. Coming in and absolutely doing just amazing. He's been playing extremely, extremely well. Tuhan, as you mentioned, has been putting up the frags on a consistent basis, and he is a scary menace. If he enters the server and he is set up and ready to go for the game, he will just run it straight through and straight over. So keep an eye on him. If he's playing well, that's going to be a major problem for CAG. But again, Enterprise, they have played many different types of play styles. They've changed around their way that they've been operating. They've also had the ability to go overseas.
Exactly. Yeah, Enterprise has plenty of the LAN experience overseas. They are one of the 2 core teams, I would say, that have a lot of the knowledge from the international scene, from the previous performances at LAN, at the bigger venues. So the jitters here should be fairly minimal. Now, speaking of the playstyles that you mentioned, I am quite curious about what we are going to see in terms of the map vetoes, because we already got to see the clubhouse just before, and it was a pretty down to sort of earth performances where we sort of know the general pacing and where each one of the players will be. It's just more so about who actually lines up the shot quicker. So once we do get the vetoes, I am quite curious to see how that will pan out and sort of shift the overall playing field, because if it's something that is a little bit more unconventional, things might get a little bit, funny. But otherwise, we're looking at the bans, Bank, Skyscraper, Lair out of the equation. Thank God Lair is out of the equation, by the way. I just have to say this. Observing that map can be sometimes absolute chaos, and in this case, I think CAG may be able to thrive on chaos, and EP, look, yes and no, but I wouldn't want to see them potentially on Lair. But regardless of that, we do get to see Clubhouse yet again. This time, CAG on the attack to begin with, EP on the defense. Perfect scenario really here for the Oceanic representatives, given that the defense for them has been actually really, really solid.
Yeah, Clubhouse, one of those maps that has a lot of playtime for a lot of the OCE scenes. A lot of teams have been enjoying playing this map every single second that they can possibly get, and that will mean that CAG will need to be prepped for this. They'll need to have gone through at least a few of the VODs, prep themselves on exactly what is the playstyle that EP are going to bring. And EP, I mean, you mentioned playstyles. They're a team that can just switch up almost on the fly. They've been able to play this map an absolute incredible amount of times. So they will definitely be prepped for this map. And I mean, for me personally, that's a little bit scary for CAG.
Yeah, it is a bit of a scary emotion for CAG, because yeah, the moment you sort of derail them off their momentum, things may get a little bit dicey here and there. And I mean, we know how passionate sometimes the Japanese player can get as well. So look, yeah, Clubhouse is looking to get pretty full on, I would say. And looking at their overall bracket, I mean, we get to as well cast our sort of sight here on what will be potential future scenarios here. So we got already our Daystar versus Chiefs date already all sorted. Up next, either the loser of CAG Enterprise and Weibo Interforce here will be looking to battle it out in the lower bracket run. So here's what I'm thinking. So Weibo Interforce, I'm kind of banking here at this point. If I was ever a betting man, which I am not, thankfully, yet, I would be looking at Weibo pushing into the upper bracket semis, Interforce to go into the lower bracket. From here, if say it is CAG versus Interforce, I would say there's a good chance CAG might be able to actually come through the winner. Enterprise dropping down to the lower bracket, I actually thinking, yeah, EP has also a pretty solid run to then go into the quarters in the lower. Then whoever is the winner of that one to battle against the losers of, I believe it will be D+ and Talon, which in this case I would say, again, Talon might be dropping out. So there's a lot of, by the way, there's a lot of the theory craft here to go through. But I feel here Enterprise and CAG is arguably one of the more sort of evenly matched matchups to kickstart our upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, Enterprise, as we saw in Stage 1, they were an absolute dominant team. They were able just to absolutely wipe out most of the competition and didn't really have many issues. For Stage 1 for CAG, they struggled a little bit, coming out 5th at the end, and that was also due to a few other reasons, but second place coming into Stage 2, and then moving on into, of course, Enterprise coming in second place. It's 2 versus 2 coming into this, and as Enterprise has already said many a times, it's their motivation just wasn't there for that final match. They want to come back, they want to kick it as far as they possibly can, and I think just looking at the mental of the two teams straight off the bat, it just says to me that EP should be ready for this game, should be able to push it all the way through to that major spot. But again, it all comes down to the way that they have prepped themselves and set up for this day.
Yeah. Well, here's the funny bit as well. So Enterprise back at the Oceania playoffs as well. Upper bracket final, Chiefs versus Enterprise. 2-0 in favor of Enterprise. And guess on which map? Clubhouse.
Oh.
Clubhouse, and it was a 4-2 first half and a 3-0 second half on the attack. They started on the defense as well back then. Against Chiefs as well, this is a pretty hefty feat. That dropped down Chiefs into the lower bracket. Chiefs then pulled a comeback through the lower bracket final against Outlast, which was a 7-2, 7-3 on Chalet and Lair, which is, once again, good thing we didn't go to Lair. And then, yeah, Enterprise versus Chiefs. There it was Border, Bank, and Cafe. And Bank was the only one that was won out by EP, which was a 7-4 conclusion. And then the rest was 7-4, and funnily enough, another 7-4 in Border and Cafe Dostoevsky. So 7-4 derby for the grand final of OCE. That does tell quite an interesting story, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as we've already mentioned, Enterprise know this. They've set themselves up for this map in a variety of different cases, and as well as that, they've had the ability to just go overseas and play against these teams. They already know what they're going up against, and it's a scary, scary figure coming into this, but at the same time, CAG, we're expecting a lot from them as we start to get in to the lovely map of Clubhouse.
Lovely map of Clubhouse indeed. Once again, we're running it back. And it's the OCE representatives to potentially kickstart their overall run here on the defensive side, which is arguably the best case scenario for them to get started. So get keen, get hyped, as this is about to go down.
What are your predictions for this? How far do you think we'll be going in this map? Do we think that Enterprise will just absolutely come through and control it, or do we think that we'll start to see a bit of CAG coming through and potentially winning it out?
I would say that we will get the glimpse into, I guess, the future of it in the first 3 rounds. If we do get to see a very, dominating, a very decisive sort of play here to come on out from Enterprise, I'd say we are looking at a pretty decisive victory here for them as well. If this is a bit of a wishy-washy here and there, we're seeing, let's say, 2-1 scoreline, maybe even a 2, well, more so in favor of CAG rather than Enterprise, then we're starting to dip our toes into the realm of maybe the overtime game. And from there, look, there's two scenarios. Either CAG, completely puts the pedal to the metal and floors it, or they fall apart and falter at every step. So just to get back to your original question for the prediction, I would say let's go for the sake of consistent play, 7-4 for Enterprise.
7-4 for Enterprise. You know what? I'll back you up on that. I'm going to go a little bit closer just because I feel like CAG can get a bit of a back end on it. But 7-5 would probably be my prediction. Still on to Enterprise, of course. And at the same time, it just feels like when we look at this map, when we look at the way that Enterprise have been playing for majority of the time through their playoffs, through the first stage, through the second stage, and how they've been playing overseas, it's expected to see that sort of play coming out from them, and I don't think we won't see any sort of other play. So going into this, we've obviously got the anchor site down bottom, then going up to Jim, and finally ending up with the CCTV, I should say.
See, I wouldn't mind a cheeky bar play. We got to see a few sort of odd plays here and there on bar, and it sort of showed that in the right hands, in the right sort of scenario, in the right comp, you can make this a very deadly position. Because, yeah, you can. Well, firstly, you can play vertical, and you're forcing the team to full clear top floor. You're forcing them to do full clear ground floor, potentially even the bottom floor, which in any other site, you usually sort of end up switching to just like 1 or 2 floors that you have to clear out. Say, for example, we think of Gym. Yeah, you would usually clear out ground floor. Well, fairly quickly, you just check with the drones, and then go for the absolute push on the top floor. With the bar, you have the opportunity to have a heavy roam. You get to have a lot of vert. You get to have quite a fair bit of, well, potential for the defense to throw spanners and work on basically every potential position. And then fall back as well, still to some ground of normality here. So here I wish we get to see some bar gaming, albeit I'm not holding my breath for it. But for Enterprise, I'm expecting them to be very aggressive. I want them to show the welcoming, I guess, gift to CAG about how OCE plays when they're on their home turf, how they play it when they have the full confidence, how they play it borderline. I would call it the ranked style, and it is in the least insulting way. I want the hyper-aggressive OCE here.
A bit of mechanical play, absolute domination is what we want to see from them. Just having those angles, being able to find the picks in every single opportunity that is provided to them. And of course, we're expecting a lot of roaming, expecting a lot of players to kind of move around the map and put just a few problems in the backside for the opposition team. And of course, with CAG, they'll need to be expecting this. You mentioned it, ranked style play. Just push, aggression. That's what we want to see from Enterprise, especially within these first few rounds. And that will give us a kind of idea of how they're going to approach the overall set of the map. I expect spawn peaks to be coming out from EP, especially when it gets to their defensive half, and just absolutely just playing extremely well. That's what we want to see from them. And of course, coming into this map, you mentioned it, bottom floor, it's an anchor site. It's one of those sites that is pretty difficult to push. Normally, what we've seen from OCE teams is they'll push dirt, they'll push kitchen, they'll push into the main stairwell, just get down in towards the site and lock it all in, get a plant down as quickly as possible, or we'll see them go through blue, and then going up to the top floor, we expect to see a bit of aggression. Let's get into it. Let's get into the first game, or the BO1.
Alrighty. CAG versus Enterprise. We finally getting into the full swing of things. We're finally into the bans. First one, I'm curious to see how actually this will really play out, because from what I've seen, that we do get a pretty flexible set of bans in and out for Enterprise. Monty and Cade, yep, that seems to be par for the course. Usually we got actually to see, you know, some of the Bravas, some of the Dokkaebi bans as well to begin with. Later down the line, the Capitao, the Blackbeard, so a few more of the, I guess, call it the targeted bans here. But in this case here, it feels like we're starting off nice and sort of easy, nice and chill. CAG actually to be starting on the defense. My apologies for anyone getting pranked in the chat. But Enterprise to get started on the offense here is actually going to be also an interesting, I guess, trial by fire in this case, because yeah, we're bringing it back. This is their first game of the day, of the weekend, as a matter of fact. And here with the Dokkaebi ban, with the Monty ban, again, I feel a little bit half-half on the on where we're at with the half shield bans, but the Dokkaebi ban feels just about right, because for Enterprise, the Korean operator would actually be very potent here to just try to flush out and push some of the positions here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to move players around the map, you got to get a lot of those. Get a lot of that sort of intel operator completely removed. That's exactly what you want to kind of do. And unfortunately, we're going to have a little bit of a rehost, so we'll be a few seconds on that. But I'm liking that ban. You mentioned Dokkaebi. It makes total sense. If you remove that intel operator, you're allowing for a lot of movement from your players. I mean, you've still got a Jackal and Lion to worry about, but overall, Dokkaebi just seems to be one of the most potent operators in its playstyle.
Well, yeah, it's the most agile, because whilst, yeah, for all the experienced gamers out there, you would already know all the ins and outs of Dokkaebi, but yeah, you do have the flexibility, again, the sound cues, and you pop the logic bomb, and you get the effect on all of the defenders, so you can clear it out from multiple positions right away. B, yeah, you can also deny just the overall camera work, so again, momentum play is key here, whereas for somebody like, say, for example, like you said, the Jackal, like Deimos, like Lion. Well, Lion is a bit of more of an exception, but I'll talk about it a little bit later. But between Deimos and Jackal, it is a bit more of a sort of a personalized. So you say you use them almost as like the backup entry fraggers, because not only you can drone ahead for them, they have their own util, but especially in Deimos' case, you do need a little bit more of a supplemented sort of information, because once you do get the death mark running, you can get a little bit more of a tunnel vision as well. So in this case, I doubt that obviously tunnel vision will be a problem. Mind you, we are talking about very much grizzled veterans on both ends of the matchup here, but here without Dokkaebi, yeah, things are certainly not going to be as chirpy, I would say, for Enterprise's roam clear, but they still will obviously find their way around this. So, look, baseline here is that we are looking at the first 3 rounds. If Enterprise do not falter, if we see something across the lines of 2-1 their way, and we're seeing it's a very decisive one, we still have some time on the clock, we see, constant like 1v2s, 1v3s in favor of Enterprise, then it's a good sign for the Oceanic representatives. If it's constantly down to 1-on-1s, 2v2s, things may get a little bit rough, a little bit prolonged further down the line. So this is where I'm at right now. And Church and Arsenal Room is a perfect place actually to start the defense for CAG as well. They want to establish a nice, solid initial turtle strat. Mute, Goyo, Castle, Echo, very much pointing to all of that. You still have some flexibility for the roam, but otherwise, reinforce, set up your angles, wait for the siege.
Absolutely, and if you look at the opposite side for Enterprise, it looks like they're set up there. I mean, Striker, Blackbeard, Capital, Sledge, my apologies, I'm forgetting some of these guys. I shouldn't be forgetting them, but I am. They're the opposition. Like, straight up opposites to most of what is being played here. You've got a lot of operators that are perfectly set up for potential pushes, potential just control in certain areas. As long as you can get those operators into play, as long as you can get them set up for a potential execute, it will be absolute potential slaughter if they can find those angles. Relay's making the switch up onto the Ash. That just means, to me, we're going to see a lot of aggression and a lot of potential push for can openers.
New magazine
for the hatches.
Yeah, exactly that. Plenty of the breaching capabilities here for Enterprise. And I like that they are sort of opening up multiple venues for them to enter. They are doing their due diligence to clear out as many places as possible, but once we take a look at the positioning so far, one person in the bar, one person in the bedroom, and then the rest are sort of around the basement as well. But now we do get to see actually Arcali as well making his way over to the strip club as well. So things are pretty well spread. So the main thing here to note, get rid of Chiviso, currently on the second floor, the only person here, so overwhelm him with the numbers. From there on, you either identify full-on push to the site, or methodical clear out of the ground floor, which is going to be the main pressure point here, despite the fact that basement is very much open. It's only just Aniton on the site. The dirt tunnel is very much open for the taking. Drone out, figure out that there is the dirt tunnel opening. From there on, that will be the easiest take of the site.
Tuhan slowly making his way down the main stairs. Shu Reap now in a tough position. Needs to be careful of being peeked from up above. And he's spotted a few. Batman's going to take a little bit of damage, and the drop away will be available. A little bit concerning there that there wasn't any drones, wasn't any information for that player in that position. Once again, this aggression coming into play. Keep your eye on Goyo. He's cut off, but he's been able to find player, and that's a good start for them. Here comes the Blackbeard, push over.
Perfect.
Fisho guy has found the kill, and it's a good start for both teams.
Not the best situation to get rid of, Sledge early on, but thankfully there is still, some of the alternatives for some of the play. There's still Ash, and, should you need a bit more of a horizontal breaching, official guys, Blackbeard will be quite potent here as well. But as it stands, 53 seconds remaining, not the best time to make, and, Echo is still very much at large, so the information game here from defensive CAG is going to be actually pretty potent here. But otherwise, now they need to be a bit more decisive where they make the push. The dirt tunnel is still untouched, which would be a perfect venue here to make the play happen, but let's see if there's going to be any effect. 30 seconds, we are down to the final seconds now of the push. The action needs to come soon.
Well, it's going to be a slow play execution coming down to it. Tuhan's made the drop in. He's found a potential angle, but won't find the kill. Fisho will find it. DD goes for the trade-off, manages to find it, and they have A-side control. It's a perfect start from them. DD will send out Nitro. That's going to be diffuser down. It's all down to Tuhan. He finds the kill.
Solid beginning here for Enterprise. Again, a little bit close, a little bit too close for the comfort. The timer was not looking particularly too pretty, but that's all right. First round jitters as well. We'll keep it at that for the time being. Right now, though, for Enterprise, this is a crucial beginning for their run. Like I said again previously, the attacking side for RC can be sometimes very much shaky. For Enterprise and Chiefs, I would say that effect is very much of a lesser thing. But here, right now, we're looking at a pretty decent start here. Good crossfires, good flood game here, and overall a pretty decent momentum control once they have the information. So what does that call now for CAG to do is, A, get rid of the drones nice and early. Bring in somebody like Solus, bring in the Mute once again, bring in the Mozzie. Get rid of the extra eyes for Enterprise, and that is the kryptonite here.
Well, it's also an interesting situation coming down from Enterprise. They waited so long to potentially make that play, and yeah, it came down to the last few seconds and they were able to kick it off. They did end up losing the diffuser just a little bit early and didn't get that plant down. DD, of course, being the one to put the nitro cell through and was able to secure that. I mean, just secure the player. If that diffuser hadn't gone down, if Chibi had managed to find some way to go back and forth, it might have caused an issue. And we are going to go to a quick rehost once again for a tech pause. But, I mean, so far, it just feels like Enterprise, it's a little bit too close for what we've seen from them.
Well, let's call it first and just as the jitters maybe for now, because there's still an opportunity here for Enterprise to really, you know, ramp up their overall performance and ramp up their overall play. There's still groundwork to be established here by Enterprise, and so can be said about the CAG as well. I would say for now, CAG are holding on pretty well, albeit a few of the unnecessary swings, especially that bar gunfight that really could have been avoided, because the moment there's even a little bit more of an overextension from Duhan, that opens up so many extra angles for him to consider, and you get lost in a sauce very quickly, especially in the heat of battle. So here, yeah, it's a matter of, I guess, adjusting the positions for CAG and where to really work with it all. And then from there, you make the micro adjustments on and off with each one of the rounds. On the side of the Enterprise, I'd say, look, despite the timer being a little bit short, close to the end of it, there's still good signs of, you know, there's still really solid coordination. Like I said, again, a good flood onto the side, a good takeover of some of the angles. Crossfire has been solid. So I can't really fault them for many things here at the moment, because both teams are still very, very strong.
Well, Enterprise, again, one of the teams that likes to have a little bit of chatter, likes to get inside the heads of the opposition team. And we saw Player just at the end there, providing just a little bit of mental fortitude to the opposition. But second floor gym, second floor bedroom, we're not going to be going back downstairs for CAG. It looks like they've chosen to go for a change-up, a different side of the coin. And, I mean, upstairs, it does allow for a few different options in terms of playstyle. Interestingly, two players immediately going down to that ground floor. Shu is running. It looks like he's just going to be reinforcing down towards Strip, just to provide them a little bit of info. But everything that we've been seeing CAG do so far, and yes, we've only seen it in the first round, you mentioned a little bit of an overextension. A lot of teams we've been seeing that sort of unfortunate overextension come into play, but then again, they've realized that, they change it up, they make the fix up and manage to get it through. On the opposite end for Enterprise, of course, they'll need to find their way into CCTV, and just looking at the setup here with the Ace and Thermite coming in, that immediately tells me we're going to be seeing a Jacuzzi CCTV push.
Exactly that, yeah. Jacuzzi push isn't too bad of a choice. Oh, I like those. I believe I just got to see a cheeky potential run-out spot as well, just early on. But otherwise, yeah, Jacuzzi push wouldn't be a bad shout, but yeah, some established groundwork for the CCTV position as well will be very much key here, because double pressure is very much necessary. To set up here to establish some pressure. Some pressure from the Logi hatch will be good as well. But yeah, right now, get rid of DD, get control over cash and construction. From there, you are looking at a little bit more of an overall well-paced sort of position. And now that there's also relays getting the thermite breach done in the construction, that could now force the mute to go into that, I guess, call it the fight or flight mode, where you either just dip, you gap it right then and there, or you try to take as many people with you as possible, which is a very much of a dangerous venture.
Well, I'm liking this from Enterprise. Immediate control of the CCTV side. They've also opened up Jacuzzi, potentially putting a bit of pressure onto that side of the map, a bit of play in that area. Something of concern for CAG, and they'll need to be cautious now. All bunched up into the site. This could allow for a lot of different opportunities once Enterprise has set up their positions, just to watch any bit of movement, any bit of play. There's going to be one player that is offside, potentially downstairs. But it's a small movement coming in from Enterprise. They need to start gaining a bit of control control here and potentially finding a push into this Logi side.
One thing that so far is setting up to be sort of a bit of a pattern is that Enterprise do take their time in just getting all the info set up and ready to go. So far already a minute remaining, we still yet to see a gunfight. DD as well falling back to the main stairs. There is potential for a gunfight to be set up. Relays versus DD is going to be huge here. If DD falls, this is going to be a big opportunity here, but instead it's Shurip to open up the scoreline against Player.
Relays playing so close. Shurip will be able to fight back, and DD's found Relays, and it's all down to Fisho Guy. Unfortunately, everyone's just died around him, and so he's set by himself. It's a peek to come in. He'll find the first. So 6 players remaining. He's got the diffuser in hand. That Nitro Cell is going to do a lot of damage. Not enough to remove him off the board just yet, but it's 2 players just waiting for this peek to come through. Fisho Guy with no potential entrance in towards the site. This should be a round over to CAG. They're set up in perfect positions, and Fisho Guy just gets swung on.
Good to hear that the Japanese players are also getting all hyped up and ready to go. The LAN is a magical environment, Tiaki. It is good to see that finally the era and the time of the APAC LANs is finally back. It has been a hot minute. It has been, you know, on and off here and there, but it's finally good to see that we are seeing some good hype, good energy from both of the teams, actually, all of the teams really being involved here. So right now, look, 1-1 scoreline. That sets us up for potential precedent that might be starting to figure out that cogs are slowly turning to figure out where we are at, what they need to do for their performance. And I mean, the adjustments are very much noticeable. The introduction of Clash, the introduction of Valkyrie certainly tells the story that we are looking at A, very hefty setup on the catwalk, B, a lot of the external will be provided by those Valkyrie cameras to ensure that once the siege hits, then you have a full coverage of outside of the key positions to ensure that you know where each and every attacker is.
5 seconds remaining.
Right now, I'm all for it. I'm still curious about how the Jaeger, the whole Jaeger versus my debate can be sometimes a little bit here and there, but I do appreciate a cheeky Jaeger pick, especially in 2025.
Yeah, one that can run out and do spawn peaks is bringing back the old days of Jaeger, back when he used to have his ACOG. The ping is going to go out, so that's Chibi being found. And you mentioned it, that Clash, it's such an important operator within the right hands. Being able to just completely cut off a potential push from one side or slow it down in an increased pace is exactly what teams try to do with the Clash. So ever since the changes, Player taking a lot of damage there on that main door. Don't think he's just going to be taken out. That was from Kali. But again, man, it's just so interesting to see how these two teams play against each other. It's like they know exactly where they're all going to be playing and how they're going to be approaching. Yeah,
it's an elaborate game of chess here, really, once we take it at a face value. And it's interesting to see that CAG has actually expanded quite substantially onto the ground floor positioning, and the supply room has been a very key position, whether it's we're talking about the previous match of Daystar versus Plus, now CAG versus Enterprise as well. It has sort of taken a position to be a very, almost, well, I say unexpected, but it's becoming a very much of an expected entity and a very key position to really take as well.
Well, 30 seconds remaining on the board. Player just sitting up on top, and it looks like we're starting to see a few things open up. They're going to get Jacuzzi wall open through Fisho Guy, of course, with the Blackbeard in that set. And it looks like immediately CAG have been able to read into this. They've started to reinforce other sections. They've moved the Clash over to a different position, and it just feels, as you mentioned, it's a game of chess. They are starting to make moves. They're starting to move their pawns. Look, Enterprise, they need to start making some sort of play here and finding some sort of kills. That's not going to help them.
Yeah, with Player going down, things are not looking particularly too favorable either. And, well, make it a 4 versus 4, make it 3 versus 4, and it's in falls. All of a sudden, Enterprise are looking a little bit more, more promising here. Really, now up next is Sharif, potentially Alkali as well, because that presence is going to be quite crucial. 35 seconds, finally the secondary heartbreach is starting to go down. it is going to be a very big, decisive moment here for the momentum. And right now, with the breach up, swing comes on through. That's a kill, but a trade right away. 2 versus 3. Sharif DD remaining. Still no more of the gas grenades. It's all down to the gunfight. That's one more down, just down to Sharif. He needs to deny the plan. Swing comes on through. 1, 2, 3, and that is all done. That's round 3 in favor of Enterprise.
And Enterprise play it beautifully. They managed to find the picks through the walls. I think Bappen managed to get the kill onto the clash of all operators through the wall, and the rest of the team just slowly starts to collapse onto the position of CAG, and Enterprise are playing extremely well when it comes down to it. That pressure being placed onto that main wall from Tuhan, they still were concerned of a player potentially being there causing a few issues. And that just meant that rotations couldn't be made, positions couldn't be found, and it was just such a perfect situation coming in from Enterprise. And I mean, this is just insane. Bappen
That lineup was crazy.
absolutely finding the kills that he needs to, and I mean, a 3-1 situation from him. Tuhan reading it perfectly. Enterprise on the run.
On a run indeed now. Let's rewind it real quick back to the beginning of our talk about this matchup. 2-1 in favor of Enterprise. We're starting to see some pretty good coordination. Performance under pressure seems to be checking out pretty well, albeit, you know, that lineup for Arcali was kind of insane there if it would have worked. But at the moment, 2-1, Enterprise starting to scale up their performance. If this one is going to make it a 3rd round, I think from there we are starting to see finally, you know, there's the momentum build up. Enterprise on the high as well. And from here, they might just be able, if they can make it at least a 3-3 scoreline on the attack, perfect. Chef's kiss. If they can make it a 4-2 scoreline, okay, yeah, we're calling it nice and early, make it a 7-3, maybe 7-2 even. I mean, who knows? But as it stands, right now, there's a big opportunity for Enterprise to show that they are ready, they're prepared, they're feeling nice and warmed up and energized. And for CAG, there's a few questions that need to be answered in regards to how can they perform under the pressure, especially now in the defense.
Yeah, look, there are areas that we can definitely take from that last round, but the previous 2 rounds tell such a better story. CAG does have the ability to cut it off. Sharif almost finding the kill onto Tuhan, but Tuhan also almost finding the kill back to Sharif. So it's such a back and forth in the way that these teams are playing. But Enterprise, they're just managing to find the angles, they're managing to find the positions of the opposition and predicting it.
Big push right now coming in from official guy. He needed that kill like air, but Sharif denying that one was a pretty swift removal. With that out of the way, that's your big frontliner gone and done and dusted. And with Anderton as well, playing actually close by to the smoke as well. There's the backup as well if needed.
I'm reloading!
Absolutely disgusting shot onto player as well. From here on out, Enterprise are all bewildered. What is going on? Where's all our players? 3 versus 5 in the matter of half a round is something that does derail them quite substantially, I feel.
Something has gone wrong. Some sort of position is not being played. Some sort of angle is being left open. And right now, CAG, they are capitalizing on all of it. Everything that they can find, they are grabbing with both hands. Bappen, Tuhan, Relays, last 3 members remaining for Enterprise. They're going to need to come up with some sort of play, some sort of idea and potential push to come through. They've got enough utility to start opening up a few areas, but again, there's so much that needs to be done. Relays, of course, with the soft breach, can look to push this player out, but it's going to be so tough.
2 secondary hard breaches here, so technically Enterprise are not out of the options just yet. Though Relays falling, that is the worst case scenario right now. Crossfire galore, 1 down, 4 more to go. Tuhan may just be able to find the derailment, but right now there's so many angles that need to be done, and the coordination between the pushes needs to be just perfect, just right. Swing comes on through. That's another one. 3 versus 2. 2 versus 2. All of a sudden, we're looking good. This is 1 versus 2. Anderton goes in for the swing. And he's gone as well. That's another one for the points. That's another one for the books. Enterprise are swinging wide.
And that is such a round for Enterprise. The aggression coming in from them. Tuhan and Bappen, you cannot count out these 2 players when they're left alive, managing to find all 2v5, and that's exactly the answer we were expecting from Enterprise. And you talked about it earlier. This is looking terrifying for CAG, and I just don't know what to say. What else can you say about it?
Not really much, really. CAG got a little bit overconfident on their swings. They got too keen. They realized, yeah, we got the 5v2. We can do it. We can sort it out. And then, because they were spread out a little bit, just too thin. It's not even too much of a margin as well. If they would have held their positions, if they would have set up the crossfires, they knew one person coming blue, one person coming main. What do? Set up crossfires to look at the motor, set up the crossfires to look through the footholds towards the main, set up the crossfires towards the blue, pull everyone else from any other position. And there it's just, it works. They gave away those kills one by one, brick by brick.
Just look at these kills. I mean, that's a beautiful shot coming in from Akali, but here we go, Tuhan. And Bappin just absolutely clearing house, peak after peak, ones to ones, leaving one member remaining, and it was just easy for Bappin to come through and clear it up. Exactly what we expect from Enterprise, and we are starting to see a show being put on, and man, CAG, they've taken a timeout. They've tried to reset the mental. Where do we make these changes? Where do we make those micro adjustments to try and see if we can find a few more rounds here, especially in their defensive half?
Defensive half here, 2 more rounds on defense remaining. Enterprise have the opportunity of a lifetime to set themselves up for a potentially even. Look, it does feel like more so still a bit of a fairy tale, a 5-1 on the attacking half. Look, if anything, CAG will be kicking themselves for allowing this sort of scoreline to happen. But look, let's not call it just yet. It has been still a fairly close venture here and there, so it hasn't been a complete washout. But after the 2v5, that will be a tilter for the Japanese representatives. And now we're looking at the lineups. You highlighted it perfectly here as well, Tiaki. The reassessment of what needs to be done, what needs to be brought in. Castle, Tubarão as well, to just slow down the overall push. The Bandit, to force the usual, hard breach clear out to happen. So the introduction of the impact EMPs, potential bandit tricking, and then the Valk and the Jaeger there to end up putting a little bit more.
Absolutely beautiful kill coming in there from Akali. I mean, that's Relays taken off the board. Yes, he hasn't been able to really put up too much just yet within this match, but again, that's Zofia being taken off the board. That means walls are going to be very difficult to try and remove a lot of that utility from, especially with Bandit in play. Player, I don't think...
That was a breach. Oh, that's a swing as well. Oh no. Tuhan got a little bit too keen, but at least we do have some trades going around. Player finally on board as well for the kills. We're looking to find maybe a few more swings here and there, but right now, just dial it down. Minute 30, there's still play to be done. There's still, advantage to be taken here as well, but Shuri falling 3v3. Tiaki, now is the time.
And Fisher guy looking for the potential option. He's going to open up the wall, and he knows that there's one player back there. It's Akali just sitting, waiting for this potential push to come through. Nitro Cell will go out, deals a decent chunk of damage onto Fisher guy, but not enough to remove him. Bappin still waiting in the wings, still has a piece of utility. They need to find a way into this site, and it looks like this rotation might actually be unexpected from CAG.
Yeah, not yet. Maybe some pressure towards either the eastern stairs or the catwalk, but right now player being away is not the best situation. They need him to be pressuring. This needs to be a dual front push, and with Anakin and eliminating Fisher is not a good situation here. Bappin will be trying his best to make the play happen. No, it's all down to player. The man is a little bit too far off, and player cannot hit the shot. This is the point for CAG. They are back into the swing of things, but it's still a 1-point advantage.
Yeah, 1 point advantage still over to Enterprise. They have the ability to lock down their rounds. If they can get one more, we get that 4-2 half, and it's completely locked, completely set. Of course, that was on to the tertiary site, a site that we expect teams to be able to lock it on and lock it down. But for now, CAG, they have second floor gym. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, interesting indeed. Look, for CAG right now, the final round that that they will get to go for the defense. Ideally, they want to make this a 3-3 venture. They want to ensure that they are keeping things stable. They're not allowing much of the momentum to be generated here for Enterprise. And on the side of Enterprise, look, I'm looking at the lineup. I'm liking the introduction of Twitch. I kind of really want to see the Twitch actually to be utilized here, because her utility here will be invaluable. A, you're hunting for the Echo drones. B, you're getting to get rid of the ADSs as well as the mute jammers. And the best case scenario is that you leave CAG completely toothless for the post-plant scenario, or even the plant denial scenario as well. And from there on until down to the guns, which we know Enterprise can frag out when they want to.
That Deimos, a very, very scary pick. It looks like Relays will be trying to play from underneath with the help of the rest of the team. And of course, a bit of movement back here and forth as they look for control on the CC side. No ace for the option here, so it doesn't look like they're going to be pushing. Well, potentially they will be, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of reinforcements opened up in this current case. For player, you mentioned it, he's on the Twitch, needs to clear a lot of the utility currently in play. The information is going to be there for Relays just a little bit from underneath, but he needs a bit of cover from the rest of his team. Later round, we expect to see his impact in play. Fisher Guy, once again, this Blackbeard, it's been allowed past so many times, and it's just been such a problem for the opposition teams. But those ADS is going to cut off both nades, and that's going to stick onto Fisher Guy.
Oh yeah, that's a frustrating defeat there as well for Fisher Guy. Once again denied for the push. Reswing needs to come happen. Left, right, go for the back and forth. There needs to be a fire arrow as well to just flush out outright the Jaeger as well. But there's another swing. No, Fulls as well. Relays. How could that even be allowed to happen? 2 out Fulls as well. Sharif on a roll. 5 versus 2 though. Still opportunities for return to form, but right now Bappen needs to do a gargantuan amount of work here. Minute 20, and player needs to pitch in.
Well, it's a great start off from Bappen. He's able to pick up the first player that's taken down majority of his team, and the current top frag for CAG. But Bappen, as he waits this out, needs to start making some sort of move here. They need to find one more player before we consider it a winnable round. Player needs to start making a bit of an impact here as well. This is the perfect round to do it. Round 6 is exactly where we want it to come into play.
Indeed. Right now, 4 versus 2. We've seen this previously. This is attainable for Enterprise. They can clutch it out, albeit not keep on relying on this too long. 43 seconds. Got 2 smoke bolts, got still 2 Twitch drones. Player needs to make use of those as well. There's still the Echo drones that could be utilized in full, but right now, a lot of gunfight capabilities here. Jump in would be absolutely deadly. Crosses over to the construction. Now is the time to shine for Bappen once again, it seems.
Bappen making the move. Player's been able to spot one on the rotation, but he's not able to remove him from that position. The drone will go in, providing them a little bit of intel, but this timer is slowly ticking down. 13 seconds, they need to make a play here, but Bappen's gonna get caught, and that should be the round done. CAG, 3-3 half. And a 3-1 a few rounds ago turns into 3-3.
Yeah, good return to form here from Japanese representatives here, I have to say. Overall, good total pacing. They realize that, yeah, they can't really afford challenging the opposition. Yes, whilst, you know, players like Sharif are able to just magically pull out some of the multi-kills like he just did before. But now is an interesting time. Now Enterprise go into what is technically considered a bit more of a comfortable zone. You know, for the defense, you can set up a lot of the util to even prevent just any initial sort of progress here. So I'm curious to see how will the Oceania's finest really play it all out here. But yeah, this position here, that was just a kill box. And I mean, what happened? A switch? Oh, did the death mark run out at the last moment? Or did he switch on just by accident? Because yeah, he had Sharif dead to rights there in every possible way, and for Relays that's just, yeah, a very upsetting result here.
I think a bit of a faster push coming in there from Relays may have been able to completely stop the potential for that player to find Tuhan as well on the thermite. With that jump over, if Tuhan just managed to stay where he was, he might have been able to find a potential angle and open up that section, leaving at least 3 players still available there. But for now, Bappen, He's going to be playing all the way upstairs, trying to slow down the potential push, and we're starting off downstairs, the anchor site. We expect players, especially with Enterprise and what we've seen through a few other teams in this competition, or in the OCE competition, a lot of an extension sort of play. They like to push themselves out as much as possible, just to waste as much time as they possibly can. And I mean, the Blackbeard's let through again, and it's immediately picked up.
Exactly. It is, though, an interesting thing to see that we are sort of, well, I say back to normality. It's a bit more of a, a committed sort of set of ban picks. Well, you have on the side of Enterprise, Monty, Blitz, gone. On the side of the CAG, obviously the Cade and the Mirror. Again, understandable for all the right reasons. Which now brings us to an interesting set of gunfights as well, and potential picks, which I will talk in just a little bit, because we may have a bit of the entry gunfights on our hands in a tick.
Well, it's moving around. Keep your eye on Relays. His position is going to be found out. The drone manages to get through the mute charge, so maybe potentially wrong position for the mute, but it does look like they're just trying to cut off this player completely. He'll need to find these kills, but doesn't know where he is. He does. Nade will go through. That's going to pull him back. Nitrocell goes out. It could have found something, but it doesn't go off. And that's a big pickup for CAG to start it.
Yeah, that's a perfect scenario here for CAG to begin their run. For Relays, unfortunately, things been a little bit dire. Not really much of a backup either, and, well, giving away his life without much of the damage as well either to CAG representatives is just, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate turnaround. Sharif is ready to swing as well. Fisher is in a lot of trouble here. He doesn't fall back quickly enough. The swing comes on through. No, not yet. We are just pacing it, but for the time being, I was about to highlight the castle pick here is a curious case introducing for the bottom side. Does imply a lot of the roaming game, but we've been really not seeing a whole heck of a lot of it, given that there is presence in the lounge, there is presence in the swing. Oh, that's one, nearly two, but no, traded out instantly. 4 versus 3. For Enterprise, it's not a chirpy start.
Including the pick that they managed to get. It's just an Ash, so it's not a massive loss for CAG. They've still got the opportunity to open up all of that bottom side, and I mean, Tuhan, Fisho, and Bappen, they're going to need to start making some sort of kills here. Good attempt from Fisho guy, not able to confirm the kill just yet, but they've got an idea of where this push is coming from. There's still 50 seconds remaining on the board, so it's enough time to set up.
Good push as well from Anderson here as well, pressuring the dirt tunnel, opening up another front to play against. This is a good opportunity here. Bappen might just be able to have the opportunity to shut down the push, and if Blackbeard does go down fairly early, this will be big. With Sharif eliminating Fisher guy, that's becoming an even more of a dire grounds for Enterprise to make the play.
Bappen needs to move out of the position. He's being naded out. That's him taken off the board. It's Tuhan by himself. He knows a player is on that main stairwell. Will find the kill, tries to go for the peak. Unfortunately, he takes too much damage, gets removed as a result. And I mean, Enterprise, it looks like we're starting to see a bit of a mental shake coming in for them. They're struggling to find these kills and find this potential play, and just getting caught out for the most part. But, of course, with the way that CAG have been playing, we expect them to really push for the potential play, really push and find these areas where these players are kind of operating from.
It's an interesting one to see, really. I'm not entirely too sure what really needs to be done just yet here for Enterprise, because they seem to have had all the tools in their pocket. But it's interesting that, yeah, it's been a bit of a faltering sort of line, like we've highlighted as well. 1 to 3 scoreline transformed into 4 to 3. All of a sudden, 3 rounds in a row for CAG, unanswered by Enterprise, is certainly something that cannot be ignored in any capacity. And we're looking at the overall scorelines for Enterprise. Yeah, we got to see, Bappen performing. We got to see Tuhan performing. Even, on some of the occasions, Fisher managing to get those impact kills. Unfortunately for Relays, this has been a bit more of a rougher start to the run, and things have been certainly not the most ideal situations and getting caught off guard. But maybe there's still some opportunity for him to make a return. Maybe there's still some fuel in the Enterprise tank. And maybe I'm just huffing copium as well here. Yeah.
No, look, we do need to see. I was just about to talk about him. We do need to see Relays making a bit more of an impact within this match, and unfortunately, he's the first removed off the board once again. So the Solus being taken off, but they've taken a little bit of a different approach here, Enterprise. They've decided to try and slow down the amount of information that's being provided. You've got the Solus being brought in, you've got the Mute being brought in to kind of cut off those drones. You talked about it earlier, but for now, it just feels like CAG, they're on a bit of a run at the moment. Enterprise may need to consider within the next few rounds whether or not they take a timeout and just slow down the progression that's currently going on within this game.
Yeah, the progression and the momentum needs to be stopped here. Guys taking a lot of damage as well from that DMR. Not the best position to find himself in. Enterprise needs to keep calm and collected here. The reach into the construction has been opened up as well. Not really that much of a push. Anderton might be using it as the avenue for his progression as well. With the Candelas alongside the 612 shotgun will be a great opportunity here to make the push. But as it stands, Enterprise, I mean, at the face value, they have almost too little of a ground really to make here.
Yeah, a little bit concerned about the position that Enterprise is in. They've got players trying to see if they can find an open angle to really find the pick back that they've lost so far. Articali trying to make a play potentially into a construction site, but Fisho Guy will start it off. He finds the first opener, but the drone is going to be there. It's information being provided across. Tuhan may not know that the drone may have found him, and Shuri is just going to sit, potentially find a kill, but Tuhan will go down. And here we go.
Here we go indeed. The Candela starting to kick in already. Full on action. 1v3 already rolling. Sharif, the last remaining bastion for CAG, falls as well. Enterprise managing to finally return to form here. They're continuing to get back and even up the scoreline 4-all here for us.
And how interesting that it's the secondary site that does it. It's not the primary site, the anchor site, the one that people feel a lot more confident in when they're locking it out. But here, at least we're starting to see a bit of a different play from Enterprise. They're starting to get a little bit locked down. They're waiting for the opposition to come to them and finding those angles to find the kills. And
attackers need to locate and
this is an interesting lineup.
Ooh, yeah, this we are looking at both teams attempting to cook here. So let's actually quickly dissect it whilst we have time. So on the side of defense, Mute, the Skopos, the Denari, the Echo, and the Chunka as well to introduce. I'm loving this setup actually. So what we have is on the side of the drone denial. Technically, you chalk up both Bappin and Relays as well with the Denari Prism gadgets as well. There's a lot of the ability to just deny the actual entry and the destruction of the drones, and that as well backs up as the way to slow down the initial momentum to push to set up those choke points. Then you have the Skopos for the roam, the Chunka and the Echo as well for the plant denial. So you're covering a lot of the ground in terms of the utility and the gunfight potential. Whereas on the side of the CAG, we're seeing slightly less of the cooking now. We're simmering down towards something like a Flores Dokubi pick, plus Anderton back on the Blackbeard. And I'm liking this push already, but Sharif taking the initial damage.
Where is he taking that damage? That's a good question. It looks like Duhan looking to get a little bit aggressive, manages to put a few pieces, or take a few pieces out of Sharif, I should say. DD will manage to get them all opened up with the help of the Flores drone, but it's interesting to see where Relays has been using that Denari set, or that Denari piece. It doesn't look like...
It's pain without the yes.
Yeah, pain without the yes.
Look, it's never a fun time with the rehost as well and tech problems, but look, it still at least provides a little bit of an opportunity to reflect for both teams really, and yeah, rehost will be in fact full. But it is interesting that now sort of at this halfway point, for all we get to see, there's a few sort of things that we can sort of, and the teams will get to consider as well, Tiaki. Because we're looking at this, so Enterprise just managed to break the 3-round streak. that CAG so far had. CAG managed to bring it back as well in terms of the scoreline, so it's a much closer venture as well, and CAG has shown us that they are able to fight back. And on the side of Enterprise, there's still a plethora of strats that they can execute to just shut it down, and we just got to see their understanding. It's more so them sort of playing this and saying, ah, I see now. So you are willing to take the gunfights, and that we don't want that. We want to displace you as much as possible, and hence the picks of the operators as well signified that as well. The Denari, the Chunker, the Echo, a lot of that displacement, a lot of the discomfort, and setting up the less of the ideal scenarios for those gunfights to happen.
Yeah, and as well as that, it's also interesting to see the way that Enterprise is kind of defining themselves in terms of the strats that they want to play. They're not doing one site, go back, potentially win again. They're kind of changing it up on each site just to give the opposition a bit of confusion in terms of the strategies that they are employing. Most teams, at least the teams I know, some back in my day when I used to do a little bit of comp, they most of the time, they have two sets of strats. You don't just have one set for one site. It's always going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6 in some cases, just for the one site. So Enterprise, they have a plethora of different options, different ways to approach control of these sites, and I think what their plan is here is, we've shown you this. It hasn't worked. Let me show you this now.
Yeah.
And see what you do against it.
Exactly that. Well, the replay is now giving us a bit more of a refresher of how things started. We're back to the reality, back to the current state of affairs. For all, no ban phase to come on through. Enterprise potentially on the high once again. They just managed to break that streak. We're looking at the picks of the Vigil, the Azami, the Bandit, Smoke, Warden. A lot of the potential to play a bit more of a hybrid play. All of those operators are still very much mobile. Let's not forget. At best, it's a 3-speed operator. At worst, 2-speed operator that still has plenty of mobility here. And then you look at CAG, and whilst they have the Dokubi in Chibisu, not really much else to clear out the roam. So I guess call it the win condition here. We're looking at them eliminating the, well, now it's a Grim, but regardless, clear out your roam clear. And then it's a struggle for the rest of the attack to find the correct spots.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's actually a really interesting lineup coming through here from the side of CAG. They've decided to go with the Fuse. And I was talking earlier about the way that Enterprise kind of has been moving and shifting between sites and been happy to sort of do that, but they've completely thrown me for a loop. They've gone back downstairs, so after the rehost, it feels like they seem more comfortable with trying to regain the control that they didn't have, and I'm loving this pick from Bappen. Jumping onto the Vigil, looking to get potentially aggressive onto just where these players are positioned. Shurip and Chibi have already cleared a lot of the upstairs control. Yeah. But Bappen's going to potentially put a thorn in that side.
Yeah, garage storage is going to be a curious position that they will need to clear out. There's not really that many comfortable angles that you can really contest, and yeah, for him, to bail out is probably a much better choice. Maybe even considering a rotation through the garage ladder, but we'll see. We'll wait on that one. In the meantime, Fuse time. It's time to get moving, and this is exactly what the Fuse cluster charges are made for: is to clear out the static utility, make the mobile utility move, and well. In that case, well, Fisho is about to get his first hands-on gunfight.
Yeah, Shurip going to be opening up towards Dirt. Doesn't look like he's going to get aggressive on it. Just put a bit of problems. Put an avenue to move into sight, and that's exactly the idea for a lot of these teams. It's just to give themselves a lot of different avenues and make teams kind of spread themselves out, make themselves thin. Enterprise, on the other hand, not really too concerned about that dirt set. They'll have one player set up to look both for kitchen and into the dirt side, as Moto Hatch will be opened up and CAG are getting ready.
So Well, I would say the Lion does not concern themselves with the roam clear, but instead it's a full-on push. It's a wall-on-wall, 5 versus 5 with a minute remaining. It's time for the push.
Push coming through as it looks like we're going to get a main opening onto that main wall outside. Start to see a push coming through on the dirt side. It doesn't look like that's going to be the idea for now. Relay's just watching nice and close, looking for this potential peek in from the Maverick. It's not going to be there just yet. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. They need to start finding a way into the site here, but as the timer ticks down, Bappen's going to be the first drop. They've spotted the second, maybe able to find a kill on the player. It is KAG cleaning it up. Relays will answer back. First kill. That's exactly what we want to see from him. He needs to find a few more within the round to keep his team in it though. Shotgun goes in. Fisho guy, he's going to be on low HP. Manages to deal the damage. Diffuser is down. 10 seconds remaining. They just need to cover this doorway. If the player can't get in, they have the ability to win the round, but it's bound. And it's Tuhan to find the other two. Plant will be successful. And Shureep finds Tuhan.
Shureep once again strikes back. The man has got the entirety team on his back. I mean, you look at the overall scoring here. The man is just is absolutely a beast, and the overall sort of playstyle so far has been indicating that KAG is looking to be a bit more, well, thorough, really, with their play. They got a good amount of crossfires, and I'm liking this as well coming from them. They managed to adjust really well to how Enterprise playing, where they not really allowing that much of a reswing. They just holding their angle steadfast. They knowing exactly where that swing might come through. They not overextending. They're not trying to challenge it by themselves. They're waiting for the defense to come swinging right at them, and this has worked just the right magic for them.
Yeah, able to find round by round on the way back. Of course, they were at a disadvantage going into this half, and this is looking so much better from KAG as a general whole. And I mean, Clubhouse, it's kind of looking more attacker-sided at this stage, but for KAG, they need 2 more rounds to secure it. That is where Enterprise can capitalize. Whether or not they decide to start making a play after this timeout is done, mental reset, mental change. Can hear it from the players over there actually as we go into second floor CCTV, second floor cache, and now they need to understand that they cannot look for downstairs, but when they lock out the other 2 sites, they might not have an option.
I really like this push, repush from Relays as well. This would have had a big opportunity to really, throw a bit of a spanner in the work there. And then the production doing doing poor Fisho dirty there on the reswing. But yeah, look, I have to give kudos to KAG here. They are doing their due diligence here. They're not really overextending, they're not doing too crazy. Here for Enterprise though, this is now starting to look a little bit dicey, a little bit scary. Really here for them, because 2 rounds away for KAG, 1 round away from at least securing the match point in the OT, and who knows how things can really pan out from here on out. Because yeah, Enterprise, we would want to see them obviously perform. We would want to see them really start nailing their overall performances and the mechanical side of things, but without that initial sort of, I guess, momentum switch, it certainly looks like they are struggling for finding sort of the right pacing of it.
Struggle Street, it appears to be, and it looks like we're starting to see a bit more aggression coming out from Enterprise, and that could work in their favor. We know them as quite the team like it. So seeing that bit of play, we want to kind of see how it will work out. They need to start changing something up, and whether or not it's aggression, we'll have to find out. It doesn't look like we're going to be seeing much of it now, but they'll pull back, take their time, wait for KAG to start coming at them, which has worked quite a few times in the past. Of course, this is the first time we are seeing them on this site. So KAG, they'll need to try and see if they can find a potential entry point, and by the looks of it, it does appear that we're just trying to get the main wall open here and potentially go through garage.
So far, so good. We've got a bit of a calm before the storm, really. Just a few final reinforcements coming on through. Enterprise wanting to ensure that they have all the reinforced and all the sturdy positions held and running. In comes the Reterra drone. Bappen should be able to clear that out pretty consistently as well, without that much of an issue. The main thing here is that Anaton, Chibisu, and our colleague, they have all the utility to completely counter the Denari settings, and well, Sharif once again strikes back. The man, the myth, the legend, Tuhan is out of the equation. Another one to bite the dust, and well, for Enterprise, at least they're able to trade it out. Chibisu down, now 4v4, and now the utility starting to come on through, but the problem being is now the time is high for the plant.
Diffuser's going to start being put down. It's a quick peek coming through. How does that miss? It's all down to Bappin in a 1v4. He manages not to find the first. It's a flawless round coming in from CAG. No issues, no problems from them. And Enterprise, they had the timeout. They had the ability to reset themselves, get back into form. And at the moment, we are not seeing any of that. Just problems all across the board. Players being picked off, angles being opened up, areas not checked. And it's just looking like Japan is going to take over OCE.
Yeah, not the brightest turnaround here for EP. Considering that the BO1 will potentially send them into the lower bracket, and only one round remaining for that to be done. CAG are oh so close for confirming a potential 7-4 scoreline here. For Enterprise, they need to ensure that they are continuing their run. They're not letting themselves falter here, because this would be the most heartbreaking way really to fall through. They had such a phenomenal beginning as well for the matchup, and it seems like I'm maybe having to eat my words here as well after the initial statements, but CAG are certainly showing that there's a reason why they're here. There's a reason why they are a fairly feared team at the height of their performance as well. So I'd say, look, it is still a valid turnaround here for them. I'd still feel a little bit sad here that the Enterprise didn't get as much of the, confident run, but look, maybe it's not yet. Maybe we do get to see, the wonder lower bracket run. But what that then entails is that since Chiefs already dropped down, only one of the OC teams would be able to really make it through the lower bracket if there is that Cinderella run to be done.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for the OCE scene. They have obviously struggled to get to this point, and both teams have been able to make it, but with Chiefs going down, you mentioned it, one of these two teams will have to go home. In saying that though, game's not done. 6-4, so there's still ability for Enterprise to make their way back in, but we need to start seeing their play style come out. The aggression, the plays that we saw during the beginning of their playoffs all the way through, and that's just a problem. Sharif is having an absolute killer of a game. He'll find player, and that's 4 players to 5. It's not looking good for Enterprise right now.
Yeah, not really looking too well with player out of the equation. You still do have quite a fair bit of the utility, quite a fair bit of guns to really work through, but right now this gunfight will be very much key. The stairs will be big for that to try to maybe make the magic happen.
Setting up a breaching
and then in the meantime, CAG really trying to just move that Clash to displace her in every possible way. Air jabs galore will be forcing her off, and that's the kill. Perfect execution here on the side of CAG. And a 3v5, make it 5v2. This is not looking great for Enterprise.
Well, we still got Tuhan and Bappin, the two men that managed to get it before. Whether or not they can do it again all comes down to CAG playing off of their ones, whether or not they take it slow clearance and provide picks off to Enterprise. That could spell problems, but with Tuhan going down and Bappin being the last man, he's got to find 2. He does so, but there's still 3 remaining. Goes for the peak, and CAG managed to get it through. They will continue their run, and Enterprise won't be able to make it through. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, tough situation indeed, no matter how you put it. It's a frustrating turnaround here, really, especially on the Clubhouse, a map that they know how to really play, how to make it work. But look, all the kudos here for CAG. They managed to really bring it all back. They managed to slug it all out. They managed to really get through the endurance run here, no matter how you put it. I mean, they started off in an absolute gutter of a turnaround, 3-1 scoreline against them, then to bring it all back, and from there on, it's been a consistent just back-to-back-to-back fragging, and a massive MVP needs to go to Sharif. That man put his team on his back. Pretty certain I think, even got roughly almost to the 20 bomb as well, if not more, and that is basically the reason why a good chunk of those rounds have been won, why CAG were able to stay up on top of their mental as well and keep things up. Whereas on the side of Enterprise, yeah, look, this is definitely a disappointing turnaround, I would imagine, and now the lower bracket run begins.
Yeah, look, we had some incredible plays coming out from Enterprise early, but CAG just struggled in their plays, and, well, we've got more games to go through.
Welcome back. We've had ourselves a nice little break, and now the best of threes are ready to get underway. My name's Has Daddy Slim. We've got Sunburn Spartan to my left. We've been over on the Charlie stream for all the best of ones, and now here we are on Bravo now, Spartan. We've had some, well, fantastic games of the best of ones, close affairs across the board. And now we get to do our lower bracket best of threes. But before we get into those, of course, we were going to just, I guess, have the quick discussion of what people might have missed, because the streams have been a bit all over the place with, of course, the American league going on as well. So they might not be quite up to date of what's been happening so far.
Yeah, so originally we had Chiefs versus Talon, which Talon did take down Chiefs 7-5 on Bank. So surprise on our stream side of things. And then our second match that we did was Interforce and Weibo, which Weibo took down Interforce 7-4 on Clubhouse, which we will be seeing Interforce come into this match, which they'll be versing Enterprise Esports, the OCE boys, which did just lose to, who was it, I believe?
On the other side there, I'm actually starting to think myself. We were keeping up to date with all these, which is good.
Yes, we were.
Not Daystar, because Daystar's already playing Chiefs in the other game, of course. What the name
Cyclops, or CAG, yes.
That's the one.
Which they did lose, I believe it was also 7-4 on Clubhouse. So, Interforce and Enterprise both lost on Clubhouse. Now they're coming up against each other. I'll be intrigued if we actually go to Clubhouse.
I mean, we very well could. This is where we have the best of threes now, though, so we have more of a broad range of the maps. And for these teams, this is everything, because if they lose here, they are out, they're done. There is no Munich Major, and they are pretty much, well, they get to enjoy the rest of the weekend, but I think they want to keep playing all the way into Sunday. N4 squad here. Akasu, Jim, Nina, Mugi, and Harper. Look, they showed good signs in the game that we got to cast with them, between them and Weebu Gaming. The issue, I think, is more they struggled a bit on just the start thing with entries on the attack side. Were a bit weak on the defensive ends as well. I wonder how it's going to change here when you've got those three maps to go through. Nina seems to be that sort of make or break for them. If they're doing major things early where they're able to find their entries, they're able to get a lot of just consistency with the doubles, triples. That's where they're going to shine through. But if they can't find that, then it's sort of look at who do you lean on from there.
Yeah, which, looking on there and from what we saw in the previous game, we did see Akazu try and go for those extra flanks, get extra aggressive, particularly when they were playing on the defense. So trying to be that little spontaneous skunk where that was after Nina mostly got shut down at the start because they were against Weibo Esports, which, seeing at behind the scenes, we did see Mugi pop off as well. So I think all of these players can pop off when they need to. It's more the team coordination and not getting picked off early, which I think is a big issue for Interforce.
So that will come down to how they can get those entries sorted out. If it works out, they could be on their way here as we have a look at Enterprise Esports, our second OCE team. Reels player 2-1, Fisher, Guy and Bappen. They had a 4-1 lead in their game with the best of one before. We were, well, I think it was actually on this stream just not too long ago, but fell away pretty harsh in the end, losing that game 7-4. So now they've got to try and do that lower bracket run along with Chiefs Esports, the two Aussie teams battling from the start there. But on paper, very strong team. Enterprise were fantastic over in the OCE League. They took, of course, first place in the Stage 1, Stage 2. They looked like they were going to. Chiefs actually sort of upset them in the grand final. I think a lot of people wouldn't say there's a massive difference between them, but now you're up against this competition of all of APAC. You fought the first hurdle, but now a chance to try and bounce back, and, well, you need to.
Oh, well, I mean, you don't have a choice. It's either bounce back or get eliminated. There's no second chances as of now, which we did see Enterprise get quite aggressive at the start. They were winning all their attacking rounds, but they fell off on their defense. So similar thing on what happened with Interforce. So I think they're both in the same situations, but we will be moving over to the map Vito's has. So it's exciting things. We'll be able to see. It is a best of 3 as well, which unfortunately no lair. I'm always a lair connoisseur, but that is the Chiefs and Daystar. So I don't know if this is the actual bands or if there is a graphics error.
Well, it's possibly is. We'll go for it for now, saying it is. So this one, we've just got some interesting graphics switched around. But if we're led to believe what we're seeing, it would be Chalet for 1, Bank for the second, and Consulate is where we would be heading if we did need to do all 3 maps, which, I mean, we're hoping for. Because we want to see an incredibly tight series and some fantastic R6 APAC APAC content in front of us, whether it be good or bad, I guess, in either sense. But we have been confirmed. These are the right maps, just the team logos around there. But that means, so Chalet, Bank, Consulate, I would say some of the usuals there. I mean, look, you had your Clubhouse and your Banks banned out, so they didn't want to look for that one. But we're going into flyovers. We'll be into this first game soon, and be interesting to see how this one comes together, because both of these teams, they haven't really had much of a break. It's literally you lose the first best of 1, and they're straight into it. There was a few others that had that little, the Chiefs game, the other side, they start at 9 AM. These guys are starting a bit further down the line towards 11. So they'll be warmed up, at least there's that. And I guess you don't really have much time to dwell on that best of 1, because you're just straight into best of 3.
I mean, both of these teams have just gone straight into the next one. So we do see all the lovely messages as we are now finally getting into Chalet, our first map of the triple series here, which map bans going out Chalet can be very flank heavy, so it'll be quite interesting how both of these teams won their attacks quite decisively and a bit weaker on the defense, which Chalet does tend to be a bit 50-50, so I'm thinking we might see a lot more attack rounds than defense rounds. But on the defense side, Chalet, one of the places where you can be extremely roam heavy and get away with it with all the flanks, with all the staircases, so it does kind of boost the aggressive defense stance, which looking at the bans, we do see Grim and Blackbeard taken off, so don't want to be able to get forced out of certain locations. But then Interforce has banned Azami and Castle, so it doesn't want any real blockages in their window covers, on their hallway covers. Just want to be able to go straight on the rappel, straight through the windows, and cause those cut-off areas.
And of course it will be that simple. That's usually how all these games go. It's just, in and out, plant the diffuser, win the rounds. Simple as, really.
I mean, the plan is always simple. It's more if you can adapt and execute the plan, which yet to be seen on both sides here. Obviously, they both had their matches. They both lost 7-4 on the Clubhouse, so they both had a very similar warm-up on style-wise as well as their round-wise. So I think it'll be a very, very close match.
Well, that's all we can hope for. So our first best of 3s, our lower bracket begins here. And for one of these teams, it will be goodbye, because the loser is done and dusted. The winner fights for, well, I guess another day, another match, which will be probably up in about 2 hours after this one, depending, of course, how long the other ones take. But plenty of action is still to be coming our way. And we get this one underway here. Interforce on the attack. Enterprise are on the defense. Let's get this one on the road.
Which, Enterprise starting on upstairs. Going for a bit of a roam, but Nina immediately takes down too hard and Vappin, and just like that, 25 seconds into the game, 1, 2, 3 kills, and 30 seconds, 3 kills, and the round might be over already.
Well, that's a way to get things started. Nina with the triple absolutely decimates all of that Enterprise aggression early on there, and realizing Plyo, they're just sort of like, well, what do we do now? Because, look, you've still got possibly an opportunity as Nina's got themselves a quad. Do we have an ace in our first round? Surely not just like this. I mean, they're looking for it. If they can get set up here, do his teammates allow him to get this kill? Searching. You sort of know the location of this one as well. Comes on in, Nina! That's how you get things on the way. An ace, absolute destruction across the board. If you're going to start a series, that's how you want it. I mean, wow, what an absolute banging way to get this underway.
I mean, Nina will be on a rise right now. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got all the pings, got all the plays, heard where they were going, and just deleted their 1, 2, 3, which I think Enterprise not prepared for the aggression that Interforce just pulled out there.
No, they really were just sort of roam positions, because you almost think it was like other way around. Enterprise were actually the ones on the attack, but they just had sort of all the roamers set up for different positions, but all 3. The fact they can't get a trade off that at all, I mean, it just goes to how the Nina was able to react there, like instantaneous, the turnarounds. And I mean, you get the triple, you're already locked in the round pretty much or close to, and then, I mean, you even end that up for the 5. And we saw the Interforce players downstairs, and we saw them on camera as well when it cut back across them. They're up and about. There's some smiles. I mean, you could not ask for a better way to get round number 1 rocking. And now, well, Enterprise, I guess the only way is up after that.
I mean, just got to do a complete mental reset, say, hey, that was a warm-up round, didn't count. It's fine. Now we know how fast that we need to be prepared for. They have switched sides to bar games as well. They are bringing in a clash as well for potential extra delay, but this is where Enforce's pace can be quite dangerous. They're already starting to surround library. They're opening up games. They're opening up all the crosses. But it does look like they at least want to be able to clear above first. We've got some drones coming towards Solar's side. We do see, obviously, there's 3 players of Enterprise playing towards library and Mez. Real Eds being on the clash as well, which Interforce, they're just taking their time figuring out the drones, but we all know they can collapse on extraordinarily quickly.
This 2-on's going to be the one to find that opener there. Ginham taken out of this round very early on as we tick past that first minute. And I was going to say, it's felt a bit, you know, after that first round, we had 3 kills in 30 seconds, and now it's back to nothing's happening. But 2-on comes through, finds himself that opener, and that's exactly what Enterprise are after. It's a long way from any round confirmation, but at least you get that first one there. Now you've got that player advantage. You can sort of, again, you can fall back a little from a couple of sides, get back further in, or your roamers might think, you know what, could be a little bit more aggressive because we've got that one little advantage.
Which we do see Harper and Nina trying to use the Bravo drones and the Twitch drones to clear out all the util holding upstairs, which we did see one of the Twitch drones getting shot, unable to take down the mirror. But they do have the nades going out, as we see no shields, no ADS, at least covering that blue player there. But Relay is able to fall up, but Nina does pick up player down below on that rotate, which there goes your Wamai, there goes your denial of any nades later on. Which, looking at the util, there's no adventure. They only have 2 smokes in, or 4 smokes in pocket on Enterforce, so they won't need to worry about nades, but what that means is they can be able to run in, get really aggressive, cover the angles, and pick apart Enterprise 1 by 1.
I was going to say, we talked about Nita at the start of the broadcast about them being that difference maker. And if they can be on song, well, we're only 1 round in and almost to the completion of a second, and they're already up to 6 kills, and there might just be a few more waiting for them if they so desire here. Enterprise holding this one down at the moment, time below 30 seconds. As Interforce start to make their way in towards this diffuser plan, if they can try and get an angle for it. And it will be Fisher Guy, though. Shuts down the first, 2-on with another. Akusi finally manages to get back through with 1, but it's a 2v3, and things working very much against them. And Akusu would need to add 3 more to what they already have. Time is the issue, though. There's only 5 seconds left. They walk out, and Fisher Guy locks it down, and Enterprise, a solid round there. A nice comeback after a pretty disastrous start. And after 2, we are tied at 1 apiece.
Which Enterprise played to their strategies. They didn't overextend. They were prepared for Nina. Kept running in. Which then we see them just sitting on their clash shields, on their mirror shields, falling off when they needed to as well. Which, to be fair, Enterforce actually took quite a while to clear the rest of the top side and then actually get rid of the util and then go for that clear at the top, which, I mean, compared to what we saw in the previous game in Clubhouse with Interforce, they were very aggressive, a little bit faster, which, surely, it is a bigger map. There are more things to clear, particularly little rat spots here and there that you have to be worried about, but I think Enterprise, they played the time, they played the delay, which, with the clash, it always helps with that last bit in the round.
Yeah, I mean, with any sort of the hits we've seen, and we've seen most of them today from all the games we've already casted. It's been times where teams have managed to get you know, plans down or wins rounds where there's little time left, but usually it's going to swing the way of the defenders. The longer you can delay, the longer you can hold out with the util to just make sure that the attacking teams, they have to waste time. They've got to chase those roamers. They've got to look in every sort of area because, again, they know if they miss one thing, you're going to be in trouble. But if you just take a little bit too long, then all of a sudden, when it comes to that attack, you just start second guessing with that final floor clearance. But 1-1. There's now Interforce on ball with a Kuzu to start this one. Starting to clear out these angles, drones out and about. We stand here, well, 30 seconds in, and it's all just waiting to see how this one starts out here.
Which site is Kitchen and Dining, in which Enterprise are all happy to play towards the piano side, upstairs, hold it as much as possible. But Enterforce have recognized that no players are holding on the library side, on the game side, so they've taken the space quite quickly, and now they're slowly trying to open that office wall, which they are able to do, because there was only a new gem on the wall, no electrical at that point, so starting to put that pressure on the office wall. The main thing there with office is you want to clear the players out so they can't have vert control if they go for that dining plant. But player does have an answer on Harper, which there goes your gridlock. So no more flank watch, no more nades. But Nina, immediate refrag onto Fisho, bringing it back to a 4v4 with plenty of time still for Enterforce to do some damage.
That's what they wanted there. They just get their trade immediately back. But Player and Reels, they just make sure that nothing's going to be coming to fruition from that double up there. Player gets himself a triple for the round. And now all of a sudden, it's just Mugi who's left in a 1v2 situation. It was 1v3, they've found that first one, and now they've still got a bit of time left in the clock. Diffuser in the back of their pocket, but the problem is, when you're half HP, you just got to keep keeping these angles. If they can get a headshot, maybe there's an opportunity. Can't get in that first one there, they've lost more. All of a sudden, it is just one shot to end this round, and for Enterprise to take this one in a 2-1 advantage. Defensive side as well, considering how the first round went, this would be absolutely perfect for them. Again, trying to clear these angles, but Players not letting it happen. A quad kill for them, and it will be Enterprise to take round number 3. And they do it incredibly solidly in the end there. As Enterforce, well, they got the initial one when you said it was the 4v4, brought that back in, but then as the moment, pretty much 5 seconds after, they just completely collapsed. The first two gone down. And then they just couldn't get the trades on top of that.
Which I think Enterforce's attack that round was a little one-dimensional. They opened the office wall and then they started pushing through piano with some angles through the bathroom side. We didn't obviously see all the action happening towards the bathroom, but what that meant is they didn't have anyone on the master rappel for the crosses. They didn't have anyone on solo rappel to cover anyone rotating over to help the bathroom player, help the master player. So because it was one-dimensional, Enterprise weren't forced out of any locations, weren't forced out of any areas. They had the crosses, they had the refrags, all in their pockets, which then obviously led them to win the round.
Now we just go back to the setups again, and a bit more of a think here for Enterforce. I mean, the opening round, fantastic, but also you'd say that was Enterprise's, main hold side. So you take that, great, but the fact you don't really get much of a look in at the secondary and tertiary, it's a little concerning, especially when, you think of these APAC teams, we've talked about it a fair bit already today, that they put a lot of pressure on the fact that they usually take more attacking rounds than defensive side, and then you look towards their OCE squads, they're more of that just sort of the standard. You're more looking at the defensive holds, strong there. And I guess in this instance, that's where things will probably just switch around when they go to the other side, where Enterprise might not have the flash and pizzazz that we've seen some of the APAC teams have. Well, when it comes to at least the attacking end, and we are going to a quick little break, it seems. We've got a slight tech issue.
Yes, I do believe there is a movement issue where the players spawned in and could not move anymore, which unfortunate to see, but obviously that means there's a little bit of time for a mental reset on Interforce's side, which obviously they can't talk to each other during a technical issue, but that doesn't mean they can't reset, think about what's happening, what their plans are. But on the flip side, we do have obviously Enterprise. They were going upstairs, they were doing their normal setup, which after a tech issue, they don't have to go back to the same site, they don't have to play the same operators. So on their side, they're thinking, do we want to do the same thing or do we want to switch it up? On Chalet, you can play all 4 bomb sites quite efficiently, which we've seen, obviously, upstairs, master, bedroom. We've also seen kitchen, dining, and bar games, which does leave basement. Hasn't been touched yet, but it is always a possibility if Enterprise do want to actually go down there. But we'll find out when the teams are going on, which doesn't look like we're prepared as of yet, but they're just chilling, we're just chatting sort of things. But I think Enterprise, they've got to keep playing their game. They know where they want to sit, and as long as they're not getting forced out, they can go for those refrags, which we saw in the previous round where they got all the refrags, and Interforce, I think they got to go. Obviously, they're going fast. They're taking the space really quickly, but they need to think a bit more how we're going to surround these roaming clears rather than can we just all walk in the same angle and shoot them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's the thought for them there. I mean, because we looked at that first round, it really was in the end probably pretty much all Nina who got those openers and were just able to do that massive clear. And good in the sense you take that round, massive opener, you know, players are pumped up, but then we've watched the next two, and all of a sudden, if Nina doesn't really have the same impact to get the chance to do that, it seems a little bit more one-dimensional. They seem to be getting read pretty well there from Enterprise, so that might be an issue. That could be rearing its head here, which, you know, 2-1, we're going to be switching as well in the basement, so of course, they're on the second floor. We've had that timeout. With the tech pause, we're going to be changing things up there, so it means that clean slate. Or is there any thought that Interforce might have had with, oh, they're going to be possibly doing this because they're going to this floor? Now it's all just back to square one.
Yep, which obviously they have to think about their new plan of attack, how they want to go for that execute. Obviously, Enterprise, they're already prepared for this switch up. They've got their strategies that they want to do, which I think is quite a smart play on Enterprise, just getting in the head of Interforce a little bit more. Now, with basement, you can bunker a lot, but a lot of side is actually exposed from any verticals above, which we do see Interforce picking the ramp. But I do like the Sense pick as well, which Sense, very powerful operator of Sense, able to cover and cause chaos in very large areas, which downstairs in the basement, both sides are quite large, quite open areas. So having the Sense being able to cover most of that, I think, is a very smart play.
Well,
but then there's no sense.
Yes. So they're a smart player. That doesn't mean it's actually going to work.
That's true, of course. So they're going a bit more structured this time, not going for aggression, which I also like. Trying to switch it up on both sides, trying to adapt to each other's strategy. Which, it does look like Interforce want to do a top-down clear, which makes sense if they want to do Vert, which is why they have the Ram. But we do obviously see Enterprise. Bappin lurking above on the Goyo. Relays also lurking on the blue stairs, trying to help Bappin and get a bit more information on where they are. And I do see player is also in dining. So there's 3 players off-site holding above, making sure that Interforce can't just enter the building and get the Vert that they need.
Try and hold down angles for that one, but, well, Realize is not going to be a part of the rest of this round. Kuzu finding that opener. Exactly what Enterforce were looking for here, so that is just one of the primers up top that's been gotten rid of. They've still got, I was going to say, a few players that are around that first floor. The second floor was basically being taken mostly there by Harper. The rest are still outside the exterior and trying to get that grapple up for the setup for these ones. Tuan drops a little bit lower, but he's got to be aware as well that they might just go, do they go for a quick play here, just straight through basement? They get an opening and maybe try to that side. You'll leave that 1 or 2 for the vert plate. Remains to be seen, but when you have that 5v4, you just have a little bit more to work with in terms of that util and just how you want to set yourselves up for this hit.
Which Akuzu just opening up the connector side. It does look like they want to go for that scenario. They are opening up the vert through wine, making sure they can't sit in the connector angle, can't sit comfortably in the wine. I think they have taken off the Cade Claw as well on that main garage wall. So they're starting to take out all the util that they need, but this is where Tuvarel, Fisher guy is on the Tuvarel, delaying that thermite charge from going off, but not. Oh, does trick it actually. So the Cade Claw is still on the wall, able to trick that off, which great use of Tuvarel and Cade there. Which, looking at Interforce, they don't have any more exothermic charges, so they don't have a way to actually go through that snow garage. I do believe Akuzu has taken off all his Habana gadgets, which means 30 seconds left. They're going to have to flood sight down the staircases and go for a plant down the staircases.
Oh, it really does matter sometimes. That one piece of utility not going off has just changed all the plans at the last second. There's still so much they need to clear it around these stairs now, and time is the issue. They've got to get in here quick and fast, and they can just hold these angles here as Baffin finds Jimin. They've got other heads presenting towards him. Boogie gets the first. Fisher guy trades back. They're on the planning of the diffuser, and I think it's still going through here. Player is left and he's lonesome. If he can get this kill, maybe there's the chance. He can't quite find it. Nina locks it in. And Enterforce, it wasn't pretty, but the round is taken away. 2 apiece. And Enterprise, they'd have to be kicking themselves there. They did everything perfectly, but they just could not find the kills when it came to that final fight.
Which, yeah, they had the positioning as well, Tuhan playing underneath the stairs, which is a perfect angle if you have the connector angle or the wide angles with the head holes, but just falling apart with the gunfight. Same with the players in blue, where we had 2 players on Interforce take on 2 players in Enterprise, which obviously players went down, refrags happened, but just because of those refrags, that's how Interforce managed to get into the building and go for the plant, but extremely close there. But and I think that round in particular was just gunfights. Who could win the 1v1s in that situation?
I mean, they all had to flood in basically around the same entrances, and well, at least in our first round of what would be considered just all gunfights, it's Enterforce who come out on top, so they'll be happy with how that one's panned out for Enterprise. They go back to the drawing board here for the last 2 rounds of this first half. Still looking at a possible 4-2. Same on the other side as well. So for Interforce, they know if they can take this one across here, themselves incredibly well. Good start to the defensive side. I mean, but again, I think is that both the basements? I think lost now for Enterprise. I think they lost those. It was the first round.
That was the first time they were basement.
First
They've
time
been
they
to
were
all
basement, that
4.
one.
They lost upstairs.
It was
first
upstairs.
round.
I was thinking the first
yeah,
one.
and then they lost basement there, which they are going. They have gone back upstairs again, which I do see they've changed their operator selection. They've brought a Clash as well as a Capcan, which we don't see too much Capcan, as it's more catching people off when they haven't drone things properly. But we have seen Interforce be very aggressive and just walk in, as we saw Nina in the first round. So might be able to catch someone off guard, particularly in the later half of the round. If there's Capcan traps around site, players can just walk in to them. Particularly in pro play, you don't particularly expect certain Capcan traps in certain locations. So just the fact that there is a Capcan might catch Interforce.
Droning continues.
New mag.
Clearance mostly coming on this second floor here. On the side of Interforce as they being pretty thorough with everything before them. Player cops a little bit through the wall there. Bit of HP taken away. And just making some holes in the wall right now. But again, slow and steady here from Interforce. They're happy to sort of get these setups, clear the finds out, and then when they can get those kills, that's what they're after. But Bappin this time gets Nina, and that's the man who's been in fine form so far for them, so a big one to lose there.
Tuhan does take down Harper as well, leaving it a 5v3, and we see Bappin able to get out quite safely on that room. And Relays picks up Akuzu, does get traded out by the nade himself, but 4v2, things are looking good on Enterprise side of things. They still have a lot of util, and the Clash is still up in play, but Bappin takes down Mugi and does leave Jin in, left in a 1v4 situation, getting zapped, getting surrounded, and does get taken down at the end of the day.
Yeah, solid round from Enterprise, and they've found their voice after that one there. Up again, 3-2. There was some words being exchanged there. Well, I can hear it almost through our headphones over here, but did you actually catch any of what was said there?
I have no idea.
Well, if you can back it up, go right ahead.
The passion is there, which
Attackers need to locate and
on
defuse
Chalet,
as many
because it
bombs
is
as
quite a
they can.
50-50 map, getting a 3-3 split is quite
Attackers have
common. So
discovered
being
the
able to get a
location of the
4-2, Enterprise would be really looking for that, particularly on the defense, where we do see Aussie teams tend to be better on the defense, and then the APAC Asia teams, South Asia, APAC North, they tend to be better on the attacking side. So this is technically the strongest side of both of these teams. And so if Enterprise does go up on their defense, I think they'll be in a really good position for the second half.
10 seconds remaining.
Which it does look like they're going down back to Bar and Games, and they are bringing a similar lineup that they did last time. They bring the Clash once again. The Clash has been working quite well for them. I do see they're bringing the Smoke as well as Mira was banned out. They did bring Mira previously, but I do like the Vel in play. Just a little bit of extra information, making sure that no one on Enforce can just sneakily walk through everything.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want that because it would make things pretty difficult to hold down the round if they just go sneaking on in whichever way they want. As you now look to a couple of these players here to keep this pressure on. That's what the Enterprise have been pretty solid across the board for most of the team. It's pretty even in the kill department. And this is, of course, taking into account we did have to reset after 3 rounds, so, but even then, pretty close on that end. Nina, of course, well, leading the way in the lobby after their exceptional ace in round number 1. But now they want something else from him here, and the rest of the team here as Interforce look to try and sign this up to 3 apiece in his first fight. Oh, he just doesn't even look into that, Jim, and no clue that player was there. So a bit of a missed one there for Interforce. Doing lets them know what he thought of that kill, and we sit at 4-4 with a minute 50 on the clock.
Which Fisher guy getting aggressive on the library window at the time. Nina does take him down for free, which I'm not sure if I'd like that aggression, particularly when you have the man advantage as well as a C4 in pocket. Particularly, you could have just used the C4 out of the window rather than trying to face check it. But here we are. We didn't see, obviously, the full positioning of what was happening during library side, but 4v4, and player has to be very careful if he rotates through lobby. Harper is on that cross outside the lobby double, but Akuzu does take down Tuhan as well. I'm assuming that's the player stuck in the library corner. But the pings are there. Player does take down one. Is trying to get naded out for the other. And does go for the trade as well. That is massive. And now we're left in a 2v2 with a 1 minute remaining.
The falling away head, that is insanity there from player. What a round from him. He's given Enterprise away in. Interforce, though, has kept the pace. It's 2v2. 50 seconds left on the clock. Kuzu is down to about half HP as Bappen realize, hold these angles, wait to see where Interforce will try to make this entry into the site. Slowly but surely they know, both teams, how important this round is. For Enterprise, a chance at a 4-2, a slight advantage into the second half. Interforce looking to tie things up. The Smokes, slight gap in that wall. Bappen realize they're playing off each other at the moment. That Smoke covering the wall side. You can see one of the Interforce players, it was Yugi, gone to the top, but Akuzu finding that kill. Massive there. Trying to make their way through. Diffuser needs to be planted, but it's the drop down. And if he just swings out at the right time, depending on this one close, it might just do it. And Bappen gets the job done, gets aggressive, and Enterprise will get to 4 first. Defensive side advantage as they do the switch. And from a 2v1 there, Bappen comes in clutch. And a very entertaining first half there.
Beautiful, beautiful delay there on Enterprise. And as I said, player picking up that refrag situation in just a terrible position, getting naded out, getting completely cleared, I think was the difference of that round. Obviously, Bappen managed to get the clutch, get the final cover and the final kills. But the whole entire team delayed the attack on Interforce, picked them off one by one until the point where obviously they were completely under pressure and Bappen were able to pick up the last 2. So I think Enterprise, they'll be very happy with the 4-2 split. We are now switching over, which I mentioned on the bans that we see, Monty and Blackbeard, no shields on the attack on that side. But then on the defense, no Azami, no Castles. So once again, same strategy as what Enforce were trying to do, making sure they couldn't cover anything. That was just a beautiful...
Seen that replay.
Just the last bullet there as well, before he died.
And then Bappen as well. I mean, the diffuser, because he holds that out, maybe there's a chance. I mean, like, you have to hold that in the end, unfortunately.
You don't have much of a
on Enterprise's side, so that was the fight. Bappen needed to win the first. He gets it done. And now, as we stand, well, first round becomes incredibly important here for Interforce. They need a lock and defensive side. Do not allow this to get out to a 3-round advantage. I mean, look, you can always still come back from these ones, but you feel like the team that takes the first map. That's the momentum they need. And, you know, where they're able to just keep that one rolling. Of course, you're going to have the break in between the maps, so everything that can come through for that reset. But looking at these squads, for Interforce, they just need something on opener here. I mean, do you look to Nina to be that roamer, to put out that aggression? I mean, they're up on the second floor at the moment.
Mugi, Jinnum, and then Kuzu and also Harper down towards that first floor. So spread out. Some bunkering, some moving. And for Enterprise, can they get themselves out to that 5-2? I mean, can they just keep rolling with it if they take? Because this is what you call it. It's going to be the main site here as the push on out from Nino. We asked if he was going to get some aggression, and he delivers. Massive opener. Tuan had no clue.
Not at all. Like, he opened up the window, which Nino was just working underneath. Obviously, Enterprise, they are going for a solid take here across the map, but then that long angle holding bathroom on that rappel is extraordinarily common to see. So obviously, Enterforce knows that angle and completely planned for that with Nino on that play, which beautiful, beautiful play there. But player does take down Mugi, and we do get potential refrag, but then as I say that, it does get brought back down to a 4v3, which there's still plenty of time for Enterprise to figure some things out, but Nina's not going to let Relays anywhere near the bomb site, does take him out completely, and this does leave player and Bappen in a very, very tough situation now.
Well, now it's just Bappen with all to do in a 1v4. I was going to say both of them had been finding the kills so far for Enterprise, but now they're not even going to get a say in this one as Akuzu comes through and absolutely decimates the last one there. And an incredibly solid start for the defensive hold here on Enterforce. They were not troubled whatsoever. I don't think they even got really any sort of clearance into any of the floors there for the side of Enterprise. So a bit flat on their first attacking round. And most of that, of course, coming out from Nina. I mean, just good aggression for their 2 kills. What more we can really ask for?
I mean, they didn't even let them into the building at this point. And Nina just getting aggressive even outside the building as well, so making sure Enterprise can't even be comfortable on those rappels sitting outside, which you would think would be a safe location. Not so much on Chalet, but someone jumping out a library double is not something you see every day.
Well, that's what you got to be prepared for, and I think that just sums up the Asian League. Usually it's just that, well, expect the unexpected, because traditional R6 doesn't particularly apply to a lot of these games as we get ready and set for round number 8 here. Enterprise's lead that they've built up in the first half could very quickly disappear here.
5 seconds left.
Enterforce, I mean, we've talked about defensive holds here. They're able to get the 2 in a row, and then you look toward that tertiary. And maybe they can swing things around pretty quickly, but they take a lot of promise out of that first round, the fact that you don't even let Enterprise into the building to, you know, set up an anything. Now, if you're Enterprise, are you a lot more worried about that aggression, which means is you take up a bit more time, just waiting for those openers to happen? Because once again, another one's happened there. Jinnum knocks out Fisher guy. And 5v4 just like that, we're only 30 seconds in.
Which, that is your sense, so the main key point of your potential rush or plant strategy, and that's also diffuser down right outside the window. So Enterforce can kind of babysit that for the rest of the round, make sure that Enterprise can't get that diffuser for the rest of the round, which it is very isolated as well. So Enterprise will have to think about if they want to go for kills or go for the diffuser in a dangerous location. But it does look like most of Enterprise are going now on the sweep. So from the master side, from the offer side, trying to clear the blue shield, which beautiful play there with the bait on the Flores drone, and then Relays does pick down Harper, which that is your wall mine going as well. But there are ADSs still in play and mirrors, which we do see. The Twitch drone, excellent work on the player there for taking the mirror, but obviously still 4v4, and there's still a lot of util they need to be able to clear.
I'm out, gotta reload!
Taking a little bit of an awkward position at the moment. Stair clearance trying to be taken here by Enterprise. Can they open up on that side, and Relays takes a fair bit of damage. He's so very low. Player finally gets that kill. Now they're looking to see if there's that re-aggression towards Stairs. Doesn't come through instantaneously, and now 4v3. Kuzu, Nina, and Jimin left, and now it's just Dinham and Akuzu now. As they're ticked away, and they're doing everything right here. Enterprise, and now it's going to be Jimin stuck in an awful situation. Tries to drop down the hatch. He'll get down it, but he's not alive. And just like that, Akuzu can do nothing. And what a round from Enterprise. Dominant from start to finish. And they will get to 5. And for Enterforce there, it's the exact opposite of what happened in round number 1, where they had all the cards, played it out perfectly on their end. This time they just got beaten in those gunfights.
Yeah, which, I mean, they got the opening pick as well, but rest of Enterprise, they worked really well together. They used their util very clearly, but then the main thing is they all swung together at the same time, pressuring just one location at the time, which I think the dome barricades that were put down on the Mez side, on the library side, really, really allowed Enterprise to be able to get into display very safely, which is a very rare place to be able to actually get into without the crosses through the library. And then, as you saw, they opened up one of the barricades, started shooting down Mugi, started taking down everyone else one by one, which I think Enterforce, they kind of have to, I think, get a little more aggressive on Enterprise. We've seen with the aggression, they're able to catch out Enterprise really early on. So if they continue the aggression, they'll be able to catch out Enterprise, as we saw in round 1, and have a completely dominant round.
That's what they want. Now Enterprise right next to that magical number 6 to give them some map points and a series lead as Enterforce coming from a bit of a way back now. They'll have faith in their system and themselves that they can keep this one rolling. Do need a couple of their players to get going. I was been talking about Nita, but Kuzu's been playing fantastically as well. 13 kills between them. But this is the Harper. It's Mugi, who was actually pretty decent in the first series. We cast in the best of 1 for Enterforce. He hasn't really had the opportunities, either from the attacking side or even defensive hold for these first couple, to get any sort of advantage or leeway into these fights. Again, you're just looking for this opener. Won't decide a round, but just swing towards one of these teams and just cannot make a mistake here.
Which, looking at Enterprise's lineup, there is a Amaru on the board, which we don't normally see Amaru in general play, unless you're going for a very aggressive rush play. We also have the Glaz as well, which I'd imagine the Amaru, as Fisher Guy was posturing down below, wants to go up the kitchen hatch, so when everything's going on, to try and backstab them already directly into sight. As we do see Enterprise starting to go into storm, we hear the smokes, we hear the Grimbees, and they might be going for an execute right now.
Could be a trade over there between Tuon and Mugi. Jinan takes down Fisher Guy, but Harper and Akuzu coming through with massive kills, and whatever they might have been attempting here, it has fallen completely flat here for Enterprise. Tuon, absolutely no HP. So Relays is basically left with so much heavy lifting to do here. Enterforce, perfect start for them here in this round that might soon just be over here. Continue to search around for this one, and Harper's got themselves the double. Relays is gone, and now you can basically put a cross through it as Tuhan while they're alive. They've got absolutely no HP, no teammates to back them up, and Enterforce should be finding their fourth pretty quickly here.
Just getting the C4 out, but yeah, 1v4, he's on 1 HP as well. It's going to be extraordinarily tough ask, which Enterprise, they had the clear plan of attack and plan of execute, but Enterforce, they had the answers to all of those plans. They got rid of Fisher Guy first, the big backstabber. Maybe Fisher went a little bit too early, as we did hear the bees, the smokes, and then Fisher died immediately after, rather than waiting for a little bit of a distraction first. Which, it also doesn't help that they're trying to smoke out a warden who can see through the smoke, so might have been able to delay the Glaz from able to get into trophy side, into solar side, but Enterforce just had an answer for Enterprise that round.
So you can ask them there as the bands come through for the final time on this map. That can be in mirror out of the way. So 5-4. Chance here for Enterprise to still get to that 6, and for Enterforce, can they get this all evened up? I mean, every round is important, but the closer you get to that magical number 7, that's where you just start to feel maybe a little bit of that extra pressure. But for Enterforce, the last round especially, I think quite solid. Like the defensive side for both teams has actually been pretty good here, which, yeah, this, of course, we wanted today where it's like, oh yeah, no, we'll be seeing a lot of attacking side ones, but this one here it's half-half. No, yeah, this time we'll just be all like defensive holds. Because,
aggressive
aggressive defensive holds.
Which, I mean, Chalet really caters for both attack and defense aggression, as I was mentioning before. So much flank, that's a very large-ish map. A lot of rotate potential, a lot of vertical potential as well. So you can be very, very creative on Chalet here. Which, One of my concerns is this is Enterprise's
Attackers are
map
moving
pick.
to defuse a bomb.
So if they're starting to feel the pressure, starting to lose it, then there's also got the back of the head that, hey, this is our map pick. If we lose this, this is not a good situation. And we do see Enterforce, they are going back up to their primary site, master bedroom and office, which we do see them have quite an extensive roam hold here with Nina. Actually, there's 4 players lurking over towards game side as they did hear Enterprise wanting to enter that side. So Enterforce here with the answer with the refrags there. 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
beautiful team play there with Nina picking up the kill. The player does take down Nina. Aware there is the second player though. And this is where the refrags come, and these are where the refrags are the most essential part, because both teams are just all going at a 5v5 fist fight at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nena was probably hoping that he would get the trade there even when he went down, but player gets that kill, manages to get out, so leaves it in that 4v4 as we tick down below 2 minutes here. And Kuzu's sitting at half HP, so that's going to work against him a little. Bappin in the meantime's found Harper, so they're out of the round. And already, I mean, they're pretty aggressive across the board here, Interforce, on this defensive hold. But this is the problem, though, because when you're all spread out, trying to take ground in as many corners as possible, it can work against you. Fisher got diffuser in hand. I think he's got the backup of behind him, but he's got to be careful because you don't want that diffuser dropped over there, allowing Interforce just to, well, meaning that Enterprise have to just sort of split up numbers towards the other end. But 4v3, minute 20, and it comes down to this kill, and Kuzi finds it. The Fisher guy is there for that immediate trade.
Which, there we go, the trades are there, but now it's 2v3, so Interforce have to look for a pick here. They are getting the yellow pings towards blue side, so they're aware where the players are. Just looks away at the wrong time, you know. But where the player is there, does go for the swing, but Relays does shut him down, does leave Mugi in a 1v3 situation. He doesn't have his score force, about to switch over. He's getting beat, they know exactly where he is. They're starting to collapse on him, and Enterprise are now on match point for the first map of this series.
That they are. They worked that one incredibly well in the end. Coming out on top. To 6 they go. 6-4 now, the score line reads. So for Interforce, if they want to take away their opponent's map pick, they're going to have to force OT here. And honestly, I didn't mind the idea of what Interforce had there. It started off well. I mean, Nena gets that first one. It was this section there. That's where they've got to have that immediate trade. It didn't happen. And then, I mean, we had it in the 3v3, but it was just Enterprise after that, able to just steady. They get the kills that they needed. Jinam, that was maybe a little bit too aggressive, especially when you're already down a player there. But in his mind, he's probably like, you know, we need to make a play. We need to get this back in the 2v2. Because if he does get that kill, he's not likely to be traded. So it gives them a bit more of an advantage. But, you know, those are the little things. Doesn't work out for them there. Enterprise capitalize off it. Now they've got their 6-4, and we also have the timeout as well. So they've got a chance just to, well, formulate this. It's pretty easy, guys. Let's win 2 in a row and then try and get to 8.
And easy solution. We win the match.
Yeah, just win.
Meanwhile, Enterprise is like, all we have to do is win 1 round.
Yeah.
And then we can go to the second map. And then we'll win our map pick.
Yeah. This is the high quality analysis we know the players are talking about right now.
Yes, yes.
In depth.
But on a serious note, Enterprise, they're probably thinking, which side do we want to go on? How are we going to catch Enterprise off guard? Which
the location of a bomb.
we see now the 4th bomb site, basement. So both teams opting after a little bit of a downfall, a little bit of a tech issue, other things like that, to go to basement, or the 4th site, to try and catch the other team off guard, which, as mentioning before, it can be anchored quite well in the deeper parts, particularly blue side, but there is a lot of vert that can be done as well, which looking at Enterprise's operator switches, it does look like they want to go for a full roam clear. They've got the line, they've got the Deimos to track it down and clear those roamers, as well as the Ram now to get some vert.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, quite a few switches there after getting that information, the preparation stage, and now 1 of 2 match points or map points in this regard here for Enterprise. To try and take a 1-0 series lead. Interforce trying to force overtime. Neither of these squads want to be down in the 1-0 position because then they're just 1 map away from elimination. So any chance they can get to lock these ones down is what they're hoping. This time around it feels a bit more calm, not as much movement. Although I do say that, Mugi is downstairs maybe Real as well. He's not going to be moving too much more, and neither is Nina. They were not really aware that Bappin would be in that position. They just kind of wandered into his crosshair, and Bappin said, well, you know what, fair enough, I'll take that.
Yeah, I think Tuhan jumping in first kind of was like, Nina was probably thinking, there's no way there's a second person in the same window watching that, trying to go for the sneaky angles there. But beautiful, obviously 1-for-1 trade there, but Interforce have managed to fall off a little bit. Mugi's now in a safer location, able to fall off on that. And there. He is getting pinged out though, so they are aware, but well, he is down though. He does go through the hatch. They're aware he's down though, I believe. Tuhan trying to finalize that kill, but I think Mugi will actually be able to get picked up, which beautiful fall off at the right time. Just got away with his life. But what that does mean is Enterprise now has top floor and middle floor, and now they can really focus on pushing that wine side.
I mean, that could be a difference maker. Mugi is not, I mean, he's in the round, low HP, but just the fact they're up, the fact that they've got the opportunity to still compete in this one can make all the difference here. As we tick down towards that 60-second mark, and Enterprise trying to figure out which way they want to take this one through. Got a couple, I mean, that first, and both up on that first floor, and a Kuzu, no!
Which, I don't know.
The side, I think they could probably pick him up if needed. He's, I don't know to see how far away he is. I don't think they got the chance to, so there's essentially a left in the 4v3. Mugi's already low. This is not looking good here for Enterforce.
40 seconds left. They are now starting to make their way into site. They don't have a lot of hard breach potential to actually get through these walls, so they might need to funnel through some doorways, some hallways, but they do have the shield, Tuhan on the blitz to be able to force their way through. But here's the big execute about to be occurring. Fisher will have to drop down and try to kill this pillar player to go for the player, which player does go 1 and 2, 15 seconds left. Jin does take down Bappin as well, leaving in a 1v3 though. One like that, and Enterprise win the first map, their map pick of the map series.
That they do. Some cheers from the Enterprise boys, up and about to take the 1-0 series lead. It's a massive one there. They're one step away from keeping themselves in this qualifier. And all of a sudden, you can just see some of the players there from Enterforce realizing they're on the opposite end. They're one map away from being eliminated. Their map pick coming up, though, so they'll have that at least to look forward to. But for Enterprise, challenge there, but a really solid end. They were just pretty much the last 2 rounds especially incredibly clean on that attacking side. And look, it's all in front of them now. They've got 2 opportunities to try and lock this one down. They'll be hoping to try and do it in a 2-0 fashion.
Which, you know, they were really starting to adapt to exactly what Enterforce were using, what they were playing, their style of play of just that early aggression, those early flanks here and there, which, yeah, we saw a lot of those picks there taken off on the flank, which were the difference in winning that round. Which, if they got Mugi earlier as well, it would have been more substantial, but they still won the round at the end of the day. But the second map is going to be Enterforce's map pick. So, obviously, I mean, the pressure is on them that if they lose, and particularly their map pick, they're going to be absolutely devastated.
Well, man, for either team, if they lose this series, it's devastation across the board. So, plenty still to play for there. And, yeah, no, I just got to say, Enterprise, they look solid on that defensive hold. I think for Enterforce, there's a couple of moments there where they'll be kicking themselves in that attacking end where they probably had a few more opportunities. I mean, you think back to how it started, like neither gets an ace. It just isn't basically challenged at all. They just hit every single shot they were after. And they were a major factor in this game, but as they sort of slowed the pace, and again, we just sort of discussed this at the start, where who's the next up for Enterforce? Who is that next sort of big player that's going to pull up for them? And it didn't really happen, which is a bit of an issue because even if you qualify through this one, you've got to keep going through the lower bracket. You've got to keep going towards the top side. You know, someone's got to keep going. Someone's got to stand up with Nina. For Enterprise, I think it was pretty solid across the board, which is, again, that can still work for Enterforce where it's just, you know, everyone does the work that needs to be done. You don't have to have the complete star player if everyone's pulling their weight. The problem is it just didn't feel like it was happening for a few players.
Yeah, which Enterprise really working together well, particularly on their attack side. I feel like they've improved a lot on their attack since when we were seeing them through the group stage. As we love to mention OCE are very confident on their defenses, a little less on the attacks, but Enterprise have been quite strong on their attacks. They had their clear plans, they had their executes together, but my main thing I really liked was on Chalet, they had all the crosses at the second half of their attack. They realized, hey, we keep getting flanked, we keep getting aggressed on by Enterforce, let's shut it down completely, which they did, and then they won the map.
Yep, and exactly what they were after. I mean, you have to give it to as player as well. Also realized they just had very, very solid chemistry when it came into those final few fights. And if they can continue that into the second map, they'll be looking very fine there. But guys, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we return, we've got map number 2 coming. Interforce could be on their way home, and Enterprise may be heading into the lower bracket final run. We'll be finding out if that's going to happen right after this. You might have missed it, so we'll give you a little bit of an update. It was Enterprise taking the first map here of our lower bracket best of threes against Interforce. Was their map pick 7-4. Spartan, they looked pretty solid across the board. Interforce had some moments, but weren't able to really get themselves a foot in the door. But now, well, they have to, because this is possibly their tournament life here on the line. Their chance at the qualifying to the Munich Major could end in the next, well, hour if they don't put it all together.
Which, I mean, yeah, the pressure is on, but we are now going to Interforce's map pick. So, I mean, the pressure's double on. If they can't win their map pick and it's their series point, they'll be going home and they'll be, I think, quite disappointed if they do lose this map. But obviously, this is their map choice. Like, hopefully, very confident on this, and this is their chance to shine and see how they go on this map.
Well, we are just going to be getting straight into this one. There are no delays as it is going to be Interforce. They start on the attacking side, so interesting to see that both times they've decided to start the attacking bit. And again, I think that's just comes down to how the Asian teams in the North Side League and also just in the Asia one in general like to do that attacking one.
Yeah.
They prefer getting the start there. With Enterprise, they'll feel comfortable being on the defensive. Look, it's not their map pick, but when you've played enough Siege, it doesn't really matter at some points. You're going to know how you want to play these ones. Yes, maybe you're not as well versed as a team because you put focus onto others, but at the end of the day, when you need to do what you have to do, they can.
Yes, definitely. Which, looking at the map, or the operator picks and the operator bans in particular, we do see both the long-range hard breaches are gone, so choice on Enterprise, that does mean they have the flexibility of roaming upstairs a bit more, in the middle of floors quite safely, and falling back on that main hallway on the top floor. But on Interforce's side, we do have the Smoke and the Tatanka bans, so both denial delay operators banned, particularly useful in basement, so I think a very, very smart pick, because it means basement is a lot easier to actually get into, actually go for any aggressive plants or even late round plants as well. So I think very smart on both sides here. We do see Enterprise opted to start on the top floor, which is usually everyone's second pick, but maybe because the Smoke and Tatanka are banned out, they've chosen to go for that top floor.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I think that it's probably the reason they've gone for this second floor, because you lose those opportunities, well, to hold down towards basement. They're going to have to head there at some point anyway, but, well, Enterprise, Interforce, it could possibly be the last time here for Interforce here in the major qualifiers for the Asian leagues. They need to win this map, try and force a third to keep their tournament hopes alive. For Enterprise, one map away. Can they lock in, take this one, continue on for the Friday for one of these teams? Because the thing is, the day doesn't stop for the winner. They get a quick break, of course, between the next best of threes, and then they've got more. And you're also going to have a crowd starting to come in as well. And that adds a whole new style of things. And especially when you look, we're in Melbourne, you're going to have the Aussie crowd behind you. If they can get to this stage, they know they'll have that little factor there and they can play off that.
Absolutely. Which Enterprise, they'll be riding off the first game. Obviously they win, but they need to also reset. This is a new map, completely new styles of gameplay, which Bank plays very differently to Chalet as well. So they have to be very careful of what Interforce might be able to pick up, which we do see Interforce going for a square take, and we see a lot of vert control already taken, which we do see Nina on the buck ready to do a little bit of vert play. But we do have the Clash and the Echo on Enterprise side, so a couple of very, very strong operators, plus the Fenrir and the Mira place the back on the side to cause issues going for any plants directly into the CEO.
Bits and pieces of HP lost on the Interforce side as they're just being kept away for the time being as information gathering on the side of Enterprise as they continue to hold this one down. That is a fantastic angle of the head here for a second. Oh, I was going to say, I think it was Mugi jumped back out. They almost perished with their life, and that was a defuse on the back. Imagine if that landed inside rather than outside of the window. So you take that, but now can they punish that missed opportunity from Enterprise?
Which we do see a lot of smokes in pockets of Interforce, and they're all starting to get on the repels, ready to potentially go in for this aggressive plant here. But Bapham was here to try go for that flank, but Nina has an answer, does take him down. And we did see Enterprise lose an Echo drone as well, which it does look like they might have... Oh no, I'm not sure if they have an Echo drone in place somewhere around that studio, but that could be the difference if they can actually get the plant down or not.
Oh, Tuan's almost taken out from there. Plant is being pushed through. Mugi, though, it doesn't happen. Tuan shuts it down. Akuzu getting one back there, and another one from Akuzu. Massive double to start this one off. Diffuser is back to being planted.
Fisher on player, waiting towards his airballs, but again, it's the Eco Drone doing that one. Player finds a Kuzu, 3v2, 13 seconds. They need to get this one planted, but they know they just don't have the opportunities. And the angle's been sought again. Player finds himself a double, and they might have run out of time, and Player's Harper goes down. 3 seconds remaining. Player gets the kill. Enterprise take the opening round. Perfect from start to finish. You talked about that Eco Drone, and it is absolutely influential.
I mean, that was the round difference there, stopping the plant, but then Player also able to capitalize on the chaos when the Echo Drone are going down. They're like, okay, well, there's an Echo Drone, we need to move locations, we need to change places, and in that chaos, Player just picking up 1, 2, 3, and Enterprise, by the skin of their teeth, which it was a 2v4 situation, but that's the power of the util and the power of the time delay, and that's why Enterprise win that round.
If he's back like a meter, that doesn't get spotted.
Yep.
I mean, you're probably still shooting that, but you don't get that. That is, for Enterforce, that is rounds they cannot lose. 4v2, and I guess the issue became there, even when they had the 4v2, was that, you know, you can't get that drone down, but also the other fact is you only have like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So if anything goes wrong, there's just no time to fix it. You've just got to continue. They couldn't leave that side. And then, you know, Player getting those kills on Salford Enterprise, and we could hear them as well.
Yes.
Up and about for that one, and every right to be as well. So what a start to this second map. They take their opening defensive round, and now Interforce, well, look, disappointing, but they can take solace in the fact that pretty much for 90% of it, they controlled the momentum, and they just couldn't close out the round.
Yeah, so they've got an answer at least on the first half, 2/3 of the round. They just need to figure out how they're going to capitalize the end part of the round, which we are now going down to basements, a very different side how to play there. But it does look like Enterforce want to go for a direct through server, but Player has an answer for Akazu. And we do see Fisher very, very aggressively deep on the server rack, making sure that Monty, Mookie can't enter freely. But Mookie does not care about the shield. He just pulls out his pistol and pistol whips Fisher Guy to the next realm at this stage, which, there goes your mirror. Fisher Guy did use his C4 before, but we do see there's still 2 C4s in pocket on Enterprise. So even if they get a little closer, as long as Bappin and Chuhan can make it back to site, because I do believe both of them are roaming, then they can use that C4 later on in the round.
And that's what they're hoping to do, is Clearance still trying to go in here. Mugi slowly creeping forward. They've got the diffuser in hand. They need to have areas cleared out, information handed over. This kill, this fight, oh, very, very close to being taken down. But they are going for this plant now through this side, and I think they might be able to get it here. The push on in from Player, tries to stop it, doesn't happen. Back from the C4 finds it. Meanwhile, Harper's got himself a double, but he's down. Mugi is all that's left. Down away, but the diffuser got planted. They need to hit their shot to the pistol. Doesn't happen. 2-0 locks it down. Enterprise make it 2-0 to start it off on the defensive end. And once again, unfortunately for Enterforce, the moment was there, but they could not clutch it up. And they will drop the opening 2. And now the tertiary, well, it's a must-win at this point. If they can't take this one, if they're down 3-0 like this early on, you're already a bit down on the dumps after dropping the first map, but now the pressure, it's heightened. You're already feeling, you know, you're sweating because you're playing for your tournament life and a chance to go to the Munich Major. And now it just gets even further away from their grasp.
I mean, the plan was very, very clear on Interforce's side. They wanted to go for a server direct. They had their players upstairs to try cover any of the flanks, any of the room above, particularly because the server hatch was open. But then Enterprise, I like their aggression. They continued to stay on the room and then slowly collapse above. But then also we saw Fisher Guy making sure, hey, even though you're playing Monty, you're not going to be walking in free. We did see Baffin as well take on that kill on the early 7 as well. So I'm loving, obviously, Enterforce, they have their clear plans, but Enterprise, they're reading what Enterforce's plan is and having an amazing adaptation in at least those 2 rounds though. But, I mean, the first round was extraordinarily close. The second round, a bit more on Enterprise's side, but we are now, as you were mentioning, the tertiary side. So it does tend to be the weaker side of the defense. which it does look like Enterprise want to hold upstairs as long as possible, which we are seeing Denari, which we don't. So new operator, so many new things we can see with his little laser gates.
So now you're Interforce. This opening kill, the start of this round. How does that start to feel? And Enterprise, they know that they can drive home such a massive advantage here. So how aggressive do they want to get to try and go for that opening kill to keep the pressure on the attackers? Nina, it's actually gotten through pretty nicely, but 2-1's already got the opener. Jinan is done, out of the round, will be traded back though. So they'll feel fine with that. I mean, we're seeing the movement there. It was Nina getting into a pretty decent position, and can they get the kill? That's the question. They're being targeted from both sides. Still get the one with the pistol. Almost a second. Oh, in the end, Bappin just gets through. That could have been massive. At the end of the day, it's a 3v3. Nina's done some good work. Still so much time in this round left.
Yeah, still 2 minutes. Interforce walked in, killed a few people, but then immediately got refragged. But there goes your Monty. There goes your main pushing factor. We still see the Ram up on the board, so there is still vert potential. But looking at Enterprise, they're just playing very passively, very patiently. We do see Relays and Bappin back on site, but Player is lurking upstairs in the elevator, which I'm not sure if Interforce are 100% aware that he is lurking in that area. So we're just going to be very careful that doesn't come and get backstabbed in the later part of that round.
As Bappin swings on out, Akuzu was absolutely deleted. 3v2 just like that. Really out of nowhere, it was just that swing. Kuzu just clueless of where that was going to be coming from, unfortunately. No time to react. Player finds Mugi. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Interforce, they are in all sorts of trouble now. Diffuser is down. He's been guarded from all sides. Harper. Bappin doesn't want a bar of it. No chance of back in that round. And what a start here. 3-0. Enterprise all over Interforce right now. And, well, not a surprise. They've gone straight into a timeout here.
Which, I mean, you kind of have to at this point. You've lost 3 attacks on a row on your map pick. It is Bank, so it does tend to be more defender-sided. But if this is your map pick, you would hope you would at least be able to pick up the tertiary site, if not the secondary. And obviously Enterprise, I mean, second round, third round, they're being quite dominant with their holds. Particularly, they get the early trades later on, but then they don't throw away that advantage. They manage to get it down to even numbers but lower numbers, which in this game, because the defense can put down the util even though at the start of the round, and then they can go die on the roam clear, their util is still in place. So even if it's a 3v3 at the end of the round, it's still 3 attackers versus 3 defenders plus 5 defenders of util. So there's always the advantage on the defense towards the later part of the round, because you just even have that util to spare.
I think as well, it's the way they're losing these rounds.
Reloading.
And yes, he looks in there. Great kill for that one there, but if they get that first one clean, that's a completely different story. They get the full clear out the 2, all of a sudden Interforce have all the advantages, but then Bappin, that swings out. We're sitting at 3v3, there's a minute left, lots of tension. He just swings out, bang. Deleted, 3v2, and then Enterprise, everyone just pushed in on top of that. They get the kills, and the momentum's there. We saw the both sides, like Enterprise up and about. The players, you can see the smiles, the emotion is there. Interforce, there's just nothing. And there's nothing to play off as either. You haven't got the first round. You have to go straight into timeout now. If they lose another one here, which you probably think maybe it's going to have like a 4-0, I'm not seeing their way in right now.
Which, like, in that last round, we did see, like, Bappin swing on that side. Nina missing that second pistol whip onto, I believe it was Relays. It's just those 1v1s are now all starting to favor Enterprise, which I think it's obviously the confidence, but also the momentum. Now they're getting in the groove. This isn't even their map pick, and they're 3-0 up. There's managed to sneak that first round as well, which I think is always a massive confidence boost that, hey, we got this extra round where maybe we shouldn't have. They're going to be completely mentally shot. We've got that extra round. We're now continuing on. So I think there is a major part of the mental stability of the players that really dictate if they win the 1v1s, less the actual gun skill of the players.
And look, OCE teams and players in general, look, if they get an opportunity where they get momentum, they get up and about it for it, it works for them quite well a lot of the time. And when Enterprise are in this situation, we've seen what they've done in group stages in OCE. They were pretty much the dominant team most of the way through. Chiefs are pretty close to them, but they know what they're able to do, what they're able to achieve. But finally, Enterforce are able to find that opener. Fisher guys taken out of the round. Get that. Can they finally work into this? Can they find that first round just to give them something to work with here in this first half?
Which now, because we're on the second half of the defense, Enterforce has seen how Enterprise have been playing each of these defense sides, so they can kind of have a little bit more of an answer. Obviously, Enterprise is starting to switch up some of their operators, but Enterforce going for a square take once again, but they have the man advantage right now. Fisher guy has been taken down, and they have the Ying, they have the Capitals for extra cover, extra denial, and as we see, Enterprise does not have the Echo drone, so they can't use that as their backbone anymore. And 1, 2, 3 like that, Enterforce have a 5-2 advantage, 5-1 advantage as Akuzu gets a triple kill, leaving Relays in a very, very tough situation.
Yeah, Enterforce are not done with this one just yet. Might just be a flawless one here as well as, yeah. Realize, I mean, what do they do in this situation? You're already position known. None of the players in particular low on your opposition side. That drone confirms another bit there as well. And Nina shuts it down, and Enterforce, what a response after the timeout. Flawless on their attack. And this is where they can still work back into this one. As you've said, they've seen what the Enterprise boys have been putting together on their defensive folds, and they read them perfectly there. Start to finish, they're the ones that win the 1v1 fights. And it all started as well with that opener. They get that bit of confidence. And now you just start working back into things. Because, you know, for Enterprise, you've gotten yourself out to a really nice lead here. But there's every chance you get these last couple slip, all of a sudden it's 3-3 again. Pressure's back on you. And, you know, they're the ones that have to try and lock this map away to win out this series. So, look, Enterforce, they'll be happy with that one. But now they look to try and get this one done as we go towards map, I was going to say round number 5. I think
we might have a tech wars issue at the moment. It looks like something is paused on that side, but I think on Enterprise's mind, they have to be very careful not to fall into the, okay, we're two rounds up, it's okay, and then if they lose one, then it starts snowballing in the opposite direction, where Enterforce, obviously, they've had their tactical timeout, they've had time to kind of think about how Enterprise play on their defense. They know how Enterprise play each side on this defense, which obviously they're switching up their operators here and there, but they now know the style that Enterprise have been doing it, the timings of when they go for their flanks, for their roams, how they want to hold their roams as well. So I think Enterprise is starting to learn what Enterprise are doing, adapting to their plays as well, but obviously this is now the secondary side. They're switching down to basement, and I think this will be a very, very crucial round if Enterforce can win this round, or if Enterprise can start to snowball it the other way.
Well, they took a 4-2 in the first map, and they were able to 7-4 that one from there. Could be heading in the same direction for this one. So, look, they'll be happy with the 4. They want to get to 5, though. They want to put this as far away from Enterforce as possible for Enterforce. I think in their mind, they know we need to equalise this. We need at least the 3-3, because 4-2, again, it's workable. But it's just a bit of confidence thing as well. You're just in the half on a high note. And just put the pressure back onto Enterprise. That they're the ones that have to force some of the issues here. And, you know, that last round, are they thinking a bit more how they're doing the defense for this round here? Because they were clearly just red.
Yeah,
start to finish from what happened before. So, you know, get them second guessing. They go away from the fundamentals, and there's a chance, every opportunity, then you can easily get another close to flawless round here. Start to work your way back into it.
Which, what I liked about last round is that Enterforce still played to their plans. They just adapted to where Enterprise would be. Which, for example, just like that, Enterprise trying to rat out, trying to catch things out, but then Enterforce with their drone work, with their information, just holding those crosses, getting rid of those roamers, which Relays gone immediately, would have caused a lot more issues later in the round. So it's really, really good pick on Enterforce side. The dangers, though, is the Goyo canisters are still up and about, so they'll need to be able to clear those Goyo canisters later on in the round to fully utilize on that kill.
Does allow them a bit more time, they'll feel, to get these clearances done, though. The drones are out and about on both ends. He closing in there. Fisher gun. I mean, we've seen that stair position before here. Do so much damage if you're able to stick with it as long as possible. You can see their Jim, their first kill of the second half here as they work their way back into this one. I should say first kill of the first half. Not speed running too far ahead, but a minute 30 on the clock, and everything's just slowed down a little bit. The Fisher guy is chasing, pushing the ones that are there, and well, this is probably the most fun you can have, isn't it? The cat and mouse.
Which just making sure that he couldn't just take the space for free, causing a little bit of extra pressure. But the difference from the first attack of Interforce versus the second attack is they still want to go for that top down. Well, they've gone for a top-down clear rather than the direct clear because they realize Enterprise, they like to roam, they like to lurk, which they managed to clear 1-2 roams, which, there we go, we see Enterprise starting to push back up again and try to retake the area. This is exactly what they did last time. Can Interforce read this and go for the plan D, which it does look like Mookie's now going deep into sight.
So they got that trade there, so now it feels like a lot of this is going to have to fall into Bappen as he's making his way downstairs, hits Harper beautifully. Mookie has to get off the diffuser to hold for that one. 2v2 now, jumping back in as player. Him and Bappen putting the pressure back on. 20 seconds, I know the element sitting up above the hats. The shots are hitting, but not quite killing, but Bappen locks in Mugi, and all of a sudden, Nina is all that remains. 1v2, they've been a star so far in their games for their team, but 10 seconds on the clock, they have to just push in, hope that they can find this first and the second. Doesn't happen. Bappen locks it away. Up and about once again, Enterprise. It's 4-1. 1 round left here in the first half. And that's all there. That one was meant for someone across the room. I don't know who exactly.
I'm not sure, but passion is up in the air right now. Loving the confidence, loving the loudness.
It's good to see it's not just because look, we've seen all like the online games, of course, the group stages. We had the tier 2 tournaments for the OCE side. A lot of chat when it came to, you know, in the text chat, but look, it's coming out in the actual LAN environment as well. The players are getting vocal, which, I mean, I personally love.
I mean, it's great to see all the passion, particularly from the O-Sports. We love to see.
I mean, that was amazing there in the end that Enterprise actually take that. Because Enterprise, again, they seemingly did that incredibly well.
Yeah, they adapted perfectly. They were like, okay, people are going up for the flank. Let's go deep. Let's go and make sure that we can't get any vert play. But then, even at the end there as well, we saw 2 isolated 1v1s. There was no help at all between both of the players on both sides. And it just worked that Enterprise won their 1v1s in that situation once again. And that's why they managed to get that round. But they were running out of time. Interforce was starting to feel the pressure with all the time that was delayed from the roam clear, which is always the danger for Bank. It's a very large map. To do a full roam clear means you have to use a lot. You try not to use as much time, but that's what the Rainbows are for, to delay as much time as possible. But Enterprise, they would be very happy with 4-1. They're now going to their tertiary site, hoping to make it a 5-1 hunt.
Now Interforce, I mean, this is they have to get the second. The 5-1, it's just impossible, of course, but so much to work with. And again, they've actually found another good opening here. This time its player is taken out, but Tuan is there for the immediate trade. Oh, Tuan!
He went on the cams!
He went on the cams! Didn't mean for it, but he still got 2. It could have been 3. What on earth?
What's happening?
Oh, dearie me. 3v3 now. Yeah, well, that happened.
Tuan got a little bit too excited, I think. He wanted to type. Wanted to get on the camera and start typing in the chat.
He could have had another... Yeah, you wouldn't really want to lose the round now because of that.
Which, I mean, yet to be seen, yet to be seen. There's still 2 shields on the board on Interforce, which they automatically create a lot of pressure. But now it's a 3v3 situation. It could have been maybe a 3v2.
I mean, how did he get away with that? That's insane. That he just sort of went outside. We'd seen that earlier as well. With the Chiefs, when Sage just like wandered outside, he only found 1 of that instance. And
yeah, but that's the power of Bank. The unexpected occurs. Which now Interforce starting to surround actual open area. And we already see Monty straight in. Blackbeard is aware, or has been alerted in Printer here, but here we go, 1, 2, 3. And the clash is going. Mugi gets 1, Mugi gets 2, leaving Fisher in a 1v3, and Nina kicks him up. And that is the round that Interforce needed to bring it forward to at least a more comfortable position, but I think now Tuhan will be kicking himself a little bit.
Yeah, probably not something you want to look at, but still Enterprise. Very solid half, 4-2, exactly the same as we saw in the first. This time, though, it's not their map pick, so we're not entirely sure what we're going to be expecting too much from their attacking rounds here, and what Interforce are they going to be looking a lot more solid on their defensive end. So questions still remain. They're there. They can almost taste it, though. A continued run in this lower bracket and a chance to play on stage here at Fortress Melbourne. And Predator Force, well, look, it's in front of them. They're behind, but they know what they have to do to try and force this into the map 3, which, of course, well, we all want, I guess, is the spectacle. I'm assuming Aussie fans probably want this one to end at 2-0 and just move on with things, but it's never that simple.
Which, I mean, they have to get there first before anything, right? You got to take it one round at a time, which we'll take it on operator bans. From looking at it, we do see the Deimos and the Monty ban, so really getting rid of the force push of areas, particularly some plants, as we love to just highlight.
Oh, that's
the thing which on the rappel, you can't look up all the way, so that he could only be shooting his feet. So if Tuhan just walks like 1 foot, like to the north back, he wouldn't have been able to get shot, and he would have been able to get off the cams and actually shoot him on the rappel, which is just tragic. But going back to the bans, we have a castle and cage ban, so it means they can't bunker in basement as much on their defense, which basement does tend to be the strongest side. However, every time I say that on Bank, the attackers...
Yeah, that's really worked that way, hasn't it?
I mean, Enterprise did win both their defenses.
That's true.
So maybe it's...
The curse has been lifted from the first game. It was a best of 1, you know, best of 1s, that always happens.
True. Best of 3s, that's where the real pressure.
That's right, yeah. All the books start to come out, all the notes are being read. That's the, you know, it's the real man series.
But yeah. But on Enterprise's side, they have brought the smoke for the delay, for the denial. But on Enterprise's side, we do see the Sense coming into action as well as the Nooks. So might be able to sneak in, clear a few things, but then the Sense will be crucial later on in the round if they can survive the roam clear, because they'll be able to cover all the chaos, be able to drop multiple hatches without actually getting seen. But they have to get there first.
It's also simple when we lay it out like that.
Yes.
The players probably think the same thing, I'd imagine, as Bappin out droning, trying to get some early information. The clears here, of course, need to be as perfect as possible. Nina and Jimin the first time over there, Mugi as well. I was going to say, Interforce, they just started, everyone started picking up their game quite nicely those last 2 rounds. Everyone's getting a couple of kills, and that's what is good for them. They just needed to get that spread across the board a bit more. Confidence is through every player. You know, get yourself a bit hyped up, but first minute down, nothing to speak of when it comes to damage just yet. And there are angles being held and waiting. Who strikes first here?
Enterprise clearing square out first and trying to clear the Teller's guy, which we do see Akazu playing in the Archives Teller area. As Ella as well, which can be quite dangerous if you're pushing with the shield, which Fisher guy is on the Blackbeard, so he has to be very careful not to walk into the Ella mine. Really, really unfortunate timing there with the prone, but Harper does pick down Relez, and there goes your little bit of a flank watch flame killed, and there goes your Blackbeard as well. That is a massive pick, and things might be starting to fall apart on this attack for Enterprise.
Yeah, tough one to come back from here, 5-3 now. He knows he needs to win this fight out, so time is going to be everything, and it's more just being played with at the moment because they can just keep running back and 4-4 on the other side. Akuzu, though, finally shut down. 4v3 now, 50 seconds left on the clock. Tuan's taken a bit of damage, but Jimin also towards the half health as well. But it's about breaking in towards the bottom of basement now, which is the issue because they're so well bunkered in.
Yes, and I'm not sure if they're aware that Nina is just lurking in that elevator high position, which they are not, and Nina completely destroys player, leaving it in a 4v2, 30 seconds left. They don't have Diffuser, or they're just about to pick up Diffuser, but things aren't looking good on Enterprise's side.
Bappin a 2 on, trying to pull off what is, well, seemingly impossible right now. A head presented for half a second, can't hit it. Jimin takes down 2 on, and Bappin is all that remains now. So many angles to clear, finding one, but he's already taken so much damage for it. Time working against them as well. And Enterforce have played this one absolutely perfectly here. Is just going to try and play this one for the diffuser, and it will not be happening. Bappin has put away a nice start on the defensive side. Primary held perfectly there for Enterforce. Trying to work their way back into this one. And the Enterprise never really had a look in there.
No, Enterforce really just had an answer for all of Enterprise's roam clear, which we saw Relays go down. He was trying to be sneaky on lobby, catch anyone rotating, but obviously they were prepared, they were ready for that. But then also the square take, all the other 4 members of Enterprise were trying to clear that out, using their drones to figure out where these players were. But then as they found one player, another player swung them, got a different angle, took them down one by one, and then the big thing, there were no refrags. There was no capitalizing on getting those refrags, and Enterforce were able to run out and fall off quite safely, which led them to the man advantage and the round.
Yeah, and I think as well, just that you can see this a bit of proactivity as well from the defenders, which for Charlotte you kind of need, because there are just so many open angles and areas that you can be picked off from. And so if you're able to get those first ones early, keep the pressure on the attackers, and then you can fall back and bunker if needed later towards the round. Again, like just there, Nina played that one perfectly because they weren't even cleared out, and that was about 30 seconds to go.
Yep.
So the pressure was always going to be there. Even if they did find that, you're still down that 4v3, and you're taking time delaying, trying to get that kill. So Enterprise, their lead, well, they were up 4-1. All of a sudden, Enterforce, they win the last round of that first half. First one here. An opportunity to tie us up at 4 apiece.
Going to top 4, they have brought the Clash. They've also got the Lamai to cover the Azami. I actually like this operator selection on the Enterforce side. On the Enterprise side, we do see the Nook, obviously getting a little bit of damage, but we also have the Sense once again in play. As I was saying, Sense is becoming more and more popular in the pro scene just because of how versatile he can be, now turning off the Sense gadgets or turning them on, so it can be a bit of a distraction, but it can also be complete coverage of a plans of an execute. But Enterprise does look like they want to go for a square take. Except for a player who's working on that West Repel, but Enterforce are definitely aware with on the Clash, just watching those angles, just waiting for someone to walk into that angle on top square.
Well, if it's shielding, Bappin is very lucky to escape with their live. Fisher guy does not get that same gratitude from his enemies as Akuzu will get that open up. And Bappin down to half HP as well. Again, let's put pressure on them. 2-1 though. We'll get the equalization back. They just... you're playing for a spot go to Munich, and it's just like, yeah. Look, at least we can still have fun.
Yes. On both sides as well. We do love to see the friendly banter between both teams. But the round's not over yet. Players trying to sneak up on lobby side. I'm not sure if they're aware that he is there, but there is the player in elevator watching the staircase.
Ooh.
Does get deleted though. Nina has an answer onto Bappin, and we're left in a 3v3.
So Nina now, they're under pressure, and they just see that little gap there. They need that kill. Doesn't happen. Player up to 7 now, and a double in this round. Absolutely massive. Mugi and here with Harper. They need to lock this in. Trying to equalize this back up at 4 apiece. They don't want to let this lead go out the other side again, but they might not get a save. Triple from Player, and they're getting the diffuser planned. It's all left now to Mugi. The angle, it was there for half a second. Won't be able to stop it, so now he just needs to win out the 1v2. Have Enterforce got a hero? No, they don't. 2-1 locks it down. 5-3. They're closing in here. As Enterforce, again, they're not doing a massive amount wrong, but when it comes to these big 1v1 battles, unfortunately, at the end of the day, Enterprise are the ones that are coming out on top.
But yeah, Enterprise, they're just finding a little bit of that gap, a little bit of that angle, which Player was the main key factor there. Going in from the lobby side, once again on the opposite side of the rest of the team, particularly as Nookie can sneak past a lot of things, particularly cameras. And then, I mean, he got a beautiful, beautiful pick on the elevator player, which I think if he didn't get that, Enterforce would have won that round. But because Player got that kill, it opened up the flank, the double pressure from square side as well as lobby side, and then he picked up 2 more kills, giving the round to Enterprise. Okay, we are now on to the tertiary side, which, I mean, Enterprise won their attack on the secondary side, so the concern is if Interforce can't hold the tertiary side, this could be a match point series point for Enterprise, which, looking at their setup, they want to hold upstairs as well as the middle floor. We do have the Mirror in play as well as the Azami. I do like the Valkyrie as well, particularly if they want to go for any vert plays, which, looking at Enterprise's lineup, they don't have too many vert ops, but they have a lot of util to be able to clear all these players up, so they might be looking more for trying to kill these players on their fall-offs rather than go for any vert plays at this stage.
How are you feeling if you're an Interforce player right now? Possibly just 2 rounds away from being eliminated. And they know that they have to lock in this tertiary. Otherwise, well, I mean, they will go back to the primary for the next round, but then they'd have to lock in the secondary and tertiary back to back. But if they can find this one here, all of a sudden, you're going back down to basement. You're in the box seat to even things up at 5 apiece, but they know this needs to happen here and now. And oh, wow! Bappen realize they're going to find those openers. Nina and Harper, there's trades across the board, and all of a sudden, the 2v1. Relays is left with it all to do. I think he's got the knowledge on the first one there. The nade goes out. He's pushing on the stairs. Realize finds it. Double kill. But still got a minute 40 left in the round. Diffuser's down. Needs to be picked up. But how's this for pressure? Mugate and Realize, and who is the one who's able to do it? There's still so much time left as well.
There's so much time. Realize does have a drone in pocket, so he does have the chance to actually take his time, figure out where Mugi is, but there's always the concern in the back of the head of, if I get on drone, will Mugi appear and shoot me? Which it does look like he wants to go for the drone, at least figure out where Mugi is, which Mugi's in a prime position. Open area and stuff, you can hide in so many little tucked corners, tucked little office areas, as we see here, office desks. He also has a C4, so he doesn't necessarily even need to swing to be able to use the C4 into Relay's face.
So who's got the nerves of steel? Mugi waits. Realize has to be the one that starts to hit towards these sites, and the time that we were talking about dissipated very, very quickly all of a sudden. 35 seconds. And the longer and he can just hide away, the more chances. The head, it's right there. Can't fire through that for the time being. Diffuser will start to be planted. Now, is it a hold? The C4 is there. Is it a bit deep? It's actually not quite far enough, and he goes to the reload! And Relays will punish him! 6 on the board, Enterprise. 3 map and match points to lock this one away. And it's the coach who's giving words out now. Okay, you know things are going well when that's happening. Oh boy, Interforce. He just, he just goes to the reload at the wrong time and
just holding the wrong angle. Unironically, the C4 that he threw covered the vault sound of going back into admin, so it's his own util that kind of worked against him at that time. It's so unfortunate.
It's just such a little thing that you just don't think of in that moment. And for Realize, I mean, that was a 1v2 in the end. That was a crazy round. Like, all those kills happened in the space of about, what, 15 seconds? Just, just insanity across the board.
It was like 5 seconds. Which, I mean, we did see the pings were going out on Enterprise side, so they actually had all the information of where the players were, which at the end of the day, if you don't know where the players are, you're less likely to win. But, I mean, the 1v1, we knew where he was, but you have to hit your shots, and Relays hit your shots, as did majority of everyone else in this server that round, just shoot, 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 shoot. But
that was sort of like a team deathmatch kind of
a little bit, yeah.
It was all just,
that was
you all get a shot,
clear.
and you hit it, and we go from there.
Team deathmatch on the top floor only. At that oh no, in the middle floor as well. But I mean, this could be the round. We are going back down to basement though, which is the primary side of Interforce, which they did win quite comfortably. So they have to really take it one round at a time. Hey, this is our primary site. We won it last time. Let's just take it. Let's win this round, and then we can figure out the issues after that.
Oh, it is just one round at a time now. It's Enterprise standing on the edge of a place in the next lower bracket round to try and continue on. Remembering the top 4 make it through to the Munich Major. The top 4, of course, playing at PAX Saturday and possibly Sunday if you can make it into that top 2. But you can't be looking at that yet. The Enterprise can't be thinking who the next one just yet. But when you're getting openers like that from Bappin and the question marks in the chat, it's just becoming more and more. And these players, you'd say, they don't, you know, you put it to the side, but you'd have to feel it a little in situations like this.
So the mental's starting to crumble, I think, on Interforce's side as the pressure starting to collapse on them. They're a man disadvantage. 2 minutes left in the round, and Enterprise starting to collapse around the roam game are upstairs, as well as now trying to push through tellers, through Archive side.
Reload!
Boogie. Shots fired, but nothing connected. That's the power of Blackbeard. They do manage to fall off though, which I think is a very, very smart play. Particularly in basement sites, you can fall off. They do have the smokes to play later on as well, so they do have that delay. But now Enterprise have free range of everything on the top and middle floor.
I think it was in the back of their heads. They don't want that risk of the 5v3. They'd much rather give up the sites above and just, you know, they have to play again. You're going to be bunkered, so you got less to work with when it comes to any sort of roam, but at least you're going to have those player numbers closer to your side.
Yeah, which we are starting to see some of the smoke babes come out on Jimin. So the concern is if he uses them now, when we get towards the end of the round, they won't be able to delay that basic plan, which we do see a lot of Enterprise now rotating towards the server side, including the player with Diffuser, so it does look like they want to go for that main default plant potential, but as time ticks down, it always favors the defense. There goes the second smoke babe. Akazu does take down Bappin, and Fisho is taken down as well as Harp is taking down player. And they're bringing it back to a 4v2.
Just like that, doing the work that's needed to be done. Round's not completely over. Relays, the double up. Surely not here for Interforce, almost losing another. I can see the secondary, but Mugi locks in. Now Relays would need something absolutely insane. A 1v2 for the ages to pull this one across to give them the match point. But the problem is there's no time. Has to plant the diffuser. Does he actually get away with it? No chance, you wouldn't have think. And Jimin comes on in. Interforce breathe a sigh of relief. They will get themselves to 4, but that was the primary side. They almost lost it. And now, well, here we stand. One opportunity missed from Enterprise, but they've got 2 more here in regulation to try and lock this map up. As looks like we are getting a little tech pause with some headphones that might need to be fixed up here.
Which... good time, bad time?
I mean, I want to keep going, but I guess we get to just breathe. Everyone gets to breathe for a second. Go, okay, let's
yep, just
reset.
take a chill pill, which I think both teams need a reset. Like, so Interforce, they did just win their defense. It was very dicey, very close towards the end, but they did play to their wins and they won that round. Now they have to think, how are we going to win the secondary and tertiary side? Because they don't have a choice anymore. It's win or go home, which... I mean, it's got to hurt right now. The pressure is going to be feeling them. But then on the opposite side, Enterprise, they did just lose that round when they had the advantage. It is basement site though, so they can always whiff that under the mat. Be like, okay, it's basement site. That's okay. We can now do the secondary and tertiary. But they can't be overconfident. They need to just play the round like it's a normal round, like it's any other round. They can't get caught up on, hey, we might win this, and then that's when they start to do the jitters. They can't win their 1v1s, and then maybe they go for too many hero plays, and then things can collapse.
And they just can't afford that, unfortunately. Now we're just in a strange little timeout in the sense, because it's all just... I mean, this is it. This could be the end of the series in the next round, and we're going to be sitting here for at least the next couple of minutes trying to, you know, figure out these things. The players can't really talk to each other. They've just got to sort of stand and watch and wait, and you think about all the things that be running through these teams' minds, knowing that they're so close to either utter destruction or utter jubilation. It's going to be an interesting look when you go to the cameras and you see, depending on how this map finishes, the reactions from both squads. But, well, we've had entertainment throughout, highlight plays.
Yes, we have.
I mean, and again, we've still got so much more to go today. These are the start of the BO3s. I have no idea what's happening on the A stream, of course, which is Chiefs and
Daystar, which
Daystar,
I
yes.
believe it is overtime, second map.
Ooh.
Chiefs did win the first map, so
okay.
the pressure is on.
2 Aussie teams possibly going through in the lower bracket run.
But it's also possible there are comebacks. They could both be going home.
We could be standing here in an hour's time and all of a sudden it's Interforce and Daystar we're talking about that are in that position. So, look, it's a funny old thing, esports. I guess any sport in general, for that matter. A lot can change in the space of a few minutes, and looks like we're almost getting back and ready to go here. It seems the headset has been replaced. And there we go. So, and we're just looking at some of the stats here as well. Let's get the ones back in there. We've lost a little bit of that time. It's been Bappin. It's been Player, who have been fantastic on that end. Akuzu, that was a massive round for them there. They've been quite solid. Mugi, Nina, it's the same players that have sort of done what-ifs across the board. Again, you look at the Interforce, the way at least the kills sit, it doesn't look like that bad.
No, they're all very, very even. And, like, if you have a look at the assists on both sides, if you look on Interforce's side, they have a lot more assists. So they're working well together. They're getting those refrags. On Enterprise's side, though, there's not too many assists. Obviously, we don't have the stats of Fisher Guy, because he's just rejoined the server. But a lot of them are on 1s too. So they don't have the... they don't have the refrag potential. So they tend to go in and go for the kills, or they don't. They don't hit the players at all. Doesn't mean they don't get the refrags, as we saw some of the chaotic rounds of everyone dying in 10 seconds. But it means Enterprise are really hitting their shots or missing their shots, which on Interforce's side, they're hitting some of their shots, but then they're getting refragged. I mean, it's been a game of adaptation. We've been going back and forth, both maps as well. Like, it's been peak siege at the moment.
I was going to say the headphones didn't seem to be working to start things off, but perhaps now they were coming together. Not too sure at this point how everything's working out. From Tech Boys down there, Mr. Wanda, Mr. Decoy. Did you know that he actually took JL's headband in a CS event for one of the... Yes, it was him.
I did not.
One of the most talked about moments from any admin.
There you go, there you go. Well,
no headbands for him to steal today, but he is getting together the headphones. It looks like the issue has been solved. There we go. Well done, Andrew. Well done, everyone on the tech side. We are back for round number 11. As Bappin... Oh, was Bappin who disconnected now? I thought it was... No, it was Fisher Guy was gone.
Yeah, Fisher Guy's back.
Oh, do we lose Bappin this time?
I don't think he's just selected his op. Things should be good. We'll just pretend things are good until we
it's
get
all
told
fine.
otherwise.
Everything's fine, guys.
Everything's fine.
No
I said this could be the
issues.
last round. It could be the start of another map. We'll find out.
All before us as it is about to begin. 6-4 Enterprise. Interforce have saved one map and match point. But they need to do it 2 more times. And well, now they're on the tertiary. And they're also onto the secondary side. And they didn't look that confident on these. So Enterprise, in the back of their mind, they know what they can do here. But also on the other end, Interforce could probably read into what maybe the attacks could be as well. So they need to keep them second guessing. Happens on both ends. But is this our final round here for our, well, it's second best of 3? We'll say it's technically the first. We've got 2 happening at the same time.
On our side.
Activating camera.
But Enterprise last time on this side went for a square take, which it does look like most of the players. No, they did surround. They've surrounded the place. They spawned all over the place. But it does look like majority of players are now migrating towards the square side. So it does look like they want to do similar execute at this stage. At least with the operators they've selected, they do have the sense, which we haven't actually seen sense do sense things because sense has always died before actually getting to site. So maybe this is the round. We'll find out. But Realize is already in the bottom square and has taken a lot of space. And there goes some Velcam information as well. So really, really good pick on the drone there.
Making his way forward, taking out all the bits and pieces that he can. Also, though, Nina's, yes, everyone in a very good position. And it might mean they get a bit aggressive here. Have to be very careful. C4 is perfect, though. Nina locks it in nicely. Bappin taken out of the round. Jimin, though, it's taken from player. Kuzu gets Realize, and again, we just get so many early fights. And Nina with a double. They've needed to stand up, and it seems they have. And maybe there's life left in Interforce here.
Which is the double Velcam on Square's side. No team really expects two Velcams in the same area, so I think that's a beautiful little micro strategy.
No.
But, the Clash Shield just catches out player. Obviously, they now know where player is. He's getting zapped away, getting struggled. But Enterprise are just trying to get one pick at a time, which I did see there. Interforce has reinforced off square as well. They want to play extra safe. Akazu playing with his shield in Janitor, or with his shotgun in Janitor as well. And then boom, 1-2. And Interforce is only one round away from going to overtime.
Oh, wow. Enterprise. Two opportunities. Not even close in either, really. This has been incredibly good here from Interforce. That how to bounce back from what is seemingly such a tough position to be in. And maybe as in those tech pauses, all the time we've had there, and they lose that momentum. Enterprise, Interforce can just calm it down. But now, one opportunity left for them. Can they get it done in regulation? Because, I mean, now you start thinking in the back of your head, you go to OT, you lose that, and then you go on to lose the third map. You don't want to be thinking it, but that possibility, it just gets a bit louder and louder the closer it gets them. You've already missed two opportunities. What's to say you won't miss another? The timeout was called. The chat has been had. And I think, well, unless it's another tech pause, it was a somewhat...
Another tech issue.
Always a good time for it.
Classic, which, I mean, we're back on another break.
Well, I was going to say, we had some updates of what was going on with the Chiefs and Daystar.
Which it is 7-7 at the moment.
Wow, last round. Well, possibly the last round of their best of three over there. So
yeah,
that's Chiefs up one map.
So if Chiefs win this round, they will win that map series on our side. So, I mean...
If Enterprise win their round, they win their series. Could happen at both ends.
Otherwise, we might be going to overtime, kind of like what's happened in the other series. It does look like a headphone issue on Interforce's side this time. But hopefully that gets fixed up quickly. But looking at their defense, they had an answer for Enterprise's attack on that secondary attack, which I'm liking the adaptation on the defense side of Interforce. They're playing to their strengths. They had the double Velt cams. They're trying some new things to catch Enterprise out guard, which it obviously worked. But now this means everything is down to the tertiary side. Usually the weaker side, the less confident side. But that does mean that Enterprise have to be able to lock this in. Otherwise, they're going to be kicking themselves going to overtime, which they've had, what, 2 match points series points already. If they drop this one as well, they're going to be devastated going to overtime.
This must be infuriating for the players, just knowing that they just want to get into these rounds, try and get this one done, the series locked up, and unfortunately, tech issues, or not entirely sure what's exactly happened with this one. The first one, I think, was headphone related. This could be as well, but...
Maybe something with 2 hands headset, it looks like. Which... Gotta love the headset issues at this time. But yeah, this is where I think both teams are feeling that pressure. They're one round away on both sides of making a very impactful round. obviously, if Enterprise win, they win the series. If Interforce wins, then they might be able to bring it back to map 2, and they have to go to map 3. So the pressure would be building. All these players would be feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, no pressure though. It's all just entertaining. But it stands. I mean, on the other side, I think the last round's almost just about over between Daystar and Chiefs. So perhaps we are heading in the same direction. As resets come through, time's starting to tick. Everyone's ready. Here we go.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
6 to
by
5, Enterprise. One last opportunity in regulation to clutch this one down. I think in the background, what we might have just heard is Daystar actually
Daystar
winning their map. So that's going to a map 3. How's that for a bit of tension?
There we go, pressure everywhere, all around both matches, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
there's another tech force
Oh,
called.
okay, I'm sitting down.
Oh,
This is a classic, like, wake me up when we're ready.
10 seconds to go.
this can't be real, man.
Oh, it's a rehost this time. So we've just we've gone through everything about everything at this point here. Don't worry, guys. The last round of regulation is coming, and I can promise it. As at this point, all you can do is really laugh if you're the players. And some of this stuff happening here, and once again, you get tensed back up, and then it all sort of relaxes out. Like, okay, well, I guess we just twiddle our thumbs until something happens.
With the amount of delays that we've just seen before the final potential round, I feel like both teams will be completely just mentally reset. Like, it'll be like round 1 again at this point of time. But the pressure's extra on, so I think there will be a few mistakes in the next round. Just from the amount of pressure that's building, the amount of times we've tried to start the game and then things haven't been working. Yeah. We're just going to wait and see. Hopefully in the next hour.
The next hour. You say that like a joke, but you never know.
I mean, you never know.
I really hope not, but you never know. But I mean, yeah, as you said, it's sort of it's a weird one here because you mentally you kind of do reset a little, which I don't know. I feel like probably favors Interforce more, because you know, again, Enterprise, they've had those opportunities. I mean, you could also say it favors them considering they've lost the last 2 rounds in a row, 2 opportunities. Now you just get a chance to go, okay, we've got our last one here. It's their tertiary site. This is where we lock in. We take it, do it in regulation. We can go take a break, you know, sit in and watch our Chiefs do and their third map, which, I mean, with that happening means that we are going even further beyond into the best of 3 round. And I mean, that could very well still happen for us here.
I mean, we never know how this round will go. I honestly think it could go either way, just the tertiary side, but that means both teams might be getting quite creative, might go for some hero plays, might go for some runouts or spawn peaks, trying to just get that man advantage when they need to. I think Interforce will be holding upstairs, as they have done before. It's kind of a need for this site. But then the question is it going to be a roamer or a lurker below in Archives Tellers? And we have seen before that Enterprise loves to lurk with the Nook coming in from the basement side, either through the dirt side or the garage side, which can catch someone off guard, particularly if they're mainly focused on Vel cameras or Maestro cameras as well.
Well. The flyovers. Oh, no. The rehost may have been completed. Now, I don't want to say anything just yet.
No, we got to wait for prep phase to finish, and then we'll be good.
Then we could stand up and, well, commentate the last round of possibly the game or regulation.
No,
I guess it is ours to find out, and that is the beauty, because we just do not know how this one is going to go. But I'm going to preemptively stand up, so I think we're good.
I believe.
Defenders protect your bombs.
Players are moving.
Things are good.
Setups seem to be happening.
which I'd like to know. We are going Archives and Tellers in this round. So not open and sub. This is the 4th site, which is considered one of the worst sites on Bank, which is why no one plays it. So maybe they're pulling out a little bit of a pocket strategy, trying to trick Enterprise into falling into some of their strategies, some of their traps. Usually if it's a site that isn't played often, then on the flip side, the attack, you don't practice it a lot either, which there's obviously major flaws in the site, which is why people don't pick it. But then if you haven't practiced it, you might not be able to exploit those flaws as well as you would with the other sites. So looks like we will be going ahead, and this will be the last 3 minutes, potentially, of at least regulation, if not the map series as well.
Well, it's you're either getting blackjack 21 here for Enterforce, or you're rolling snake eyes. It really is a bit of a gamble, but sometimes they can pay off as we get this one underway. Enterprise, their 3rd opportunity to lock up this series. Enterforce looking to make this 3 in a row to force OT and stay alive here in this Asian major qualifier. So much to play for.
Which Enterforce holding upstairs. We do see Akazu hiding in the corner, which he does have the Mozzie Pest out, but does get immediately shot out. The trade, the hiding, the rat play did not work in that round. And Tuhan always has something to say, but they have to finish the round first. Does look like Enterprise starting to clear all of top 4. They do have the Ram that they want to pull out, but the dangers of this setup on Enterforce, Nina is Oryx, which means Nina can jump up hatches later on in the round and go for a major flank. They have to be very, very aware and try either shut down Nina early or watch those flanks later on in the round.
It's an opener there. It's 1, but they need to make sure that they hit more off at Enterforce and not out of this round in any capacity just yet. Now, look to play the different angles. Do they re-aggress? Do you get more aggressive? Jimin is very, very low, almost taken out, survives by the skin of his teeth. And that's what they need to do, survive, stay up as long as possible, try and find one of these Enterprise players, but it has not happened so far.
Which, I mean, 5v3, Enterprise starting to take the vert control. They were aware that Nina was playing in stock and has fallen off down the hatch. They just have to be very careful that Nina doesn't jump back up the hatch. We do see Harper and Mugi, as well as Nina, lurking towards open. So no one's actually playing inside, but they have all the lines and line of sights all through open into Archives, into Tellers. So making sure that Enterprise can't just walk into sight and go for a free plant at this stage. But Enterprise just taking their time, getting the vert control, but time is ticking down. There's only 30 seconds left, and they have to be able to get into sight. Otherwise, this is going to be a major, major upset.
Player advantage doesn't mean much if you can't get it done in the time. Nina, Harper and Mugi stand between them right now, and Harper's low. Nina's taking damage as well. Diffuser still not planted yet, and Nina finds that one. It's Diffuser drop 4v3. Now maybe an opportunity as Bappin will find Nina, Harper and Mugi are all that remain. It was a Cinderella story here for Enterforce. They made their way to the playoffs. No one gave them a chance, but the clock's 11:59, and as it strikes midnight, their run is done. Fairy tale's over, and it will be the side of Enterprise making their way through. They have to go all the way there towards the end of regulation. It wasn't easy to finish it off, but it's job done. 7-4, 7-5, and for Enterforce, unfortunately, we say goodbye to them.
Which, I mean, it was such a close match. So many rounds could have gone either way. Some 1v1s that if Enterforce had won, it could have been the completely opposite scoreline. But the siege that they played in both games as well, both adapting to each other, both playing to their strategies, to their strengths, as well as finding the weaknesses on the other side. That was a beautiful, beautiful map series. But Enterprise just getting a little bit more adaptation, just finding those 1 rounds, those 1v1 plays, and ultimately picking up the map, well, both maps and the series.
Yeah, I mean, even that last round there, they had a chance. Like, even when it was down in the 4v3, just the time, the drop of the diffuser, but you're always on the back foot in that 5v3 situation, and unfortunately, Enterforce in both maps, they started on the back foot. They didn't win out the first half. Enterprise exactly what they were hoping for. They get into the 4v2s before they switch over, and they capitalize on both ends. I mean, they had to be a little bit nervous, but I mean, as we said as well, Enterforce, they took that gamble there on the last round as well by playing that fourth side that doesn't particularly get touched. And, you know, it works. You look like geniuses. It falls like that and you think, maybe we should have just gone to tertiary, but, well, it's happened. You can't think about it anymore. Look, at the end of the day, you've got to say Enterforce, the fact they actually got here, considering where they were in group stages, to end up, I think they'd be pretty happy overall. You know, it doesn't work out for them here, but it's all just, you know, great experience. You get to play in the land style here. They'll get to enjoy the rest of the weekend around PAX, hopefully, as well. I'm not sure what the losing teams are. They're just going straight back home.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
you'd hope they'd at least enjoy a bit of a round, you know, walk around Fortress here. You go
You'd hope
down to
so,
the Melbourne
yeah.
Exhibition Centre for what will be happening for the semis and grand final. But, I mean, for Enterprise, well, they backed up their talk.
Which, I mean, yeah, for a LAN event as well, the amount of experience, just the replay there, the amount of experience you can get from the LAN, but also you then are able to scrim other teams without the ping, figure out the different styles, and then you can bring it back to your own region with your own team's experience and really, really build off it, which we've seen Enterforce slowly improve throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, really, really show up through that playoff through the APAC North. And then, obviously, unfortunately, getting taken down, but I think they'll be riding high, and if they continue to work and stay as their team, I think they'll be going high in the next season.
Well, I think when you get to places like this as well, when you're playing in like all of APAC for the finals, that gives you, I think, definite confidence that you can keep your team together. I think a lot of teams, it's usually what we see changes that normally happen is because, you know, you don't make it out of the group stage, you miss out on finals like these, and you think that maybe the one or two changes, you know, to that next level, or the, you know, players that have been in those situations before, they just lose that passion. But I mean, if this doesn't give you passion off this side, I mean, this round, and you think back to this, Mugi just swings across the other side. It's heartbreaking when they'll look back on it, but yes, at the end of the day, you hope they enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Like, they played really, really good Siege. Some things just didn't go their way, which, I mean, both games were extraordinarily close. There were a lot of 1v1s, a very few clutch moments as well. Which, I mean, they were starting to get the read on Enterprise, which maybe it was the unlimited tech issues beforehand that did shut down their little bit of momentum. Hard to say, but then obviously, as you were saying, the fourth quaternary site pick maybe wasn't the best choice. Maybe they tried it. Maybe things just fell apart a little bit at the end there, but at the end of the day, Enterprise won.
That they did. So guys, thank you for joining us. We will be ending this one here. We'll be back with more best of 3 action, so don't go anywhere. Be back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the APL 2025. Once again, we're here for the major qualifications.
Yes, sir. Look, it's been an exciting time. It's been an exciting Friday, honestly. And we had so many amazing storylines as well unraveling here at Fortress. We got to see actually, well, Interforce getting eliminated. On the other side, Enterprise getting through and further into their run in the lower bracket. I believe the Chiefs are still now battling for map 3 as well against Daystar. And so all of this right now in the realm of the elimination, which is absolutely crazy here. And the matchup that we are getting as our next one is going to be even more spicier because there's a ton of different storylines. I'm very much excited for this.
Oh, I mean, Weibo, CAG, what else can you say? These two teams have been exceptional in the last couple of games that we've seen from them and the entire playoffs and the stages that they've gone through. Weibo, they are the team to beat. They've been absolutely exceptional. They played exceptionally well in the game earlier today, and I mean, they're going up against CAG. CAG did pretty well against EP, but this is a different beast.
Yeah, look, Weibo is looking very, very promising here, I have to say. There's a great opportunity here for them to really perform, to really bring in the heat. And overall, it's a really strong roster, and I genuinely enjoy how they play. You know, they have a really cool mixture here of one of the APAC finest, you could say, even as well, with a mixture between, players like Reeves, players like Turd, who, look, for the better way of explaining it, he is the guy that would be messing with your mental non-stop and still looking good whilst performing absolutely insane kills as well. You have the players like Speakeasy, like Harvin as well. And so overall, Weibo is a really well-organized roster plus a phenomenal set of supporting staff.
Well, the other side of the coin, of course, is we have CAG. They are and have been an exceptional roster so far through what we've seen from them. I mean, take into consideration Shoe Reaps absolutely dominating on the map against EP, dropping 20, I believe it was 21 kills in the overall map, and I mean, big 20 bombs to start us off. So if he's still going to be putting up those numbers, it's a very, very scary roster. On the opposite end, though, you've got so many other players there as well that could be threats.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think for CAG here, the main sort of cases, just enable Shuri quite a fair bit. And, I got to speak as well with Mentalist as well, just prior to the matchup. And they said there's like, any other team that they playing against, they, pretty happy. There is still something that can be done against them just strategically. And then you're looking at CAG, and it is a very chaotic force they have to deal with. And it's almost, you have to sort of improvise on the go on like every time if they go absolutely ballistic. So here right now, this is an interesting opportunity here. Border and Chalet to kick us off here for the first two picks. Should we need a third map, Clubhouse is on the cards here. And the one thing that I would say right now for Weibo, they want Border to kickstart their way. They want to get nice and early into the advantage, go into Chalet, better yet, with their own map point.
Yeah, well, Border, it's one of those maps that requires a lot of control. There's so many angles that can be opened up, so many ways to see in towards the site that could provide so many potential issues and so many potential kills in the overall aspect of the game. And it isn't that big of a map. It's a pretty small map in comparison to a few of the other maps that we have, especially like Chalet. It's pretty one-centered, kind of square-like to a degree, and of course that means teams are going to have to be so careful when coming down to it. But CAG, they're starting off on the attack. That's where the threat could come from.
Yeah, and Border has been one of those maps that it does enable you to be quite efficient as well on the attack, albeit it can get quite tricky. So it's one of those a double-edged sword kind of maps as well, which does allow you to really have a very, very strong beginning for the attack, for your rounds, and then, absolutely come and rock the world from there on out. It's interesting actually to see that we get a ban of Ying from Weibo. Azami banned out on the side of CAG, understandably how potent she can be as well. And so for the next one, I'm expecting something like maybe even a shield ban, maybe something like a Dokkaebi ban as well on the side of Weibo. On the side of CAG, I'm not entirely too sure, but what I am certain is the energy is running absolutely high here right now at the LAN.
Absolutely, and look, the Ying ban, I can see how that makes a little bit of sense. You mentioned it previously. It's a bit of randomness when it comes to CAG. You kind of want to avoid that point of aggression, and Ying's a great operator to really put a lot of pressure onto it.
Yeah. The other thing as well, you're looking at the ban, the glass ban. You rewind the clock back, like, even just a couple of years, and you tell somebody, like one of the pros, yeah, glass is getting banned. They'll laugh at you and think that you're a madman. nowadays Glaz is a genuinely, a scary pick in the right hand. Because the rate of fire has been bumped up a while ago now. The ability to have multiple different, the optics, just overall mobility of Glaz is great. The bearing 9, I can keep on listing. Glaz just in the overall current setup is absolutely scary. And so, look, understandable. He'll be out of the equation. It is interesting to see that smoke will be gone here as well against KAG, which is also a pretty cool thing, which forces, funnily enough, Tachanka.
Yeah, Tachanka, of course. The operator that kind of slows down everything. It takes its time for people to kind of cut off rotations, and it makes people have to wait and wait and wait. And with so many charges, 20 charges there, it just, every second counts in Siege, and you're basically eliminating the counter to a degree. But, of course, moving into the round, Shuriep's going to start with a bit of hard reaching downstairs. And it looks like we're getting a basic sort of takeover to CCTV side. It's going to be interesting to see what Weibo does in reaction.
Yeah, so at the moment it looks like that we are going to be looking for a fairly straightforward, just second floor congestion, but fairly fluid sort of positioning. Runouts galore from Ape to try to solidify some of their presence and just establish some of the initial momentum. Interesting to see that as well. Anaton is being kind of held up here with those Chanka Shumika launcher grenades. So overall, this is a decent start. Weibo are playing for the util and playing to slow things down and see if they're able to produce any sort of damage here. But in comes the push already. C4 deployed. C4 going out as well. No, unfortunately doesn't actually get the kill. Shuriep manages to actually push up nice and early, but Anaton does fall eventually. So the BB traded out for the recruit. I'd say that's a trade that you'll take as a defense anytime.
Any time of the day with that much utility being taken off the board, Ape also being taken out. This is looking pretty good from KAG so far. Not really having too many issues with finding potential angles and picking off a few players in the meantime. Of course, Hoven was able to get that kill with the Shumika launcher, making it a little bit easier for the rest of his team. But again, in that 3v4 scenario, you cannot count out any single member.
That's exactly the case. Shuriep is on his way actually to make his appearance in the office as well. Chibisu to rendezvous with Didi as well. So this is all looking very, very potent here for KAG. Now, how Weibo are going to respond? So many angles, and goodbye, good night. That's speakeasy for you as well. Interesting to see that. Funnily enough, Eric doesn't actually start already going off in the chat. Usually you would see him going right off the rip with the mental game, but right now, the positioning is absolutely delicious here. Hoven has a phenomenal opportunity, but unfortunately the opportunity is taken against him instead. And that is now a 2v3.
2v3 scenario. 3 players on the side of KAG, one with less than half HP. They may know the position of one, but now they're going to know. Speakeasy's able to pick up one off screen, but it's a trade back turn. He's able to find one in counteraction. GB's going to die, but it's still 2 members remaining. Long peek going through. He doesn't know that the rotate's been made. It's back and forth with Dirt as he's going to go down. At least 1 member remaining. But Speakeasy finds the kill, and Weibo will be happy with that first round.
Yeah, look, this was a one way to get started with the game, but I do like this. It's a bit of a sort of a witty playstyle so far coming out of Weibo. They are using their utility in full here, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far from them. But otherwise, really, KAG did manage to put a pretty decent amount of pressure, and the rotation and the quickness of that from Shuriep has been absolutely really solid. Once he's out of the equation, though, Speakeasy had just an absolute carte blanche really here to make any sort of play. So no, at the moment this is a really good start here for them. Now, question being is, can they keep this up? Because we've made the same sort of question when it was KAG versus Enterprise. And our sentiment was that, okay, if Enterprise can set the pace here, they can make and go for a runaway here. In this case, I'm a little bit more hesitant to make any, final full-on predictions. But I gotta say, Weibo started things off pretty crispy.
Yeah, look, when I look at both KAG and the way that they've been playing so far today, and you look at also the way that Weibo have been playing, definitely Weibo feels like those guys that are really going to kind of run it to a degree, and you'll see that sort of playstyle. But looking at that round, specifically the first round that came in, it just doesn't feel 100% that you can really give one side of the coin. It's kind of flippy, as you say. And as you mentioned, we did try and predict over onto Enterprise, and that went pear-shaped for us. But in terms of this, as far as I can see, that round, yes, Weibo looked very, very confident, Speakeasy, with those beautiful shots. But CAG in themselves cannot count them out just yet.
No, yeah, but I'm right there with you. I would say one thing, though, just from the overall observation so far. So, say CAG didn't have Sharif performing. How different that previous even game of Enterprise would have been. Because let's not forget, the man dropped double digits pretty confidently without really even blinking. So, in this case, we got to see at least the blink, sorry, not a blink, a peek into what would happen if Sharif doesn't really get a whole lot of breathing room, because he has been, let's face it, he has been phenomenal so far today. What happens when he is not performing? Will the rest of CAG be able to pick up the slack and the pace, or whether it'll be a complete surrender and them dropping down into the lower bracket?
Yeah, well, that definitely is something. With Weibo in themselves, they're one of the teams that can capitalize on small mistakes, small movements, failed opposition, really. If you can't put up a fight, shut down a lot of their members and cut off a lot of their rotations, they're just going to be able to find some way, somehow, to kind of cut you off in every single position. It's about refining the techniques here. If you're able to refine everything down to a single point and find the potential to find these kills within the round, you're going to be able to put it up there. But as you mentioned, a player that doesn't perform in this position is just going to be, once again, not really letting the team down, but it's just going to make the whole team struggle as a whole, and everyone has to put in the work to get there. Siege is a team game. Needs to be respected.
Absolutely, yeah. The respect needs to be put here. I think this is going to be a very interesting sort of jiggling act here as well, specifically on Weibo's side, because the way how that Weibo sometimes thrives is off that mental warfare. So, you know, we probably will be seeing a few of the players in chat once we're starting to get a little bit more confidence on both sides. But also, they have a really incredible amount of the just coordination and just understanding of what needs to be done. I mean, you look at their supporting stuff as well. Meepy plus Mentalist, already two absolutely phenomenal minds, ready to go and help the rest of the roster. And you have them sort of cooking up. They've been hard at work as well. I got to see them basically just constantly just crunching numbers, crunching the next strats of what to do. Yeah, they have the capabilities to just be very diligent about it, but it's just up to how the players feel on the day, really. So far, yeah, we're getting a glimpse into what could be a very, very sort of stable back and forth CAG versus Weibo, and I'm all for it. I'm keen. Any game that has Weibo in it, or well, in this case, actually both Weibo and CAG, is always an absolute treat.
Yeah, both teams, I mean, what else can you say? Weibo especially, they have been an absolute dominating force over in the Asia region, able to put up first places back to back without any sort of issues, and being able to kick it all the way through. On the opposite end though, it is CAG's, I'm going to say, their major time here. They've already come off a really good game, played exceptionally well, but you lock down, you put tension on CAG's team ability and their coordination through Weibo. It's going to be a few problems, but Sharif, we talked about him being online. It looks like he's back already.
Absolutely devastating frag here as well. Ape was set up for a nice hunker down position, completely denied in every possible way. Though, run out from Speakeasy, that's Sharif out of the equation as well, and that's all sorted, all done and dusted. So an eye for an eye here in every possible way. Reeves is able to also sit on the backup as well. So this is, once again, this is a bit of a back and forth. I'm loving it so far. Curious to see how the rest of the team can really follow suit for the remainder of it. Hoven as well, running a Solus with a shotgun and an SMG-11, looking to make a few of the rotation position plays. And yeah, this is a game of Rainbow Six Siege.
This is where things start to get a little bit complex, and this will be a perfect round to basically go off the point that you made previously. The rest of the team now has to pick up the slack for CAG. With Shureep out, we can't see him dropping the same numbers that he was dropping initially just yet, but of course he can end up bringing those numbers in. It just comes down to what his team can do without him at this stage. You've still got Speakeasy, you've still got Turd, you've still got Reaps, you've still got Hoven, all amazing fraggers up and running. What do you do differently here?
At the moment, really, it's just you try to find sort of your groove, your rhythm here, and really try to go for the chaos. And in this case right now, Weibo is actually out-chaosing the opposition, and the re-swings and everything. Yeah, finally, Anaton does find Reeves, but I mean, you look at that, they are approaching this as, you know, they push in numbers against Weibo, and Weibo, unfortunately for them, they actually find themselves at a deficit, but right now, Hoven has a bit of a cheeky moment here, has an opportunity to find a flank, peeks around, does actually miss out on the opportunity here, but this is a prime game. Oh, the shots. Speakeasy absolutely crispy on that headshot as well, and does now need to spot one more. Hoven has the opportunity here, does spot one. Could we find another one? That's one. That's two. There's a big opportunity here, does drop down, swing, goes in for the left, goes right, and does fall at the end. CAG do manage to bring it all back a little bit and not really letting Weibo run away with this one.
What a terrifying round overall. that scared me so significantly. It was both sides. It was such a kind of uncomfortable round for both teams. I mean, you had Hoven and Speakeasy, the last two members remaining, able to pick up almost the entire team, leaving DD by himself. He's able to get it through. Hoven, unfortunately, isn't able to find the headshot, but DD will confirm it, and that is looking better from CAG. You talked about the unpredictability of this team, and it just keeps showing up in all of these different types of games. You don't need to count them out at all when it comes to any competitive game of Rainbow Six Siege.
Absolutely so. This is already ramping up to the maximum, honestly, right from the get-go, round number 3, and we already getting quite full on here on the matchup. For Weibo right now, switching things around a little bit, now introducing the Frost, introducing the Tubarao as well. Once again, we are looking at more of that utility play, and I'm absolutely loving it, I have to say. Like, between, you know, the way how they play, the idea of how they can just play around the corners, it has been great. On the side of CAG, though, the way how quickly they respond to each one of the engagement has been almost scientifically just clean. You know, you see the engagement with Anaton right off the rip. You see Shureep already dashing straight for the frag, trying to get that pincer maneuver done and dusted. The moment you spot another one of the defenders, straight away it's either Shureep or Chibisu or Didi already trying to push in, and that sort of level of coordination from CAG has been genuinely impressive.
Yeah, something that we saw over on Clubhouse for sure. They're such a resilient team. I mean, coming through, having all the troubles that they've had so far, and then coming into today, there's nothing really that has stopped them from playing like an exceptionally good team, like a team we could see do extremely well at the major, but at the same time, they're versing Weibo. This team has shown no process of slowing down. Everything that they've been doing has been extremely progressive. Everything that they've been doing has just been absolutely incredible. And, I mean, on paper, this should be Weibo's game quite easily. But it's not. CAG's here.
Indeed. CAG's here indeed. They're ready to rumble. Speakeasy wanting to get real proactive here as soon as possible, and yeah, the Frost is taking up quite a fair bit. Turd wanting to bail out a little bit earlier and to not forfeit his life too early either. This is a good opportunity here. Speakeasy does get noticed. Swing comes on through. Unfortunately, mistimed for him, but oh my goodness. The CAG are finding the farm, and it's a triple for Didi as well. It's all down to Turd. All of a sudden, the moment we thought that, okay, yeah, let's try to play this carefully. Let's try to play this safely. Nah, they're not even going to let them rotate out. This is all a complete wipe.
What is going on here? What is happening? This is absolutely inhuman. Something's happened to CAG, and it is a absolutely insane momentum push onto their back end. And, oh man, CAG are just doing absolutely exceptional. Almost a flawless round in the last set, and going into these bans, it just looks so interesting and fascinating. These two teams shouldn't be. It should be the other way around.
Well, you say this actually, and this does seem to be a little bit more for par for the course here between CAG and Weibo, because Weibo canonically do have a bit of a struggle with CAG, no matter how you put it, whether it's online, whether it's on LAN, and it's because they play it in a very unpredictable way, in a very chaotic way, where they would go for a drone, but they oftentimes play in packs, and they play very responsibly. So if one dies, they try to go for a refrag right away. And this sort of very coordinated, very sort of pack-like mentality does seem to be enabling them quite a fair few frags, because yeah, they're covering multiple angles right at the same time when they are together. Whereas on the side of Weibo, you notice a lot of the times you'll still see one to two players positioned roughly around the same area, but for the most of it, it is solo plays that would occasionally come through. And this is the prime example of that. Two people already entering the security hall. Right off the bat, you already have complete clearance. You have full coverage of the balcony. You have full coverage of the 90 hallway. You have the drop down into the eastern staircase. And between just 3 players, it's already a full coverage they've managed to establish.
Coordination on point for CAG so far that we've seen. Weibo, a little bit of struggles on the back end. They'll need to start picking up some sort of practicality here, something to get them back into these rounds. And of course, we did see Weibo start us off pretty well. It was a pretty close ending to that round. 2 players alive make it 1, and then it ended up going over to Weibo, but CAG just look like they are really revving off the last game that they played. They're still putting up numbers, and you absolutely are right on all of it. Everything that they're doing is perfect.
So now, going into round number 4, this has been a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a just all over the place, really, between these two rosters. CAG so far managed to nail their overall pacing. Now they have the introduction of the Blitz, they have the introduction of Finka, the indication for a very upfront push, a very frontline heavy run. Whereas on the side of Weibo, you have the introduction of the likes of Ella, the likes of Lucy as well, Tubarao, anything to slow things down, to try to deny that momentum gain. And it will be perfect here. So if they're able to get rid of Anaton here, that will be big. The next one that you need to worry about, that will be Sharif. But in the meantime, it's actually a full-on trade. 2 versus 2, well, actually make it 3 for 1, and the plant is starting to go down. All of a sudden, Up is completely blind, and it's all down to Hoven to make any sort of plays.
What is going on here? This is absolutely incredible from CAG. Oh, it's just missed off by Hoven. But at the same time, just
They're getting hyped. This is awesome. They're getting hyped here a lot, and yeah, for CAG, this is looking very promising. On the side of the Weibo, though, a lot of very quiet sort of play here. And it shows, you know, the nerves starting to come through, and maybe it's just the initial doubts starting. Oh, can we actually beat CAG? Can we actually do this? Despite the fact that, mind you, Weibo are a very high caliber team, but even against the sort of this, I guess, chaos theory that is the CAG playstyle,
Attackers have located a bomb.
even the most composed rosters can falter.
if it's effective, may as well use it. And that's exactly what CAG appear to be doing. And you mentioned it, the mental for Weibo just doesn't seem like it's there yet. It seems like the confidence has kind of dwindled just a little bit, and that is causing quite a few issues within the round. And again, looking at CAG, you got Chibi, 4-0. DD 4-0. Akali 2-1. Yes, don't get me wrong, we did have a rehost, so those numbers aren't 100% true, but it's still showing how well these players are approaching the game and how well this game is kind of going on KAG's side.
Yeah, and you do make a really good point here as well, Tiaki, that we are starting to see a little bit more of a evened out scorelines across KAG, so that everyone is pitching in. So to a certain degree, we do get the answer to the earlier question: what happens if one of the players cannot perform as well? The rest of the team can in fact pick up the slack, and once they all warmed up, oh, it's a scary entity as well. Whilst at it, now looking over at the defense for round 5 for Weibo. We got, you know, the Valk of the Solus. So now the new approach is try to slow down, but also try to get as much of the information, rid them of the eyes, rid them of the drones. That is going to be key here. Solus is exactly made for that specific thing. Question being, how well will Hoven be able to actually get rid of the drones? Because we're looking at the overall sort of setup. Majority of the drones is gone within just a minute as well, Tiaki.
What's interesting here as well is just the positions that Weibo have taken. You've got 4 players set upstairs, obviously with rotations to get back down, and you mentioned it as well, clearance of those drones absolutely in play, but 4 players upstairs means that this site is basically not given over, but it's free for the taking. And then you've got a bit of vertical play that you can kind of play off, but again, there's positions in this site where you can not get shot.
Yeah, our Akali has the position. Perfect shutdown as well. Pardon me, that was Chibisu. But this is a big opener as well. That was the only person actually on the site. Now it is quite literally free real estate. Ready to be taken, ready to be ran. And at the moment, I don't think KAG are actually yet realizing that this is in fact that free real estate.
Well, with 1 player inside, they'll need to make a bit more clearance. They know that a player has dropped down, most likely. So they will potentially move towards him. It's going to be a peek down Main Street, but it won't be removed. Here comes the second DD. Manages to find his 5th. He's got a bit of an ace, but it's not exactly set up. Oh, Hoven manages to trade it straight back, but there's Shurib. He finds another. Chibi has found one as well. It's all down to Hoven again. What is going on here? Oh!
Oh, no. Oh, Hoven. No way that is a hit. Goes in for another one. Nearly hits the 3rd one as well, but no. Shut down. KAG are just unrelenting right now.
Hoven, and a smoke. What else do you need? That was a beautiful shot from him. Unfortunately, he's not able to get the round win, but the securance there from KAG was a little bit concerning. Again, though, it just feels like Weibo. They've got mostly what they need, but the coordination is just dismantled.
Amidst all of this, you would think that Hoven at this point would be switching his name to Hoven 2K. Him playing with smokes and shooting through all the smokes reminds of a certain CS individual as well. But regardless of that, look, I gotta say that this feels like Weibo. They have the setup. They obviously studied the strat books and everything, but it feels like they are almost a little bit too lax on a few of the things. Like, they don't pay too much of a diligence. They don't pay much of a respect on how KAG are playing, and they're going for those so far swings that has been fairly predictable, to be honest. And that kill on the Melusi as well has been fairly, well, actually a pretty perfect example of that. You've seen Melusi cross, so what you're gonna do? Pre-aim where she's gonna come out. So instead of trying to rotate around or move anywhere else, they just straight up a contest. So if you don't respect this kind of engagement, yeah, you will get fragged out pretty quickly. So going into round number 6, look, I'm a little bit lost for words here, really, because I was expecting to see a little bit more of a fight out of Weibo coming into this, but KAG, in their own full respect, they have been absolutely just phenomenal, really.
Yeah, look, KAG, of course, one of the teams that you cannot disrespect. You cannot provide them anything. Any opportunity that they have, they will capitalize on very, very quickly, take full control of your entire site, and then it's over. You basically just completely lost it. So it's beautiful plays coming in. DD, however, he's going to be taken down, and so is Shurib. welcome Weibo to the match as he manages to find two, but Turt's been taken down.
Speakeasy on a run out as well. He gets the kill into DD and finishes the job as well. Now it's time to fall back. Now it's time to hold down the site. 3 versus 4 is very much workable now for Weibo to claim the second round, but no, Chibiso actually gets the better of Ape. Now, it's a full 3v3, full HP on all of the operators. Still got the 2 impacts and a C4 to boot for Weibo to play around, whereas on the side of CAG, a frag grenade, a flashbang, and 2 of the secondary hard breaches, plus full util on the side of Zoff's launcher as well for Aniton. So right now, this is actually a really good setup for both sides here between CAG and Weibo, and plenty of time as well. Minute 20.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about Hoven's position. He is on quite a section of soft breach, and that Deimos could just as easy go downstairs and start putting a bit of an effect on, and it looks like that is going to be potentially the play, or maybe it's just a push straight up the stairs. Will he decide to do it? It looks like he's got a peek for the angle. Reaps! Oh!
He got him. He found another one, and just like that, Reaps is reactivated. It seems another stun to come on through. Now the Zoff trying to find any sort of advancement here, but Arcoli already isolated by himself. It's all down to Aniton to make the magic work. Re-swing comes out, Reaps. Tiaki, I have good news. It appears Reaps has been reactivated, in fact.
And that's what we want to see. Reaps getting back into the match and all of Weibo really starting to show their colors. This match is far from over. Everything that we've seen so far from CAG has been absolutely incredible, but that round from Weibo gives them a lot of hope and should increase the mentality, give them confidence, and get them back into the match.
Exactly. So right now, looking at the lineups as well, Chibisu has been having an absolutely banger game as well. 8-1 is looking pretty solid, despite the fact that this is post rehost, but regardless, still a really solid scoreline. On the side of Weibo, we're starting to see a bit of an even out of the scoreline as well. Not as promising just yet, so let's hold all the copium about the comeback being real, but there are finally sparks of hope being generated and created, and this is the key thing right now for Weibo, is not to lose the mental.
The other thing as well is we got to remember, this is a BO3. So this first match could be where Weibo is relaxing, taking a chill. It is their map pick. You do not expect it, but it may just be that situation. And then obviously coming into map 2, then we start to see full activation of all the team members. Interestingly enough, ever since we had that rehost, Turdstar, he's gotten 0 kills. He seems to be, or has been, one of the main fraggers from the side of Weibo, and he just hasn't been getting into the match that much yet. Saying that though, now we get the switch over. We're going attack, defense, defense, attack, switch overs for both sides, and it could be where we start to see a few more players from Weibo start to make action.
Funny you do mention that as well, because Turdstar was the MVP actually for the previous game against E36. So with him not actually performing, that could be a bit of a telltale sign that, you know, maybe still recovering from that, you know, pretty high performance game and trying to get himself back into the overall swing of things, considering that that game before was a BO1. Now we're onto the BO3 territory. Now it's the endurance run. And look, there may be, still a few of the endurance questions that may need to be answered, given just how potent between those two rosters CAG can be as well.
This is where it gets fascinating. This is where it gets captivating.
Yes.
This is where everything becomes significant. If they get through in these next few rounds, we'll start to potentially see a bit of a different play. And of course, we're loving it here at the LAN. Chiefs going off. They are absolutely having it. But going back to Weibo, this is where we need to start seeing something, some sort of positionary play. Reaps, as you mentioned, is now active. We want to see him starting to make quite a few impacts, but on the opposite end, they need to have some control from CAG. If CAG can really control their side of the coin going into this defensive half, game might be done.
It could be, in fact, game done, but look, let's wait and see how really will this pan out for us. Weibo got their points on the first and the last round of their defensive half, so going into the attack. I'm wondering what would be the next steps here. Monty and Castle to be banned out. Castle feels like a very reasonable ban here, I feel, Jackie, because remembering even some of the older times for Siege, Castle on border was one of those, you know, the quirks, I guess, of the defense. And even nowadays, you know, the ability to cut off and force some of the explosive utility to be used up just to open up another doorway to the side or to whatever, any other entryway, is quite key as well. And right now, it would be a good opportunity to really just hold any possible way for CAG to basically just slow down any momentum, open up as many angles as possible, prevent them from having that very fluid sort of roaming game, where they, by the way, succeed pretty well. So right now, having both the Izami and the Castle as well is actually a phenomenal set of choices and a good pick for Weibo. On the side of CAG, again, yeah, Monty out. That's a solid one because you're basically getting rid of that human drone, I guess, to a certain degree. And then Doka, once again, a really, really potent operator right now for any sort of roam clear. So once again, Weibo will be forced to select some of the other variants of how to go for the roam clear, and it seems like Ape is the one that will be introducing the Lion instead.
Yeah, well, an interesting lineup coming from both. The Brava obviously being brought in to try and see if they can gain a little bit of the utility that's going to be placed down, but there's not, when we actually look at it, there's not really that much utility. The only thing that provides a lot of significance here is really the Aruna gates. If you can get control of those, then it makes it a little bit easier for you to push, but for the most part, there's not that much there. The interesting thing I'm looking at is Nitrocell, Nitrocell, Nitrocell.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
3 nightmares on the opposite end, and Weibo will need to be careful about their movement. That's the reason why we're seeing Speakeasy jumping on. Oh my, that's a shot angle and a half. It will be traded off by Hoven onto Shoereap. But Shoereap's been able to take out Turd, and that's a lot of utility taken off the board.
Big performance here, but in saying that, yeah, Shoereap out is also a pretty huge opportunity here. So right now, still 1-for-1 is workable. That's unfortunately, oh wow, that is a lot of utility that just got wasted for nothing. Speakeasy needs to be careful. Another swing, another pre-fire. So close yet so far away, but that's another one to bite the dust. And right now, Weibo are full on pushing to the maximum. Chibisu does manage to slow things down, but Didi is gone as well. We'll see you later. Chibisu is the last man standing. Goes in for the flick. Do we go left or right? We go right. Go peek. That's a tap. That's a good night. That's another one. No, decides to actually switch around. Maybe just a misinput here. Going for another swing here, maybe, possibly. Another one, and it's Hoven instead saying peekaboo.
A lot better from Weibo coming into that round. So much more coordination. So really just pushing together. That's what we expect from Weibo coming into this. We expect them to be operating so exceptionally well in teams of 2, teams of 3, so on, so on, so on. Turdstuck getting caught out there was pretty significant as well. The way that they were just able to find that angle, get a quick pick off. And if the peak hadn't been remade, then unfortunately, Shoereap wouldn't have gone down. But it feels like the confidence from both sides is starting to become active in this match.
In the meantime, Tiaki, Chiefs have made it through the first round of the lower bracket. Daystar eliminated out of the playoffs. They won't get the opportunity to qualify for the major just yet. But for Chiefs and Enterprise, now we have 2 OCE teams continuing their run, potentially inbound for the clash in the lower bracket semifinals should they reach it from there. But even now, I mean, you're looking at the upper bracket semifinals. Whoever loses, that is still a lose-lose game, no matter how you look at it. Because if D+ drops down to the lower bracket, that's a meat grinder. You're looking at PSG Talon. I mean, they've performed pretty well. It was a 8-6 against Chiefs, so that will be a scary opportunity here as well. You look at Weibo dropping down.
Meat grinder.
Yeah, again, meat grinder. You're looking at CAG. Yeah, that's at this point you may as well just wrap up. Well, I say this is a bit of a brutal saying, but regardless, it is going to be a very scary matchup no matter how you look at it for any OC hopeful. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, at least to watch later down the line, but we'll get to it when we'll cross that bridge. For the time being, KAG and Weibo, we are waiting for the polls to be finalized, but looking at this, Bathroom Tellers, we got the Denari, got the Echo, Mirror, Sentry, Smoke to be introduced here for the defense. And the one thing that comes to my mind is A will have potential just absolutely disgusting setups with the Denari lasers around that the vending machine window. That's one. Two is just absolutely denying with those lasers at like the foot level any drones that could be coming through any barricaded doors. And it's just there's a lot of extra play to work with. There's a very fluid lineup of the defense to come on out here.
Oh, absolutely. And to be honest, those teams in the upper bracket at the moment are looking down on the lower bracket with murderous intent.
Oh, yeah.
But going into this, as far as we can see, with the way that Weibo has been playing, this is also a slight reset coming in for KAG. They'll have the ability to slow down their play, reset themselves, get back into the match, and just absolutely go into it once again. And, of course, a little bit of a technical pause coming in, so teams, they'll have the time to relax.
Yeah, a bit of a respite, call it that way, really for both of the teams, just to try to just process really what has been going on, how they can make their next steps happen. For Weibo is how they can keep up this momentum that they just managed to generate would be absolutely phenomenal really here for them. On the side of KAG is how do we convert that chaos play that they managed to really bring on out on the offense, how do they bring it to the defense? Because it would be much more difficult to really, get a good set of, re-swings, because for the most of it, really, you are almost being discouraged in a good chunk of the game from doing any sort of, run-outs, any sort of re-peaks outside of your usual comfortable, hunker-down positions. And for KAG, they thrive on this, very hyper-aggressive, hyper-fluid sort of play. And Sharif is just standing there like, yeah, let me just quickly reload this thing.
Just looking down on his enemy, on the hostile. This is a shot. That is absolute
disgusting.
Nasty shot.
If I would have been hit with that one, you'd see just the mouse flying across the whole thing and just that's it, gone.
Well, the basic sort of setup coming into play for upstairs, and once again, we are seeing quite a few members set upstairs. I'm seeing at least 4, maybe even 5 at this current stage in time, whether or not they decide to keep one down. No, it is going to be the Echo down there, and this is an interesting setup. That is very, very cool coming in from Sharif, especially with those trip mines. So, 4-3. KAG's got the advantage. Weibo started to bring themselves back into the match. What else do you change? What else do you alter or tailor for the rest of the game?
You tell Turk to lock in. That's the main thing, really. He needs to lock in here as well, because, I mean, playing on Ash, he has the capabilities to really just full send it. And with the team like Weibo, he has the opportunity and capabilities to just, get some eyes with the drones, have somebody live drone, go swing in, get the frag, have a good day. Same goes for Hoven. Have a sit down, my boy, as well. DD is not really toying around for too long here and not really here to play too many games. That's a grenade that will be finishing him off no matter the outcome of that gunfight, and Ape does his due diligence. So now with Smoke out of the equation, you sort of go pound for pound, really, with that sort of trade, because on one side, you get rid of one of the two, plan denials with Smoke. On the other hand, you're getting rid of the hard breaching on Hoven, and I don't think he actually got to use too many of his Selma charges, if any.
It doesn't look like it at this current stage in time, and just looking at the position and, I mean, the operators that they have no more hard breach. So it's basically down to them making pushes right through the line of fire. And Reaps, he'll start us off. He's able to find one, and it's a big pick. It's the Echo being down in sight. This might be enough for Weibo to start making a push directly for that A-bomb site. Chibi searching in, needs to stay in control here, but Shu Reap's going to be going back and forth.
The absolute jiggle peak monster there really ready to rumble, and he does get rid of Turdstay as well. Once again, another swing.
Oh.
The pre-fire is disgusting there as well. Speakeasy getting a jump scare as well. Swing to come on through. Does know about one presence, though. Pre-fire does get rid of him. Another one. Reaps needs to be very cautious about how he positions himself. There is an Urkali on the roam as well. Swing comes on through. Not enough. Does enough to get rid of. Speakeasy's gone. It's all down to 2 players, 2 versus 2, but the Nomad is tagged to all hell. Swing comes on through, pre-fire here. The Vector does not connect at all, but Sharif is good, but Reaps is already getting it covered.
Absolute beautiful play coming in from Sharif, and at the same time, Weibo, they just managed to find that kill, lock it down, and are able to secure the presence that they needed onto the site. Now, Weibo, I mean, they're just able to find these small plays in the round, find these small instances where they can absolutely capitalize, and this looked like a CAG round.
It did in fact, yeah. Hoven going down nice and early did sort of indicate initially at a very dire things, and the hesitation in the swing cost Speakeasy his life. But ultimately, yeah, look, it's good to see that Ape and Reap still able to really, bring it all back. But this whole the game of peaks was just absolutely comical, I have to say. You see him literally for just one frame. He's in and he's out. That's gone. Now you see me, now you don't.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful, and exactly what we expect to see. Maybe not in competitive.
Yeah, look, this is par for the course. Yeah.
For the course. Well, the preparation's going to be made for the upstairs hold once again. We're going back up to Armory for CAG, and Weibo, they're on the run. They're on the progressive placement at this current stage in time. Everything that they've been doing has been beautiful up until this point. We want to continue seeing it. Reaps will not have access to that Bravo until they can get rid of the mute gem. A good placement from CAG, but continuing their run, they'll need to try and see if they can find an angle.
At the moment, yeah, that will be the ideal setup to try to find the early gunfight as well. Will be perfect. Akali getting a little bit more of a tag up there, getting a bit of a love tap on his swing just outside CCTV window. He does have a nice long angle onto the break room entrance, and that would be a big opportunity to get a frag here, but so far so good. In goes the drone. Smoke grenade out. The angle is there as well. This is a great opportunity, but a reswing is going to be absolutely deadly. And even then, the jiggle peaks are crazy here, even from our colleague. CAG very much imposing a very dominant position here as well. Wanted to ensure to play, and in fact they are playing. Turret is gone. Swing to come on through. Crossfire galore. That's one. Can we go for 2? Ape falls as well. Our colleague got a double for himself. 3 versus 4. Tiaki, this is looking very dire, though. Finally, 3v3.
Well, Speakeasy doesn't want to go down easily, and he's able to find the kill onto Arkali. That will open up the CCTV side. They need to start figuring out a way through. Maybe this eastern stairwell. They've still got Hoven up, and he's got all pieces of utility, but they need to clear DD. If they leave him active in this position, he can just slowly find potential kills and slow down the potential play. He's got no smoke grenades, remaining. And the information will be there for his position, so drop away is available. Chibi, he finds one. Hoven will confirm the kill with the ace charge, and it leaves 2 members remaining. So, winnable round for either team. 40 seconds remaining on the board. A quick push is going to need to come down, but it's being watched. Chibisu is watching from the far angle. Will he be able to find a peek? It looks like he's not going to get aggressive on it. Hoven will need to get onto this wall, but again, that Tuberau canister is still available. That's going to waste so much time.
One more as well available. That's a lot of time to waste as well. That's another one to go. Hoven slowed down. They need to basically push through. The pre-fires are there. The AK-12 is just chipping away at the HP, but a few taps here and there, and that is going to be it. 8 seconds to go. We need to make a move. Addington finds one. One more remaining. Reaps needs to find the shot. Shotgun's out. Unfortunately, finds one. Does not have enough time for 2. CAG manages to survive that one, and that is another point for us to add up to the Japanese roster's tally.
And as close as it could be, the last few seconds coming onto the board, and at the same time, Kag and Weibo 1-to-1 in this position. Absolutely brilliant from both teams. And honestly, this has been, so far, such an action-packed match. Going into the final ban, we are going to see the Twitch and the Mute being banned off the board. So expected DMR sort of play, and the Mute just being removed to allow for a bit more intel to come through. But then again, first full event, first full workshop, Kag has the upper advantage in the round difference. Will they be able to hold it?
That is a possibility. They're only one round away from securing the match point, 2 rounds from securing the whole map, and that is, like you've mentioned before, Tiaki, the Weibo's map pick as well, which would be absolutely devastating if that does come on through. You can definitely see, even just in the overall movement of the attacking side of Weibo, the nerves are starting to come to the terms, and yeah, the swings are still great, it's all phenomenal, but just, yeah, not enough time. Still second doubting, second thinking, for what and where really to push. Things are looking a little bit dire here for them. So Kag right now, perfect opportunity to really keep on riding the wave. And this time, I'm looking at the overall score. Chibi's already 12-4, Mr. 3KD.
Yeah, the harassment that we are seeing from Kag on Weibo is absolutely insane. We talked about Shureep being the one to put up for his team, whether or not he could do that. He's been able to do that, but Chibisu has come through and just said, it's mine as well. And so he, at this current stage in time, Kag, they're in a perfect position here. They just need to hold out for 2 more rounds and they'll be able to secure their first map. BO3, still 2 maps, potentially 2 maps to go for Weibo, but again, we're only on a 1 round difference. This could be the first OT map.
Could potentially be. Okay, well, we're getting the first target. Turd is looking to go on a hunt. As Chibisu now spotted, but decides to withdraw the death mark just now. Meantime, it's just for now, it's just a game of, well, establishing the foothold. We're looking at the top-down position. Yep, break room is basically all wide open. Swing does come around from Shureep. Tagged to all hell here. This is a problem, but now, oh, Demos could actually find a phenomenal kill here from the vertical. It's going to be enough. C4 to come through. Not enough yet, but plenty of vertical being opened up here. Weibo are looking like they're hungry for kills.
Well, they know the position of that player, but they're wasting so much time to get to him. They do have heartbreaks, but again, this is utility being taken off the board. Shureep just waiting for this position to be slowed down. They know where he is. The smoke is going to be used again. It's another piece of utility being taken off the board. They're even considering a Capitao Bolt. So they will be able to confirm the kill, but Hoven, he'll be taken off, and the Capitao Bolt actually doesn't impact. On the opposite end, Hoven's going to be dropped down. Reaps, shotgun in hand, just says hello and good night.
Absolutely vile. Always just swing with a hip fire, super shorty as well. It feels like almost like a slap in the face. Like, it's just sit down, boy. In the meantime, though, look, 3 versus 4. There's still a good opportunity to make it all happen in favor of Weibo to equalize the scoreline between vertical here. Oh, disgusting! Reaps is gone. Anaton is on the case. There is still pings on Chibi, so he's a known entity. Question being, how will Arcali and Anaton be able to really make his game work here as well and use him maybe as a bait? 28 seconds to go, though.
Well, the big idea here is keep your eye on the Warden. He can cancel this potential plant from upstairs. Speakeasy gets hit, and that is full vertical control. But Chibi, he's gone down upstairs. Ape, he's down as well. It's all down to Turd. They know his position, but can't get an angle. Arcali needs to find where this player is going to be moving to, and it's all the way back into bathroom. He's got such a long angle to keep an eye on, and I think they've actually potentially spotted the rotation here. Turdster may know exactly where he is. It's a perfect peek. They know where he is, and Kag will go to match point.
Match point for Kag, and yeah, they're all rearing, they're all raging and ready to go here. 6th point for Kag. They are keen, they are happy with the turnaround here for Weibo. This is a much quieter game than we've expected originally. And it makes me wonder, at which point do we get to see them reactivate, or whether there will be the reactivation. Mind you, this is still an upper bracket game, an upper bracket best of 3. So they will still have a good opportunity to really bring it all back. And whoever wins this BO3, I believe, is the one that will be also qualifying for the Munich Major as well. So let me just quickly triple check on on that information before I spread the
I believe you're right.
Misinformation. Yeah, I believe that will be the case. So upper bracket final gets you into the Munich Major, and after that you're playing for the seeding as well.
Well, if you can win this, happy days for you. You know you're going over to Munich in Germany and locking it all out. But again, 6-4, something that I don't think even Weibo were expecting coming into this map. Just the absolute playability, the absolute domination that we've seen from CAG. Yes, it's been close for quite a few rounds here and there, but it just feels like CAG are that 1 or 2 steps ahead. And Weibo, they need to find an answer. This is all down to potentially 2 rounds and 1 round for CAG if they can secure what they need to here. The other issue is, once this site, even if CAG lose this site, they might end up locking it down on the next site when it unlocks.
Yeah, there's a lot of theory to be brought in for this one, honestly. A lot of the big possibilities as well to make some rather outrageous plays. Speaking of one, oh my days, no way Sharif actually gets this with the holo on the MP7 as well. The man absolutely outguns a Hoven with an ACOG as well. That is going to be absolute robbery. But no, decides to actually back away, fall back, and Ape is the one to actually make the push. There is a rotation being made to try to make the play, and his position is now cleaned out. Frag grenade is in. Does get rid of him, and that was a quick one. Turd does unfortunately fall though, but at the very least does manage to get on the scoreline as well. So this is looking pretty promising from here on out. Maybe for him. I say that though. There's a C4. Hold this, says Anaton. And that's Ape out of the equation. That's your second aggressor now gone and done and dusted. Speakeasy, Reaps, and Hoven are the last 3 remaining. 4 versus 3.
And there's still a Nitro Cell. They still have
cell.
1 more available to be put down.
And still the 3 smoke grenades as well to go.
Still the 3 smoke grenades. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the board, and this is already running through. Reaps is able to pick up DD. That will open up the full control of upstairs. But where's your soft breach? It's already been removed. Ape had it. So now, at this stage,
no.
Oh my! Hoven's going to go down as well. 2 players remaining for Weibo. And this is looking absolutely beautiful for CAG. There's no real set of reinforced... I can't even speak right now. What's going on?
In the meantime, though, we do have actually some pings as well coming on through. Peek and pre-fire would be dangerous here. Anaton should have a pretty decent knowledge about the whereabouts. The plant is actually starting to go down. Nice and quick. No, dodging actually away for the positions. Right now, this is dangerous position. Arcully has the swing, has the flank. Keep in mind, there is as well the flank coming through. Anaton lands the shot. It's all down to Speakeasy to try to make anything happen to keep alive. But no, map number 1 is going in favor of CAG.
What a beautiful play from CAG going all the way through. Something I don't think any of us were expecting. And what a surprise. Weibo, you mentioned it at the beginning. Weibo was scared of CAG. They were a little bit concerned. And CAG, that is the reason why in 7 rounds, I should say, they've managed to secure the first map on Weibo's pick.
Absolutely disgusting turnaround here, really. Well, in all the best way of explaining that. But yeah, CAG has been absolutely showing a monstrous performance. But that is not all over. We still got at least 1 more map. Stay tuned after this break.
성장하고 있다는 걸 느끼기 때문에 계속 열심히 하면은 계속해서 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 것 같습니다.
What do you take away from Esports World Cup? What do you think you learned?
I learned Saudi is hot and food is good. Yeah, but this is a shock. Honestly, we arrived before 2 days ago tournament, so we didn't have many times to practice, so we couldn't good practice before game.
Do you like it? You just had some more. Is it good?
Very spicy.
No spicy?
Yeah.
Just you wait, just you wait. What do you think you're going to do differently next time, next event, so that you can go even further?
그냥 더 열심히 하고 많은 걸 시도하고 그때그때 나오는 아이디어를 인게임에서 적용시키는 거를 우선으로 하면은 좀 더 괜찮아질 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
You really like that? It's good? Yeah, yeah.
It's okay.
You must be hungry.
as I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
welcome back once again. The APL 2025 Weibo up against CAG. And so far, surprisingly, well, to some people's surprise, CAG managed to take out Weibo on their map.
And it was an absolute dominating performance as well from them. Mind you, again, it was a pretty back and forth game in all sorts of ways. But Weibo felt like they didn't really give their full performance on this one. There were still a few of the holdbacks and a few of the drawbacks as well in terms of how they played, how they, swung. And it almost had a hint of desperation even in some of their performance. So I'm looking into this Chalet look. It's going to be a rough one, no matter how you look at it really, because mentally you're looking at this, you just lost your own map pick. The one that you were banking on to actually get yourself a momentum on, and going into your opponent's map pick as well against CAG, who has been not really been playing a whole lot of Chalet just period in the recent days. So it is a bit of a blind pick as well to go for them, or rather for Weibo into this kind of map. So look, you never know how things will really pan out, but Chalet is, it's a bit of a dangerous entity here, I feel.
Yeah, well, this is where teams need to start showing some resilience, some sort of adjustment to their gameplay and finding a way to break through the mental strain that is that first game, moving on to the second, and then just performing consistently all the way through. Same bands kind of coming through. We got the Montaigne and the Castle once again being introduced, or should I say removed. And Blackbeard and Clash coming through. So all I see is shield, 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 and kind of a wall shield at the same time.
That's true, yeah. For Weibo, they want to eliminate as many obstacles as possible yet again. But yeah, this is a bit more of a committed sort of ban phase, especially on the side of CAG, getting rid of the Blackbeard and the Monty like you highlighted. Getting rid of majority of those shields. Up next, once we do get to the third ban, I would imagine we would be seeing a blitz to be taken out. But depending on the context of what we will be actually seeing consistently out of Weibo is where the ban will be laying as well. CAG looking to introduce the defense right off the bat. Anaton bringing in the Rooney. As well as that, we got the Azami now making the reappearance once again. So overall, we're looking at a pretty well reinforced setup with quite a fair few of the vertical gameplay setups here for them. On the side of the attack for Weibo, though, a blitz is making an appearance.
The interesting, other interesting concept as well. Oh, that looks like a potential spawn peek over onto Ape. Will he see it? It looks like he's going to slowly move up, maybe have a potential angle as soon as he gets up. But the rotation's just going to come through and not too shabby. Nothing much to worry about. But going back to the point that I was bringing up, Mirror is on the board. It is available as a pick option, and it doesn't look like the team of CAG is really going to choose it as an initial option here on this site, which we normally see it played.
That's true, but with Chalet specifically, it is one of those fairly fluid sort of maps where you can really take a majority of the sites at a face value and just play them how you would usually play them, as if it's a main site and your primary one. In this case, though, look, we're looking at the previous records as there's still a bit of a calm before the storm. There has been a recorded game of earlier Chalet where it was a 7-4 victory over Elevate out of all of the players. And in the meantime, well, we do get to see an actual trade-off. Reach for Didi and Shuri getting the better of Speakeasy, or rather finishing him off with the barbed wire, and the swings are actually looking pretty crispy so far.
Well coordinated, well set up is the way that Weibo is currently approaching this. It does look like Speakeasy. That was an interesting kill, by the way. Barbed wire managed to take him out, which is pretty interesting, but and we don't see it that often. But in this case, it does look like we're getting a little bit of a back and forth like we did see last game. Reaps is going to be brought down once again. So Turdstar, he's just sitting outside this window, waiting for the player on mezzanine to try and make a potential peek. If he doesn't move, which he doesn't need to, there goes one, and it is a big one. It is the Grim taken off the board.
Grim gone as well. That will hinder the push potential. Matter of fact, everything is hindered now. Ape falls. It's all down to Turdstar to try to make the effort happen here. But man, That looks like a dire situation here as well. Going for another few re-swings close by. There's position for a lineup as well. That's one more remaining. All of a sudden, Arcali could really find a frag here. He does, in fact, nail him at the end. Unfortunately for Turdstar, could not close it all out once again. It's the curse of the three once again, back and haunting Weibo Gaming.
That was so close. And Turdstar, the one that you'd expect to be putting up those sorts of kills, he can easily do that. As a potential, the lineup as well being seen there, it's easy enough done, but that last player, it just cannot be converted. And as a result, Weibo will lose their first round. Again, it is round one coming in to Chalet. Means a little, doesn't mean everything. Weibo can still find a way to kind of slowly bring this back if they decide to. And what a beautiful play coming in from Turdstar to find two. But Arcali, he's on 2 kills as well. Make it 3. At the end of this, he deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a pretty well-performed turnaround for Arcali and the rest of the team as well. I do see now that we got to see, you know, a bit of a slowed down replay. I can see where Turdstar sort of faltered there a little bit, seeing as the only kill feed had showed up after he shot roughly around where Rooney was. A kill was like, oh, okay, she must be down. And then, oh, wait, hold on. There's one more in there, ready to go. So, it's at the moment, look, I have to say there is seeming to be a bit of a spur in Weibo's playstyle. So we're not out of this yet. They're ready to keep on fighting, but there's certainly a bit of a chip on the shoulder to try to, you know, maybe give a bit of a proof of like where we are at. And at the moment, oh my goodness, there's a lot of the just utility that has been just yoinked away courtesy of the Brava. Hoven doing some really solid work. Now, here's something to bear in mind for us. We have DD on Malusi in the basement and blue hallway, ready to go, ready to defend. Right now with Shurip out of the equation, that might be a good beginning here for Reaps and Co, but they need to ensure that they continuing the run. They need to make sure that they are punishing CAG for any sort of reswing, for any sort of peaks here.
Well, the interesting play as well is that DD being on that bottom floor could actually come up behind Turdstar, but I think he's got some idea that a player is off-site, somewhere roaming, and he's keeping an eye on his back as he begins to move up. He's still actually watching that position, and DD, where is he? He's making his way up slowly towards that back stairwell. He's going to wait until the calls come through and play it off what he hears from the rest of his team. Coordination, as we said, is a big thing. That's the kill feed lighting up as back and forth it goes through. Turdstar's found an angle. Will he find the kill? No. Yes, he drops one down and does a decent chunk of damage, but it's 2v2 and both players are on no HP. The information is going to be there from the mirror as the nade will go through, potentially pushing the player off the side. Ape is able to find one, but the drop away, it gives the full control of upstairs, and with a super shorty, my apologies. It can potentially look for someone down there, but with 2 players on such low HP, how do you do this?
Roll starts with 55 seconds. Frag grenade to boot. C4 out on the side of Chibisu, ready and prepped to throw it all in and send it, as that could claim the life of Ape or Reaps, or maybe both of them at the same time as well if placed correctly. But the reswing from Arcali coming around, he will have the advantage health-wise no matter who he takes on here. Single headshot will be able to get rid of him. 30 seconds now. In goes Ape. To find a frag. Chibisu's unaware of his presence just yet. 3 swings, that's 1. All down to Arcali as he's got the flank. He's got the opportunity of a lifetime now. The angle is being pre-aimed. The time is high. They need to go in for the swing. No diffuser is also gone. They need to find the frag. 7 seconds remaining. That's 1 more gone. Reaps is nowhere to be seen. He needs to drop down, and that is all that could be said there. Once again, running out of time. CAG are even lost for words here.
Misplays. just consistent misplays. The diffuser left down, no one holding it as they tried to push towards the site. They had the site under some control, but the second that the rotation comes in from Akali, it is complete control given back over to Kag. He's able to find the kill onto Arpe, and it's just a complete domination coming in within these first 2 rounds from Kag. Nothing can be said about it.
Nothing at all.
As much as I said something about it.
Look. Yeah, well, there are things to be said about it, but maybe best to keep them silent for the time being, really. But yeah, no, 2 rounds in a row so far of just unfortunate events being stacked up on top of each other, really. And Kag are able to punish Weibo for not being too diligent about the time and effort, really, here. Well, not even effort, pardon me. Just the time, really, and time management, for that matter. So with round number 2 coming on through, Weibo needs to be very careful about how they really play their cards, because so far it's been a very, very rough turnaround, really, for the first 2 rounds. Maybe, just maybe, they will be able to bring it back. Maybe they will be able to shorten the overall disadvantage with just 1 point, or Kag will keep on running away with even further of a scoreline. And look, I mean, it's understandable right now. For Weibo, they came into this, well, understanding that Kag is a very dangerous entity to play against, no matter how you look at him.
Yeah, practically, it should be a rethink for Weibo. They should be taking their time to become a little bit more comprehensive, excuse me for stuttering, but a little bit more comprehensive over the way that they have seen Kag play. They should know by now how the approach is going to go through, but it still feels like they've just got this some sort of nervousness behind them. They're not able to lock down their positions. They're forgetting things. They're missing things, and it's just culminating in rounds lost over time. Akali's going to take a little bit of damage, not enough to remove him off the board. And it looks like at this stage, Kag going to be on a bit of a disadvantage, just health-wise, though.
Just health-wise, indeed, yeah. Few of the swings, few of the breaches now starting to finally come through. Chibisu now getting pinged up as well by the Grim Bees. And we go for a swing. Potential here for the contestant on the main library stairs, but instead we are going darting straight for the site, and Chibisu absolutely demolishes Hobbit. Not even a single bit of remorse here. Another swing, another one bites the dust. Finally down goes the Valkyrie. Another re-swing, though, to come on through. Akali might just be able to claim another life here. Ape is the last man standing. Swing goes on through. AK-12 rings out. Another one bites the dust. Now pistol goes in. Does nearly get it down, but unfortunately for him, there's 2 guns trained on him, and that's a 3rd point for Kag.
Kag are just overwhelming their opponents. They're able to find so many angles and find so many kills. It is absolutely insane what they're doing to Weibo right now, and so problematic for them to put up the pressure that they need to get control of site, to find a potential opening. And it just feels like Weibo are kind of sending people in there with the hopes that they can open up some sort of opportunity in towards the site.
Yeah, there's hopes and prayers really there that they're sending in alongside the players, and understandably so. A timeout is being called in because it has been, the rounds with the efforts, with the attempts, but the efforts and the attempts are not enough to score the entire round, unfortunately. And for Weibo, it is a rough run because Border has just been lost out. You're 3-0 so far into Chalet, into the opponent's map pick. You're battling for a upper bracket matchup that could potentially send you to the major. And once you start faltering, it's a nasty situation to be in, and not the one that you would want, well, anyone really to be in, no matter how you look at it. Because, yeah, for Weibo, it's from dire straits to dire straits. For Kag, it's riding that high of a win. It's riding that high of just their own momentum, and they're doing it just excellently.
Yeah, it looks like the stress on Weibo is really starting to hit them at this current stage, and Kag, they are absolutely having the fun time of their lives, being able to find every single round. They're making it really complicated for Weibo to make a potential push, to find their potential angle, and it's just absolutely being run out. Something needs to be reconstructed on the side of Weibo. They need to find a different way through this team that seems to just provide a lot of randomness to the round. CAG, on the other hand, you got to give it to them. They played well game one. They played well map one here. They're absolutely riding the high.
Yeah, they're riding the high, and even in the most recent rounds, you can see that they have been, you know, making it work off the back of, you know, the time they're making the use of the full spectrum in the defenders lineup as well. Whether it's playing for time, playing for the utility, ensuring that you don't take any unnecessary gunfights as well. And you can see that getting translated into majority of the gunfights that we do get to see from them. They wait for the very last moment, for that moment of desperation of a swing to come out from the opposition. And in this specific case, yeah, look, for Weibo, it's not even them faltering or, you know, just playing badly. It's just mainly just a case of either the nerves starting to kick in, or it would be just, yeah, the unfortunate timings left, right, and center that they keep getting caught off the back of. But at the very least, we do get to see a good initial opening. Chibiso gone. Now we're looking at two people actually just contesting the site. Once those are gone, that's free real estate for Weibo to take.
An interesting push coming in from the backside towards the garage. Reap is still positioned upstairs, maybe not expecting there to be a direct push into sight. All of the players are kind of just sitting, trying to find and bide time for a little bit of info before they start opening up control. Of course, we'll have to keep an eye on Shurip. If he rotates down the stairs at the right time, may be able to catch off Turd, and also the other players just sitting back here. But it's such a slow play coming in from Weibo. This is very different to what we've been seeing.
A lot more different, really. One more fire arrow to go, as they'll be trying to go in for a re-swing to try to enforce that opening yet again. But right now, this is going to be dangerous. C4 out. Initial damage is not enough. DD looking to re-swing. Instead, it's Arcali to claim the life of Speakeasy. Another one to fall, and that's Hoven gone. Arcali does get traded all out, but 3 versus 3 is not too pretty. Shotgun, no, not enough. And that is all down to Anaton. Finally, Weibo have a tangible opportunity here to close it all out, and in fact, they will be taking it.
What a big round to come back on. You needed something to reset the mental, to reset your road ahead, give you something to motivate you towards that point. And at this stage, Weibo, that is going to be absolutely huge. If they can continue to play like that, we'll start to see a Weibo that we were looking for. And maybe this is a wake-up call. They slowed it down. They took their time to make the clearance. And the second that they did that, every single kill just started coming through. And DD, I mean, this wasn't a bad play from him. He's almost on no HP, goes for a potential pick. Unfortunately, cannot find the damage that he was looking for to knock down the player or even find the kill. And Weibo, they'll find their first.
On their first, the best case scenario here would be to equalize the scoreline, make it 3-all between themselves and CAG. CAG obviously will be looking at potentially just that 4-2 scoreline to conclude the first half of Chalet. If that is the case, Weibo still has quite a fair bit of work to be done, and yeah, the LAN is absolutely going crazy right now as D+ are also battling it out live on the other channel as well. But Tiaki, this has been a bit of a grueling matchup, really, when we think about it specifically for Weibo. On the side of CAG, they have been fairly cruising along for the most of it, apart from a few hiccups here and there, really, specifically on border. So now on Chalet, I'm not yet fully convinced that Weibo are able to really bring it all back, but maybe there's that spark.
Well, it comes down to these rounds. You want to get a 3-3 half, even a 4-2 half is okay to run off. Not exactly the best, but okay, at least. Going into the next half will be where we need to start seeing something different. Weibo will need to start locking down and cutting off the coordination that we're seeing from CAG. So far, everything that CAG has been doing has been, to a degree, almost perfect. We've had very little upsets and problems on Chalet so far. But Order, we did see quite a different sort of CAG. Here, they're just absolutely in control, and they're overwhelming Weibo in
hello.
every part. That's a big pickup.
Huge pickup as well. Hoven going in for another one. This is with a bailiff as well, deciding to just rush up. Hello, see you later. Have a good one. DD now going in for the swing. He has the vertical as well set up. He does have the vision on Ape as well, which would be an absolutely devastating way to get a frag, but regardless, decides to back away for now. Weibo looking like they are finally starting to get activated, finally starting to lock in as well. Is that enough, though, to make things work? As right now, deciding to try to find Wamai as well, try to scan him.
Default camera? Are we going to remove that?
I'm not too sure if they actually know about it or realize it yet.
It's still up on the Solar, so they're going to know when this potential push is coming down at this current stage, unless they remove it. And DD, I mean, he's just going to rotate off. He doesn't really need to put himself in harm's way just yet. It's going to be Articali to try and lock it down, but it's immediately removed. Ape started to enter the match, and shotgun in hand! What a shot!
Finally, we do get to see that momentum, that push from Weibo as well. And we're finally being granted that matchup that we were hoping to see from the first map. Weibo starting to finally fight back as well. CAG stifled in and halted in their progress so far. 3 points established, the minimum ground achieved on their end. Question being, will this chalet be more so about the offense rather than defense? I think this next round will be answering, at least, or setting the premise for the next few, for the next second half rather.
The other interesting idea that I'm going to put forward to you, Cthulhu, is on that round, they went back to an aggressive style, and it seemed to trip up CAG in some sort of fashion. They just weren't expecting it. 2 players caught early, one with a bailiff, as you mentioned. It just doesn't, it's kind of weird to a degree.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It is weird in all the best ways when you think about it, because right now what we're looking at is Weibo going up ahead, finding that one pressure point that they know will in fact falter for CAG. The moment they find that one frag, they have a short window of opportunity to just keep on following up, keep on chaining them. Because before they're able to, or they meaning as in CAG, are able to respond, by that time they're already populating their area where there will be, you know, some safe ground to play around with. And that was perfectly showcased by Hoven, rushing up the trophy stairs as well. So overall, it is now a very elaborate game of chess, game of siege, of how do you catch your opponents off guard? How do you ensure that they have an absolutely impossible time of just being able to reset themselves up, recuperate their losses, and fall down?
Well, Arcali almost able to find a potential angle there, but that won't be finding reaps just yet. So the push has been given. It's completely allowed down from the Solar side, and they'll look to gain a bit of vertical control. If they can get that upstairs, it'll be a little bit easier for potentially pushing down onto that A site. Whether or not they choose to do that comes down to the way that Weibo really want to take this. It doesn't look like we're seeing the aggression again. Instead, a bit slow. They're taking a lot more time. It seems like they're just trying to put a bit of strain on the opposition team to use a lot of their utility as they're coming through, but again, the information game, it's slowly being dwindled.
Slowly dwindled indeed. Right now, a bit of a little time really to make anything work. Swing comes on through nearly in the sides of Speakeasy, but unfortunately couldn't line up the shot. Instead, it's DD fall into the hands of Turds. Arcali with a double, and Anaton to double up, making it all a difficult venture. Anaton for triple. All of a sudden, it's all down to Turds to make that play happen. Full HP, G36C in the hands, ready to swing, but no ground given. The 4th point, Tiaki, 3 points away from wrapping up the entirety of the BO3.
What an exceptional play from CAG. Just able to find every single point of pressure and absolutely abuse it finding kill after kill after kill. It's just an absolute symphony coming from them. And Weibo, I mean, 4-2 at this current stage in time, they're going to need to find some sort of different way, some sort of alter, adjustment, tweak, refinement, something to change around going into this defensive half. But as we've always said, attack to defense, defense to attack. This is where things start to get a little bit fascinating. We start to see a little bit of difference.
Yeah, a bit of a swing around into a different momentum, I suppose. Call it on the both ends. For CAG, they're looking to get rid of the Grim and the Monty on the side of, or sorry, pardon me, on the Weibo side. Grim and Monty out. On the side of CAG, it's the Mira and Castle out of the equation. So a bit more of a, I suppose, call it the open plan to really make the play. And yeah, Denari making the entry as well as looking to make things a little bit spicier. But man, Arcali and Anaton had an absolutely field day around the mezzanine play. And yeah, at the end of it all, it was all that could be said. Sharif putting the final nail into the coffin there of that round. 4-2. Look, for CAG, perfect opportunity here to really keep riding that wave, that 2-round deficit for Weibo. And on the side of Weibo Gaming, this is, look, it's a difficult one, but one would think that at least on the defense, they would feel a little bit more comfortable to play around this, but knowing the chaotic energy that CAG are bringing, it will be quite, well, quite
difficult.
Important, yeah, and difficult. Important to make sure not to falter through, not to let the, the doubts creep in as well, and just keep up your morale here at all times.
The other side of the coin as well is when we look at both teams, you've got DD, you've got Speakeasy. Both of them not able to really make a massive impact just yet within these rounds. They haven't really been able to do too much, and as a result, Speakeasy decided to go on the clash. Great operator to slow down attack, and it's exactly what you want from a member that may not be feeling himself just yet. So, at this current stage in time, it's such a complex situation with Weibo. They know where they need to play off, where they need to push from. And CAG, I mean, it's just going to be even more complicated from them. They know, look, they're random. At some points they'll push aggressively, at some points they'll take their time, and it just feels like everything for them at this current stage is in their hands.
Yeah, interesting to see no presence on the trophy stairs either right now for Weibo, meaning that the Solarium staircase as well will be also given away pretty convincingly, albeit Speakeasy now starting in the front line. They tried to just slow things down a little bit. Frag grenade there. No, gotta run, my boy. No, he falls without any repercussions either. Anaton just takes a dink of a damage there from the barbed wire, but otherwise, yeah, 4v3. Man, it's a rough turnaround here, no matter how you look at it. Minute 25 to go, and 3 players of Weibo's defense remain.
Reaps is stuck. He can't make a move. He can't move back towards the site unless there's some sort of cover being put down, and the information is going to be there from Anadam. He's able to find the player behind the shield. He knows that Reaps is there, and here comes the plant. It's going to be successful in going down. Articali finds Reaps and Hoven through the wall. It's all down to Turdstar. He's left once again, and CAG 1 point away from match point.
1 point away from match point, indeed. And that it is now a real dire grounds. You can see the genuine frustration starting to settle in on the side of Weibo. And look, one would hope to see them really try to bring it all back, to try to bring their mojo back. But look, there's still going to be an opportunity in the lower bracket should they fall through there. But still 2 more rounds at least of the opportunity. And yeah, that grenade, that was a misread of the situation, and you had to run as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, just, yeah, too many angles locked down. Oh, like you said, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
This is just straight up CAG harassment. They are here to get to the major. They want it so bad today, and they have struggled to get to the position that they're at, taking out Elevate on their way through, and now they're here going up against Weibo, putting up huge amount of numbers in this match, and what a challenging game it has been. CAG are 1 point away, and Weibo need to start finding some answers now.
Oh yeah, some answers need to be found indeed. 5-2 scoreline is nothing to scoff at. Running in, Chibisu is ready to rumble right off the rip. Turdsta is able to at least find the trade, but at this stage, Hoven out of the equation. That is a huge, huge loss there as well. But thankfully, at least that's the flank watch taking out from CAG. But for now, it's a bit of just the initial scuffle. For Weibo, they're happy at least to bring the trade in. But as it stands, 4 versus 4, 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Now starting to find a little bit more of a sort of a returnal onto the site. Maybe see if they can recuperate and play together. But for Weibo, it is a scary time really right now.
And that's just the confidence that CAG currently have. Being able to just send a member in, find Hoven, and die for it, yes, but they're able to continue going through. DD ends up finding his first kill, and it's on Turdsta, of all people. Immediately, it's way over to CAG's aggression and their randomness in their playstyle. Weibo are just not coming up with answers for anything that CAG are doing, and the slow play is being made. Jump overs being pushed as well. It's another kill. The sidearm is in play, and it's just what is going on here? CAG are just on another level today.
Oh yeah, CAG. We've mentioned, you know, when we get to see either the CAG that is faltering and stumbling at every possible position, or they are at their absolute best, smoothest performance, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. Sharif shuts down Ape without any remorse. It's all down to Reaps to try to bring it all back. And right now, this is looking like the 6th round is on the horizon for CAG. Swinging for another one. That's one. Tagged up a little bit, but decides to go upwards. Plant is starting to go down. The bait is there. Swing to come on through. Unaware about the prone position, and that is a shutdown. CAG, 1 more point remaining.
And they are absolutely loving it. It is a beautiful play from CAG so far, and you can just see on the faces of Weibo the hesitation, the just demandingness of this game. CAG are playing it to an absolute T, and we're loving to see it. The effectiveness of each of their members are now starting to be shown.
Indeed, with Sens now being introduced for the potentially the final round for CAG, we are looking at yet again a smoke play for the plant, for the frags, and then go from there. But as we can see as well on just the replays, it's just been an absolute just takeover of all of the possible positions here for any further advancement. We're looking at now the upstairs hold, the introduction of the smoke, of the Azami, the Warden, the Denari, and the Tubarao to be introduced. Turdsta has been doing his best to try to keep the team afloat, but unfortunately it's not been fully enough, as we have Arkali on the 9-2, Anaton on 11-5, Sharif as well even pitching in with 5-6, and so is Chibisu. So things have been looking very, very promising here for CAG. And on the side of Weibo, just the problems galore of one or the other big performer being shut down into the oblivion.
And it just feels like Weibo, they're completely vexed when it's come to these 2 games this evening. Something is just not going right for them. They've not been able to coordinate their pushes and their executions in the best possible way. They're just being cut off at every angle. Chubitsu is the man to watch. He could just run in if he decides to. He's already done it once, why not do it twice? But at the same time, CAG want every opportunity to finish off the map here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and with the lineup that they're introducing, with the Ying, with the Glaz, even with the Lion as well, this is a very frustrating combination as well to deal with. Things are looking very, very problematic for any further advancements already. Sharif creeping up in through the bar towards the kitchen. There is some presence on the ground floor, but will need to be cautious about it. It is Hoven making his way unaware of the position. The drone is there. The peaks are starting to come on in. It is time for the Reaper to claim another one as well. The swing is there. There's the kill as well.
Shu Reap comes through with the pings of his teammates and is able to find the kill onto Hoven. Reaps still sitting, same position. Kag must know that this is in play, and Ape may need to start looking at some sort of rotation, some sort of lockdown, but Kag have read it perfectly. They've started to move their players onto opposite sides of the map, taking control of those sections and potentially just pushing back this potential play. Alpe and Turdster have had enough of this and they start getting through, but Reap's still there. He brings it back, taking out Speakeasy.
Yeah, with Sharif as well causing this absolute ruckus on the back line as well is going to be an absolute problem and a half. Ape now forced to give him the full attention to the position. The shotgun from down below. Oh boy, yeah, gotta run, gotta go. Turdster needs to reconcile his position now. 33 seconds to go. Vert game maybe still coming around, as now in comes the push. 28 seconds is crucial.
Shu Reap's going to go down immediately, starting it off. 2 players remaining. They need to try and see if they can find the option here. Reaps is going to take a little bit of damage, but DD's been brought down. It's all down to one, the man that's been carrying them all. Slow play coming in through as the damage is going to be dealt, but Weibo stay for another round.
They stay for another round. This is a great opportunity here to keep things rolling, to try to keep up. But for Kag, they still have that looming threat over Weibo. That match point is still there. 3 more rounds to equalize and push us into the overtime for Weibo, or 1 more point for Kag to achieve and push themselves further into the upper bracket finals.
The tension, you could cut it with a knife right now with the way these 2 teams are playing. Kag so close to locking themselves over to Munich, and Weibo 3 rounds needed to push them into overtime. I said this at the beginning of map 1. It's going to be an action-packed set of matches, and so far it has absolutely been that. Everything that we have seen from these 2 teams leading down to the last few players, it's keeping me on the edge of my seat. Not even, I'm off my seat at this stage.
Yeah, the absolute nail-biter of a turnaround so far for this matchup has been, in fact, fully seen, fully noticeable. Looking at the overall lineup as well, once again, we do see yet another reiteration of the defense for Weibo. The introduction of the Echo, looking to try to maybe introduce a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more of the agile info gathering here for the defensive side, whereas on the side of Kag, the introduction of Sens once again, but this time we're going even 1 step further. We're introducing the Blitz as well to the stack. We're introducing the glass back once again. We're even bringing the Twitch for the drones to get rid of the Denari drones and everything, Denari Prismas and everything else in between. So there's a lot of counterplay, and just the question of timing is going to be here in full effect.
Picks left, right, and center. So many options for Weibo to potentially pressure and push players out, but at the same time, that works in both fashions. Kag, they've been on point so far. Weibo got the last round, so they'll have a bit of momentum. They'll feel a little bit more confident, but again, you're a map down and you're on the match point round. It's so hard to push all the way through to these final sets of rounds, and DD on this Blitz, man, is this going to be interesting.
Indeed it is. Smoke grenade starting to come on through. Swing goes out, but no. Decides to back out and leave the position, but no, spotted still inside already the building. Hoven goes. 4 more frags for Kag here to secure themselves the spot.
There's a player close. It's Turdster trying to play off the Aruni or the Kiba barrier. He's going to fall back, not give them the option to remove him off the board. Reaps trying to make a potential move on the downstairs side. But again, as the timer slowly ticks, the preparations from Kag are just coming in. DD already set, ready to potentially go through onto that library take, and it looks like this is actually positioning for a direct push into site, potentially to get the plant down.
Could certainly be the case. to go, ready to rumble. Frag grenade out to just clear out the doorway as well. Preparing, there is an Echo drone, I believe, set up and ready to go for the actual plan. So now just waiting for the actual attempt for the push to be started, to be done. There's another swing to come on through and does not connect fully, but the plant is starting to go down.
Nitro Cell goes out. It's not able to take down any major players, but Reaps and Turdstar make their entrance. It's a kill back. Shoe Reaps able to find one, but Turdstar's found. Oh my, it's going everywhere.
It's everywhere.
One player remaining, but Diffuser is down.
Diffuser is indeed down. Now it's time to play carefully for this, for the swings, for the peaks. That's one down. Two more to go. Oh. That's all done and dusted. Weibo for the fourth. We're still there. We're still hanging in there. Weibo's still in the play. They ready to rumble. You can see the fire being stoked back in. On the side of CAG, though, they are starting to realize, okay, we may have gotten a little bit too keen. We may be starting to falter, and that's exactly when the timeout does come on out. The 2-round differential, we almost there. We're almost able to see the OT as well and grasp it here, Tiaki. But on the side of CAG, they want to wrap it up. Anaton has been already 12-7. Sharif 9-8. Arkali 9-4. In the meantime, on the side of Weibo, 10-5 for Reaps, 12-7 to Turd. We got Ape on 9-8. Haven has been even trying his best to keep up, but even he is able to still perform pretty well on his duties. It's been an absolute full-on back and forth. And I mean, once again, you're looking even at the history of the rounds. 3 rounds for CAG, 2 rounds for Weibo, 3 rounds for CAG. Right now, canonically, we would be starting to see the CAG potentially, once again, starting to introduce their own momentum. The problem being is that if they win just this next round, that's it, that's GG. So for Weibo, they need to ensure that they are thinking ahead, how they can ensure that they don't get caught off their guard.
No hesitation. There can be absolutely none from Weibo in this position. They need to be able to find these kills, need to be able to find the openers and put so much oppression into the map as much as they possibly can. We've been seeing that round after round coming towards the end here. But CAG, they just need the one. And at this stage, it is starting to look overwhelming for both of the teams. Weibo on the last legs, needing to get to that OT to potentially push it to a map number 3.
Yeah.
And CAG just need one.
Just need one. That's all that is needed. But that's the funniest bit as well, Tiaki. That's the dangerous mantra that you can get into as well in the mindset. We just need one more. You become even more complacent as well, funnily enough, with that kind of mindset. So here, if CAG did in fact fall into this trap, look, this is the prime time to seize for Weibo, to take control of the momentum and the pacing, to bring it all back. A swing potentially coming on through as well in the library hallway. Reaps looked like he was keen to start swinging, and in fact, he might just be. If the pre-fire does come on through, he might try to find a response to that one, but overall, Weibo set up in a very fluid position. There is an intro, I believe, just about to be done. Yeah, in the gaming room, Sharif looking to make a play off the back of the library stairs, and he has the perfect opportunity to just run up, get the kill. He does go for that. He does send it, but the timing is not there as Ape abandons his post, backs away, full composition for now.
Turdstar, he's taken a little bit of damage. At the same time, it's a little bit problematic for the side of Weibo. They are currently just at a small health disadvantage. But CAG, they've gained a lot of control here, being able to push all the way into library and can start looking towards opening up the walls, playing towards the site. And for Weibo, they'll need to start making rotations in preparation for this, some sort of vertical play from the upstairs. And I mean, the longer that this round goes, the better it's going to be for Weibo. They just need to not provide any opportunities.
Exactly that. Already, a few of the vertical positions being set up. It doesn't look like CAG are yet ready to make the play happen. Anaton looking to try to go in for a few of the peaks around here and ready to blast the wall open to try to, well, to start his own crusade. Frag grenade prepped and ready, but without any sort of extra pressure, things might be a little bit more dire. Now the pressure comes through. That's one of the fire arrows also getting caught. Perfect opportunity. Pre-fire galore is there. Ape still safe.
Just got to wait this out, tries to make the peak, but it is a Blackbeard that is peeking him.
Perfect.
Hoven's able to find the kill. That's a good start for Weibo. 4 members remaining on the side of CAG, and it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a slowed down play. Diffuser in the hands of DD. Keep an eye on that. He'll be trying to make his way in towards the site. Chibisu also looking to potentially find an angle, but for most of the players on the side of CAG, they're outside. Speakeasy reaps. It's all done. Flawless round, and we are 1 round away from both sides. 1 OT, 1 match point, and series point.
Yes, sir. We can even see, the fire finally being stoked back in the faces of Weibo players as well. The firm handshakes coming on through as well amidst it all in the hype. Trying to go for the fist bumps, the handshakes, the high fives and everything else. It's all the jitters finally starting to walk away. Weibo, 1 more round to OT and potential return to form, potential comeback story as well to be brought on board. There's so many opportunities here for an absolutely colossal upset to happen as well, seeing as how dominant things were for CAG for 1.5 maps. After that, things been looking a little bit more and more dwindling. But let's wait up for this one. This is the opportune moment, Tiaki. This is where the test, the trial of endurance will be potentially completed. This is where Weibo put their name and put some respect on their name as well.
You can start to see the confidence in CAG slowly decreasing, as we haven't seen a lot of the flashy plays that got them quite a few rounds. It seems to just be that as they're getting ever closer to an overtime position, CAG are getting a little bit concerned and more scared to make these potential plays and to push for this potential section. Shu Reap is going to be going on to the roam, down to the bottom floor, inside snowmobiles, potentially finding his way up the blue stairs, or the library stairs, I should say. But on the opposite end, Weibo, they are calm, they are collected, they are ready for anything that CAG can send at them. And I think right now, after the last 2 maps, I was going to say, they are looking the most confident we've seen them.
They still do look very confident in their play. The fact that Speakeasy does falter through, it's not the best position, but still very much workable for Weibo. Push comes to shove right now. The library stairs is going to be an absolutely dangerous venture. No, that's fallen 1 more. Another defender gone. 2 more remaining. Ape and Turd are there for the survival of Weibo.
Turdsa, Ape, they need to make some sort of play here. It's a 2v5 scenario. Any movement that they make could very well be their last. Ape looking for someone outside a bar, hasn't been able to spot any movement, and while the rest of the members are still just situated, they're taking their time to drone through and see if they can find an angle.
Yeah, another opening starting to come on through. There is an opportunity for a C4 play. Unfortunately, nothing comes off it. There is a down Shuri, potential for the finisher as well. Anaton is low, potential for even a 3v2, but the ping's starting to come on through. Turd is now a known entity. Swing from DD could be on the cards here as well. But a minute remaining. Now they need to pace themselves. Now they need to ensure that they're nailing their performances in full here. But 1 more down. Ape is the last man remaining to go in for the swings. 1v4 for the Fantasy to stay alive in the upper bracket. The plant is starting to go down. The tap could be there. No, completely misses out. Another reswing is there. Plant goes through, unable to land those shots. And that is it. The CAG secured the 2-0.
They win the final round and manage to get themselves in to major position, and it's exactly what we wanted to see from CAG. They've played it well. It's such an achievement for them.
Yeah, it has been a phenomenal turnaround there for them. I have to give them full kudos as well. Look, I may have not been a CAG believer. I'll be absolutely real with you. But look, they managed to show us an absolutely top-notch gameplay here. They managed to show us that they are here not to fool around. They're here to secure themselves the spot for the major, and in fact, they did that. And look, at the end of the day, that's the way the cookie crumbles. For Weibo, there is still an opportunity to get themselves over to Munich. There is still a run to be made, but from here on out, it's all in the lower bracket. There's still just a few more games, but it's all for elimination. Whoever loses those, gone, unable to secure the spot. I believe there's still one more, if not two more matches still to be done to secure the spot for the major, but as it stands, that is it.
Yeah, looking at Daystar and Chiefs down there, of course, Chiefs were able to win it out. They move through into the losers of match 8, which will be going up against, I believe it is... Oh, I'm a little bit lost here, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty sure it will be Weibo going down there. So they will be on the fight to continue their potential for a major place. And, I mean, what a run they will need to make. There's so many teams to get past just to make it into the major section.
Yeah, this will be a bit of an uphill battle, but I feel like from here on out, it's still going to be a dangerous set of games, no matter how you look at it for both sides, whether it's they're playing against Chiefs or Enterprise Esports. But for Weibo, at least in this case, they will be able to be a little bit maybe confident about their play. They will be able to play that mental game as well to the fullest. But for the time being, look, that is still going to stay as a question. There is still a couple more days of the qualifiers as well to see how will they be able to perform. Up next, I believe, will be still a few more games here on the venue at Fortress. After that, it's down at PAX, and it's going to be even more electric there.
Well, stay tuned as more Rainbow Six Siege games are coming along.